A rift has occurred in the world, making it no longer safe. In order to save humanity from the possible consequences of the rift, a new organization was created with users who had enough power to become the leaders of humanity. Families were recruited to work with the leaders, helping them as well as training the hunters. In this way, they earned honor and respect among the people. But also many such families started to appear who were hungry for power, and among them were the worst. The old man stood in the hall and asked the fighters their main creed, the creed of the divine sword family Beck. They unanimously answered him that their creed was strength above all, orders above all. The guy who was sitting on the ground listened as a group of guys shamed him for being of the divine sword Beck family, since he was lucky to be him. But just think about it. He was considered the weakest of those studying here. They asked him if he knew their family creed, to which he replied by reciting the family motto. They laughed at him and showed him a letter from the elder, which said that he had been expelled from the family because of his lack of talent. The consequence of this banishment was the removal of a vein from the boy's right arm and heart aura. The guy told him that there was no place for such a talentless and useless person like him, because he was relatively trash, and the proof is that only 3 people were against his expulsion. Then the guy who was mocked realized that his father, the elder, whom he worshipped and was proud of, had personally ordered his expulsion. The abuser said that he himself had volunteered to carry the letter to his son, which made the lad furious at what he heard. The boys continued to mock him, calling him a talentless chump, whose place was to work on the street and not study with them. There was no point in him continuing his studies since he had reached the first rank by the age of 24, while Mockingbird had reached it by the age of 14. He gave the command to start, and while the boy didn't understand anything and screamed to be let go, the company grabbed him under their arms and held him. They had no choice but to take away from the boy what made him part of the family he didn't deserve. The guy asked what they were going to do, and the ringleader reminded him of 2 rules. The first is the vein on his right hand, with which he holds the sword, and the second is the heart aura. The boy started to actively resist, shouting that he wouldn't let them do it. He knew he was weak, but always tried harder than anyone else in the class, so he wouldn't embarrass his family. Despite the fact that he was treated like a nobody and the fact that he had no talent, he always did his best for his family. But the boys were stronger than him, and after silencing him so that no outsider would hear his cries, they went about doing what they had been ordered to do. So it was nothing personal. They set about carrying out their orders, and decided to start with the heart aura. The boy's scream could be heard behind the closed doors of the room. Events carried forward a year. A huge house was overrun by flames, and the people in it were screaming for help. But it wasn't just the fire that was the problem. There were monsters in the building with people who were hunting them. They were coming right at the people, and people were running away through the fire, screaming in panic. The guy remembered what he thought was the most horrible thing about this expulsion from the divine sword Beck family. He couldn't think that such horrible events could be compared to anything less horrible than these.
Yes, it's definitely a terrible day. It started out as usual.
And the guy was spending time on the streets like a regular loser when suddenly a huge rift appeared in the sky over Korea of a size never before seen. Not even the association could have foreseen the consequences the rift would entail. And the rift was of imposing proportions. People ran away surrounded by chaos, and the guy hurried to run as well, so nothing would happen to him. He ran down an alleyway, and suddenly he heard a terrible smell that made him cover his nose with his hand. He froze when he realized what the smell was. The whole road was littered with the bodies of dead people. The boy thought he had no luck in choosing shelter when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he was horrified to see a monster standing behind him, a huge ogre. It swung at the guy and wanted to crush him, but he was able to dodge it. This creature came out of a rift, and it was very strong as the impact left a huge dent in the ground. The guy wondered if he could survive being exiled in such a situation until the association arrived. The scars on his arm were visible. He knew that if he tried to run away, the ogre would catch up with him immediately. He dodged the monster's attack again, bouncing back the other way. Without a vein in his arm and an aura, he could not kill this monster. He could only wait for the association to arrive. He tried to attack the ogre, but failed. He threw the guy right against the wall. The ogre was too fast. He stood there and looked at the guy with red eyes, preparing to kill him like the others. The guy didn't want to die. He had to get revenge on the Beck family for everything they had done to him. So he pulled himself together and ran as fast as he could around the ogre, swinging an iron stick at him. At that moment, he began to remember how he had been humiliated at school, and especially he remembered the words of the gang leader, Woojin. As the ogre destroyed his skull, the boy remembered how he had been called a trash and a loser who dishonored their noble Beck family, with his presence at school. He didn't know where that power came from about him at the moment, but if he had the chance now to be where he was a year ago, a voice began to sound in his subconscious telling him that he had begun the passage of the 1,000 swords, and that she had earned the title of magical sword wielder. After a while, the guy opened his eyes. He was in some place in a bright room, and was surprised that he hadn't been killed by an ogre. He recalled with horror the last images he had seen before he lost consciousness, and it was the huge ogre that the boy thought had killed him. But was it all a dream? He didn't understand what was going on, and when he looked at his right arm, he noticed that there were 2 scars missing. He was horrified because he didn't know what it meant and where his scar could have disappeared to. He looked around and realized that he was in the room where he had lived before his exile. What was strangest was the feeling of power that came from the vein in his right arm and the aura of his heart. Suddenly he heard a notification on his phone. The guy saw a number and realized that he had regressed back 10 years, and he was in the building of the Beck divine sword family. Jin panicked. He couldn't even relate to everything that was going on with irony. He was once again part of the family that had once taken everything he had from him, and it was the most horrible moment of his life. He didn't know how it all happened. He was punching himself in the face, thinking it was all a realistic dream now, but he still felt everything like it had once been, and it felt absolutely nothing like a dream. Suddenly, the man behind him frightenedly asked him if he was crazy as he continued to slap his cheeks. The guy turned around. The man behind him said that this time he was caught by some stupid and strange gentleman. But anyway, the contract was in force, so it wouldn't hurt them to get acquainted. The man's name was Blackstone, and he's the magical sword that flipped royal families. It was hard not to believe that Blackstone was a magician and was standing right in front of him, because there was just no one here. But what a contract and a magic sword. The guy had never been involved in anything like that. He didn't understand how it could be 2020 years now at all, and generally thought he was dead. Blackstone looked at him thoughtfully, because usually everyone throws tantrums, but this guy was pretty calm. So he thought he had a good head on his shoulders and went right ahead and told them what was going on. All souls are bonded through a magical sword contract, and now the guy has become his master, whom Blackstone has to supervise for his growth. He asked the guy to say aloud the phrase of the status window. The boy didn't understand what it all meant, so he asked the servant to say it again, and he repeated it to him. He retold Jin literally everything he had said earlier, but as soon as he talked about the status window again, the young man turned around and walked away toward the bed. He was definitely asleep. This can't be real. Blackstone did not understand why he had such a reaction, because he thought it was some kind of hallucination after death, when the soul goes to the other world, and it is not real and all life passes in front of his eyes. And Blackstone just imaginary hallucination that now tells him about some swords and contracts. Blackstone resented he wasn't human, but he didn't expect the new master to react this way to the information. He insisted the lad say the phrase, and then he would understand. But Jin had already burrowed into bed, deciding that this was another ploy by his enemies, Baek Woojin, to have him fooled and made a fool of again. And then Blackstone, hearing the name, asked the boy if it was his enemy. Is this the man he wants to avenge his shame, and the one he must defeat? He could help him with that. So Jin got out of bed and asked if it was possible. Baekstone assured him that that was what the contract was for. All he had to say was a code phrase and a condition to trust him. The boy wondered if he was telling the truth, because his regression made no sense. But it happened nonetheless, and this chance he'd had all along. He desperately needed it. He remembered all the injustice he had suffered when he was humiliated by Woojin, and the day they took his power away from him. He didn't deserve it because it obviously meant more to him than they thought, but now he had a chance to get back at the Baek family for everything. He told Blackstone that he didn't trust him completely, but if he did what he told him, then he would believe him. The servant agreed with him. Then Jin said the status window and got all the information about himself in front of him. He was 15, with no traits or skills, but had the status of a magic sword wielder. His results were paltry. Absolutely every category was at the lowest rank. Blackstone thought so, but nevertheless Jin's intelligence category was at an average level, and that wasn't bad anymore. And Jin noticed that Blackstone's appearance had changed. He explained these changes to the boy by saying that so he was weak. His servant would look the same and thus make him stronger and more confident. He showed him that his original form was a small dagger, and the strength he had in him was reflected in his appearance. Jin wondered how the man abruptly transformed into a small sword. Then Blackstone said that he could only regain his appearance and powers when he raised the level. Those were the terms of the contract. Jin called this ridiculous, for he thought he would die of old age even before Blackstone regained his old powers, for he had no talents or skills at all. But the servant told him that was the reason he liked him. It is no fun at all to meet gentlemen who who are already strong enough. It is much more interesting when clients weak like Jin show up and teach them everything from scratch. He has to suffer to try and overcome to achieve his goals. Blackstone suffered for 200 years in the void, so he was not intimidated by the difficulties of life. Jin wondered if it could be that he survived to take a second chance. He told his servant that he agreed to perform a magic contract with him, and the servant was pleased with this. He decided to get right down to business by giving his master a task called Endurance is a National Strength. Jin didn't expect such a thing. It reminded him of a computer game with levels and tasks, and it looked strange. But Blackstone said it was the way to keep the guy informed of his progress and achievements. Though it all seemed outdated, but still there have always been ways to notify. And this one fits this timeline. Once upon a time, the owners received letters, once upon a time, books, and the level of growth of the master did not matter, as it remained unchanged from day one, continuously and without rest, pushing the boundaries. And if Jin would listen to his servant, even a dumbass like him would be considered a genius by people. Jin wondered why among all the people they had chosen him and contracted him, because there are quite a lot of people like him, almost all of them. And then Blackstone told him that the reasons for the contract and the desire for a magic sword. He would tell him after the assignment. Jin was wary, but the servant hurried him because the time to perform the task was coming. Blackstone constantly chided Jin for not knowing how to place his body in the proper position during training, for forgetting how to breathe properly, for not bending his knees properly during a run. Jin was just told to run and he made so many mistakes. The servant told him that he misunderstood what was expected of him, that his job was to make his master stronger and more resilient, and that he should listen to his advice to push his personal limits if he made too many mistakes. The lad was clearly not ready for this, but Blackstone was not going to listen to his whining, and went on to admonish him about body position, hands, knees, and breathing. If he didn't change anything, this workout wouldn't count. But Jin didn't want to hear any more rebukes and continued to do as he pleased, thinking that he could do it this way. Blackstone looked at the boy and saw his stubborn nature. It made it more and more interesting to watch him, though he didn't understand why his skills were so low when his intellect was clearly high. Jin continued to run, and Blackstone joked that he was walking as if he could see his legs, which made his master angry, and he tried his best to run even faster. Blackstone observed him with a very strong determination toward the task at hand. He could definitely relate to that Baek Woojin, but with horror, Blackstone noticed that a feeling of hatred was overwhelming Jin's body. How could so much hatred fill the body of a 15-year-old boy? How could there even be that much hatred in a man? Blackstone thought about what he thought was strange about Jin's behavior when he met him. Jin, tired and tortured, ran up to the servant and said that he had finished his run. It's hard enough running with all his strength, but also 15 more laps. He almost didn't die pushing his limits. Blackstone knew there was something special about the guy. One quality he was sure of in himself was pride and mindset. But the servant countered by saying they were two different things. Jin didn't like that look. He knew he was trying his best and that was his limit, and if he did less, then there would be no effect. And if he did more, then he would get hurt. But he could look at his limit at any time, all his results and threshold of possibilities. So he looked at his status window. Yes, he was wrong. Pride and thinking was at a high level, and he realized for the first time that this could be his greatest talent, though he never could have thought of it. And he reached out for his award for the first time. But Blackstone said the training was over. Jin didn't think so and wanted to run some more, even though his servant told him his body was already exhausted. He stood his ground. He said he felt no pain in his legs and body, as if he had new strength in him. Blackstone wondered how it was even possible to increase his level so much in half a day. He immediately began to talk the guy out of it. Even though his abilities had risen to level 15, no one knew what could happen to his body with this kind of exertion. It was unpredictable. They were connected to Jin, but he didn't understand what was going on. He only knew his tasks and had no idea who was giving them to him. His soul was connected to someone-made sword, and because of that, he knew all the skills and techniques. He asked Jin about the strange part of his personality that he noticed behind him, a feeling of extraordinary hatred within him. This emotion had been growing within him for 15 years. Their souls were connected, so he knew what he was talking about. Then he could know why he came back and what he wanted. But would he want to help him then, after learning the truth, after being underground for 200 years? He started to talk to Blackstone. Suddenly, the guy behind Jin told him that Kyu-hyun was right about him. This guy annoyed him with his talk before he waved his sword too loudly. That voice reminded him of someone. The guy said that this little jerk was running around. This guy was humiliating him even before he came back. Jin had flashbacks from the past when he was humiliated by a whole bunch of guys stronger and more talented than him. Baek Woojin said he would be interested to see the result of this pathetic training. Here he was. He had to do roll call. Baek Woojin told him that he was his hyungnim and asked him why he still hadn't bowed his head before him. He ordered him to bow down before he killed him. He bowed down, but the guy kept mocking him, saying he only understands orders when he's being told off. And why wasn't he training now? Was he tired? Blackstone didn't understand who the freak was, and Jin explained to him that he was the 6th child of the Beck family. The servant realized that this was the freak the contract said he was. He looked bored, and so Blackstone thought Jin would deal with him soon, only if he followed directions and practiced. Blackstone was invisible and coming up behind Baek Woojin. He began to touch his cheeks and eyes, making his face look ridiculous, which caused laughter in those around him. He started to tell Jin not to laugh or he would beat him up, but a voice from outside told him to be quiet. His father would be coming soon, and he must not hear such talk. It was the direct heiress of the divine sword, Baek Kyung's 2nd child. She also addressed Jin, saying that he would be having an aura manifestation ceremony, so he wouldn't dare embarrass them all there. It was on this day that he had the opportunity to return, which didn't make him happy at all. Suddenly, it was announced to everyone that an elder was coming. Everyone knelt in front of him and greeted him. He walked past all the students, and Blackstone asked Jin if it was his father, and he said it was. Blackstone admired such a strong and intelligent man as an elder, but the boy said that he wasn't the only one here. There were plenty of people like that, except for Baek Woojin. The servant told him not to worry. This was only his first assignment, so since he had handled it pretty well, it would help him go on. So he shouldn't forget that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just one step. Jin began to do strange things and surprised Blackstone. He reasoned that he was trying not to relax and train even now, especially when there were already advantages, and especially he needed to do the best he could before the aura manifestation ceremony began. No sooner had Blackstone explained to him that this was impossible than the boy took off and started running. He wanted to become strong enough and complete all the tasks as soon as possible. He wanted to start doing everything in order to overtake Baek Woojin. Blackstone thought he was crazy. He didn't listen to him at all. The consequences couldn't be foreseen. Suddenly, a window appeared, which, although it said that the student was not listening to his teacher, he had increased his physical abilities and his stamina was even higher. He couldn't believe he could do it in such a short time. Blackstone has seen many different masters in his life, but this is the first time he has met someone as dedicated as Jin. He surely knows his abilities, but there was also the alert that their proximity to Blackstone was heightened. Jin looked at him and the servant said it was one of the rules of the contract, to be as connected to the master as possible. This system reminded the guy of a dating simulator, so because of this ridiculousness, it just might be his deathbed dream. Suddenly, the scoreboard showed that due to the observation of Blackstone's reaction, Jin had been added 200 more points. Blackstone was shocked by this. It had never been possible for a guy to get so many points in such a short time, but he didn't realize it himself. His magic sword honor had dissolved so quickly, but Jin had told him that it had dissolved when Blackstone was still small. He earned 500 points for this task. He could put the points he earned into something, and Blackstone said they should be used to increase his physical rank. The rest of the points could be saved. As soon as he did all this, the screen showed an excess to his stamina and physical capabilities, and something strange began to happen to his body. It seemed to grow from within, causing Jin not the most pleasant sensation, his body and appearance taking on an appearance in line with his rank and accomplishments. The pain he felt stopped, and he changed. It meant that he was weak enough before, but strong enough at the same time, since he could endure it all. Then Jin realized that if he hadn't been able to endure the pain, it would have ended badly. You could see it in the look on Blackstone's face. Evening came, and the elder gathered all the heirs for Jin's aura manifestation. Yonghu's first child failed, and everyone should know why the 5th child was Baek Sohee. The 4th child, Stiela Bakson. Jin immediately set about the task, and he was good at it to begin with. He remembered that before the regression to the same ceremony, he had been unable to do anything at all. Now that everything has changed, he is much stronger and he will be able to do it. He is now more powerful than ever. Suddenly, a task popped up in front of him that shocked Jin. It said to manifest his aura not through his heart, but through the Dantan. Blackstone told the boy to be brave enough to do what he was asked to do, because he had an aura appropriate to the owner of a magic sword. This path will be different from the others, but nevertheless, experts usually follow their own path. Jin understood that he had to do the assignment, if only because it would affect his growth. He began to do the assignment the way he wanted and follow his own path, and everything began to repeat again. He saw again that the aura had to be activated through Dantan, and Blackstone was telling him that it was his personal path that would be different from the rest. After a moment, the room was filled with black smoke that emanated from the orb. All the members of the royal family were shocked by the color of the aura. It meant that there was a demon inside of Jin. They ran away to the side. Baek Woojin said she didn't know how that happened, but if there was a demon inside him, it would kill Jin. She immediately lunged at him with her sword, but Young-hoo's older brother prevented her from doing what she intended, through which she too received death threats. The black aura spoke of Jin getting it from a demonic family, but the brother said it didn't matter. It was just the color of his aura, and that was it. Jin was shocked at what was happening. He had contracted with Blackstone, no demon magic sword. What could it all mean? Young-hoo was still keeping his furious sister from killing their little brother, keeping her from going near him, and convincing her that it must not be what she thought it was. Their father watched everything and turned to Baek Woojin, asking what she was up to and if he'd let her draw her sword. They bowed before him, but the elder was very angry about everything. He didn't give permission to kill his own son, what Baek Woojin wanted to do. The aura of the third child may have been different. It may indeed have been demonic, but that is not the case in this case. It is a huge amount of power, trained and pure aura. Baek Woojin begged her father's forgiveness, but he told her that because of her hatred of demonic families, she would soon lose her head. As punishment for pulling her sword, he ordered her to go meditate for the next 6 months. And she obeyed. Jin understood that her father encouraged everything for his daughter, clothing attitudes and punishments. If he had been in that situation, he would not have been treated as gently as Baek Woojin. Therefore, he needs to become even stronger in order to overpower this family. Jin was approached by the elder. He congratulated his son on the manifestation of the aura he had never seen before. Jin shied away. The father asked why his son kept the magic in Danton, and everyone wondered. Jin knew he had to answer something to please his father so he wouldn't destroy his aura. He told him he was different. He wasn't like his siblings because he didn't have the inherited talent of Beck. He was weak, so his heart was very bad at using magic, and he does it through the Danton. His father told him that he could inherit the fate of the excluded, since they do not let magic through their hearts, and he would become exiled trash. But Jin said that by doing so, he would become stronger than ever before. And these were not empty promises. He would soon show everything in practice. At first his father laughed, but then he said that even though he sounded cocky, that's what he liked about Jin. He was going to be better than all of his older brothers, and reach the highest sword of the Becks. And if he didn't, he would either die or live a horrible life. He said he would keep an eye on Jin, then announced that today's ceremony was over. Young-hoo looked over Jin's hands, telling him that it was amazing, the ceremony, and that he managed to manifest an aura so black at all. Except, of course, that his sister wanted to kill him at the time. He asked his brother if he had ever trained an aura through Danton, but the guy couldn't believe what Jin had done. He noticed a dramatic change in his body and character. He was clearly more physically sturdy and stronger. Jin said that he wasn't training with a sword, he was training for endurance. Young-hoo didn't know it was possible to do so much endurance training and have such results, but nevertheless, he wished his brother wouldn't give up and keep practicing, because he couldn't do anything like that at his age. Jin had already promised this to his father, and then before he left, his brother gave him a gift, a camille stone that would help Jin stabilize his aura in case of emergency. The stone was expensive, but his brother gave it to him because Jin trains hard, and this is his reward. Suddenly, Jin was called by Baek Woojin, and he said that Jin had surprised his father very spectacularly at the ceremony by showing everyone his special aura. But nevertheless, he's still a weakling who can't do much more than that, because he can't get the magic through his heart. He wanted to force Jin to follow him, but he wasn't going anywhere and wouldn't obey. Then Baek Woojin threatened him with a beating like last week. Suddenly, Jin had a new assignment to get even with his abuser right now. He didn't expect it to be this close, something he had wanted to do for so long. Blackstone said that such assignments would come up occasionally, and they should be done since there's a pretty high reward of 300 points and a surprise. Baek Woojin still stood his ground, and Jin thought that in a past life, this would have looked different. Baek Woojin told him that maybe he had once pitied him, but Jin replied that maybe he was the one doing it. Then his brother got even angrier at him and punched him in the face with all his might.
He told him to decide where and how he would pass out.
In the warehouse because of the workload, or here, when he beat him up. He told him Jin was saying stupid things to his father back then, that he would get stronger with his method, but that would never happen to a loser like Jin. Then the boy asked his brother what he even knew about life. Blackstone wondered if the Lord really knew what he was going to do, or if he was just bluffing. Baek Woojin really was acting like a little upstart, but were their strengths equal? Already the edge of an enraged Baek Woojin decided to teach his brother a lesson for his insolence. He started throwing punches, and though Jin covered himself, he was still stronger and punched him, saying that he shouldn't object and sass or he would have to pay for his words. The fight continued, and when Baek Woojin was about to land one last punch, Jin grabbed his leg and punched his attacker. He clearly didn't expect to be punished for his actions in the same way. Jin was angry enough to finish the fight, but suddenly he saw Baek Woojin standing motionless. Apparently Jin had disarmed him, knowing where to hit him, and now that he couldn't do anything, he could get back at him for all his insults and humiliation. He's added 300 points for the assignment and a surprise. Blacktown wasn't expecting something like this, which was evident on his face, but he complimented his master. He was amazed that Jin was waiting for the right moment to strike, because things looked very different, but the bastard would definitely be looking for Jin when he woke up. But Jin thought his brother had too much pride and too many fears. He wouldn't seek him out for revenge, so now it would be quiet for the near future. Blackstone asked Jin that if he understood correctly, the whole family had magic in their heart, and he didn't understand why they didn't store magic in the energy core like he did. He replied that this storage of power was found to be the most efficient, everything being in one place. But nevertheless, Jin chose this particular path. He said he had no choice. He explained that he didn't want to make the mistakes of the past and wanted to be determined to change his life rather than destroy his energy core. Blackstone thought that maybe he was glad that his life had been useless, and this time he got a better one. He asked Jin again about the aura, and he repeated about the energy core in the past. Blackstone didn't know that and was shocked. Jin was only now telling his servant that he had lived 25 years and died, but he had regressed to 15. Blackstone couldn't believe it. Jin had been bullied since he was a young boy into thinking he was a mistake, and now he had a chance to avenge everyone for past humiliation and prove that he was worthier than all of them put together. He told them that he had been stripped of his powers and banished, and then wandered the streets, where he had once been killed by a huge ogre. Now everything was taking on a logical explanation for Blackstone, which is why the guy was making it so easy to get things done. He asked him what his goal was. For now, he had such a strong and loyal ally as Jin had never had, and he thought about his goal. He gathered his thoughts and said he wanted to become the greatest swordsman, to replace his father and become an elder. Then he would change this family from the inside. Blackstone had expected such an answer. He liked it. That's exactly what his master should be. Regression had nothing to do with his contract, but it had already happened. It would help his master become not only stronger than his abusers, but the strongest of all his family and all the swordsmen of this world. It was all up to him to kill to carry out his instructions and the tasks he was given. He was more than ready. He had already begun the journey toward achieving his goals. It was a good attitude. He told Jin again that as his assistant he would serve and teach him, which would make him the greatest swordsman in the world. A new task appeared. Trust your luck and choose one from the cards provided. This was the reward for the surprise task. The reward for the aura would come later when Jin was sufficiently trained. The task was unexpected, so the reward had to be chosen that way. It was like a computer game. He was choosing blindly. Blackstone's past masters had always had bad luck with these rewards. Jun chose, and then the whole room glowed, and in his hands was a balloon. It's a power perception pill. Blacktown was shocked because this pill gave a lifetime of susceptibility to magical power, and a wretched man like Jin just took it. He explained to him that this ability gave him the power to better perceive the power of others, and thereby increase sensitivity to his aura. If he ate the pill, he would increase his aura several times over. He asked the servant if the pill had any side effects, but Blackstone resented how such a great thing could have side effects. But he remembered getting injured after the physical enhancement. Blackstone said it was because his body condition wanted better, and Jin, seeing no obstacle, quickly swallowed the pill. Suddenly he felt exactly nothing. It was because his susceptibility to the force was at a rather low level, but that would change next. Anyway, Blackstone complimented the lad on the work he had done today, and told him to rest today and they would continue tomorrow. Jin objected to the servant again, infuriating him with his stubbornness and his desire to get everything at once. It wasn't for nothing that he thought he could still, for he clearly had more strength than he once had, so Blackstone shouldn't call him names and just keep training him. They didn't notice the man watching them through the window, sitting in a tree and clearly suspecting something. The doors opened. Munjuyun saluted the elder. He had come to tell him of the incident he had witnessed. The elder listened intently. He told him that Jin had defeated his older brother today without weapons or anything else. His father was surprised at what he heard. Baek Woojin was strong enough and Jin couldn't even use his aura properly. But the subject said that Jin succumbed to his brother at first, but chose the right moment and overpowered his opponents. The father decided that the younger son had simply outsmarted the older son, and thus won. After the unsuccessful fight, Baek Woojin shut himself off from everyone. His father called him a coward because he didn't even order his son to isolate himself, and he had already done so. While Jin was practicing in his room, Elder thought he would be bored by this showdown, but things were getting more interesting. He ordered Baek Woojin to be brought here, and the servant listened to him. Meanwhile, the loser brother was thinking about how he could get back at Jin. The next day, Jin was talking to the servant about opening the aura. He had been thinking about it all night and had a plan to do it faster. Blackstone asked what he meant, and Jin put down the Camille stone his brother had given him and took a hammer. There was one method he wanted to use. He smashed the stone with the hammer. Blackstone understood that Jin hated his family, but that to break the stone his brother had given him wasn't too much. Jin said that he loved his older brother, and he broke the stone not out of hatred, but to try to do something. Magical power began to flow from the stone. He explained that the power now surrounds him, and when he would train, he would absorb this power and Camille's stone, which hovered in the air. It was a rather bizarre method. He tried to breathe it in. The screen showed him adding points to his characteristics. Blackstone didn't understand why he told him there was such a method. If the screen wrote it was the first time it had been used. It could have been because now was the relative past, and in the future, where Jin had already died once, this method was more common. Now its aura would grow rapidly. Blackstone rejoiced at this. For now, his restriction was removed. What restriction is he talking about? Blackstone's first seal was lifted, and now he becomes a sword. Not as big as he wanted, but when Jin worked even harder, it would go from a simple dagger to a full sword. He asked Jin to swing it. It was the first time he'd ever held something like that. Suddenly, he felt his aura drain away. Blackstone said that he is not a magical sword for nothing, for they are bound to the master. Jin needs to become even stronger to handle the sword and his magic. After all, as a rule, with great power comes great responsibility. He barely flicked the sword away, and Blackstone became human again. The first unsealed seal doesn't make up for half of his abilities, so they'll have to train harder. It's not that he couldn't swing his sword yet, but he could barely hold it, because everything comes with time and everything needs to be learned. He was just beginning to discover his abilities. Here, he had already obtained an inventory, a kind of pocket bag with the things he needed and the items associated with his aura. It was already a level higher. Right now, the size of the inventory was small, but the further it would get, that was fine. Jin wanted to train like crazy to wield a sword. He was an unusual sword, but a magical sword. He opened the status window and saw that he hadn't completed the task, even though he had opened his aura. It might be because he wasn't strong enough yet. So he prioritized completing the unfinished task. At that time, the elder asked Baek Woojin what happened to his face. He didn't know how to answer his father, and it made him angry. He already knew for sure about the shameful defeat, but he immediately began to justify that he had simply let his guard down and missed the punch without expecting it, and that he surely would have defeated his brother if he hadn't tricked him. This excuse was pathetic, because he was defeated by a rank lower opponent. And now he excuses himself for just missing a punch, even though he was beaten unconscious. The son immediately started to apologize, but the elder asked what he did after he lost the fight. He replied that he was gathering information about Jin. His father was angry because it seemed ridiculous. What other information? Then Baek Woojin shouted that he knows that his older brother gave something to Jin, but his father didn't want to hear anything. His son went the way of the scoundrel and selfish man again. He immediately chased Baek Woojin away. But as soon as he started to leave, his father asked him how about getting Jin to surrender, because they know very well the credo of the divine sword family. Force and orders are paramount, and he should force his brother to surrender. Then who knows what might happen, and perhaps with that kind of pressure, Baek Woojin will stomp his way to the elder's seat. Jin and Blackstone watched from their window as Baek Woojin stood motionless beneath their window for hours. Jin said he wouldn't come to them anytime soon, but apparently he talked to his father. Even in his past life, his father had turned them against each other, and in this situation, so surely he had a hand in it. The more so because he was defeated by his younger brother, and his father couldn't let that go. He always reprimanded the older one for such a display of weakness, and Baek Woojin came to Jin more than once after his father talked to him and humiliated him. It wasn't long before they were fighting him again, but it was surprising how everyone in this family was willing to fight each other at any moment. Jin thought this was a great opportunity for them, as he could vent his anger on his abuser at any moment and teach him a lesson. So parenting was not insignificant. He continued to train and not focus on the scumbag, especially since the training was also affecting Blackstone in a good way. He was getting stronger too. He asked him to concentrate again, and then the result would be better than the first time. He told him to concentrate on the power that comes to him during his meditation, to have it not only in his heart but in his whole body. He told Jin that this is a method to train Kane's aura. The power is like a waterfall in his senses. He felt something similar long ago. It overflows his body and everything around him. This man Kane, very much like someone, he resembles Blackstone, because it was Blackstone. Jin came to his senses abruptly and realized that it was already dark. Blackstone complimented the gentleman even though he was distracted by other thoughts while he meditated. The status window showed that he had put stability into the energy core and successfully completed the task. He couldn't believe that he had done it, that he had finished the task that he had failed to do before. Blackstone marveled at Jin's success. He was smart, but that he would learn aura training so quickly. He was special. He was added another plus 100 points for Blackstone's amazement, but he denied that anything of the sort had happened. Jin asked the servant to be surprised more often. It didn't usually work so foolishly, especially when he first met Jin. The boy was pleased with his results and asked if this was Kane's method, the way he meditated. Blackstone answered that it was, and Jin realized that his aura came from Rasadum. Blackstone didn't know who it was. It was his first time in this world, and the only thing he knew was that Jin's stats were high. Blackstone thought that if the boy was lucky, it was thanks to him that Jin had accumulated a lot of points, and Blackstone suggested that he invest them in one thing. The result would be special. Then Jin decided to invest some points in fencing, a decision that surprised the servant. He didn't understand why he did it. It looked useless, but still he didn't defy his master. Jin had few points and could not raise all his characteristics. How could he train wisdom? For that, he needed to improve his strength and aura, so he began to train immediately. Blackstone asked if his older brother wasn't targeting him right now, but the boy argued as always that he wouldn't go to him now, but would wait. But it wasn't all that solid, since he needed to boost his aura, in which case he had the perfect punching bag. By punching bag, he meant his brother, whom he wanted to go in search of right now. Blackstone understood that the guy was 24 years old in real time, but his powers, they were just a little above his brother's. Their clash could be dangerous. But Jin knew what he was doing and told Blackstone to just watch. He really went crazy. Baek Woojin saw his brother and immediately got into a fighting stance and was ready to attack. But it was his sister Nuna. She was surprised to see him and asked if he was ashamed. He didn't know what she meant. Then she said that she had already heard that he had lost to his younger brother, which was shameful considering their ranks. He had taken too long to see Jin as a threat, and he paid the price for it. Mocking him, she walked away. The guy was incredibly pissed off, and that's when Jin appeared behind him. He laughed at the appearance of his brother, who clearly wasn't used to this position. Baek Woojin immediately told his brother that if he didn't shut up, he would kill him. And to his surprise, Jin had no intention of backing down, but instead offered to fight right away. This shocked the guy. What happened to his brother, who had never been a fighter, who was weak and couldn't stand up for himself? It was as if another man stood before him, and he was frightened and cornered. It had only been a few days since he had mastered the aura. What could have changed him so drastically? Jin said his brother wouldn't need a sword. He should slay him with his bare hands. Baek Woojin snapped out of his seat. He would not let himself be defeated this time, but no matter how many times he attacked, Jin dodged him. He said he could feel his strategy. It hadn't changed since their last fight. He was aiming for his head like he attacked then and defeated him. Jin then took the lead in the fight and started throwing punches that his brother couldn't dodge, using all the new skills he'd learned in days of hard training. He surprised his brother with it. Baek Woojin didn't understand how this was possible. By the end of the day, he had slayed his brother, and this time he was knocked out. Jin was glad he put his new abilities into practice, and Blackstone thought this was definitely the craziest gentleman he'd ever met. After a while, they were in town. Those huge houses reminded the servant of a concrete forest. He asked the guy why they were here, and he told him that now that he was making full use of the aura, he needed to register. All aura users must be registered with the association. Jin and Blackstone came to the center. Jin said that he wanted to register as a user swordsman. The girl let him fill out the first rank swordsman form and said that she would check his aura level after a while. As Jin began to fill out the form, the girl looked at what he had written in surprise. She asked him his name again, and asked if she understood correctly that the guy was a member of the royal family of the divine sword Baek. Jin laughed, saying that he had just written that last name on the form. Then the girl told him that a member of the Beck family had already come here last month, and he was a very unpleasant man. But unfortunately, she didn't remember his name or what he looked like. It was the first time she had seen him, but Jin was completely different from this family. He was very kind and handsome and just couldn't be related to them. Jin was embarrassed, and Blackstone asked the boy if he cared about his origins. once, but it was still the same old way. He still wanted to destroy them all. His certificate was registered and now he had to enter his aura data, and he thanked the employee for her help. Walking back, Blackstone noticed that his master was very happy. The reason was that in his previous life, Jin had received his first certificate at 24. Blackstone said that the boy acted like a 15-year-old, but there would be more surprises next. So it was too soon to be surprised. Everything was still to come. Suddenly they heard someone calling out for Jin. It was the receptionist. She had barely caught up with Jin. She wanted to talk to him for a bit, and told him that a dungeon had appeared not far from here, and there was a swordsman missing. She ran after him to propose the job since there might already be those willing. Besides, people with an association, and this job would help him practice. They both realized that her being so friendly was due to the fact that Jin had also spoken ill of the Beck family. Since he would now have talent, it would be nice to test his abilities in real life. There were vine moles that weren't a problem. Very different from his past life. He agreed to go. It was a chance to test himself. After a while, he went to his destination, where he was met by people from the association. Hong In-soo said that the guy was very lucky to get into the dungeon on his first day, and Jin said that he would try very hard. Then Hong's partner Young-hoo asked him why he was talking down to the guy since he's from the Beck family, but Hong didn't think that a real family member would come here to work in the dungeon. He told Yeon to quickly finish preparing everything. Hong asked the guy if he was really from the same family, and Jin just replied that he didn't like those people. Hong immediately asked the guy not to say such things, because he obviously didn't want to get in trouble if someone happened to overhear these conversations and not report back to Beck. Blackstone admitted that he didn't think their reputation was that bad. Then Jin noticed a girl not far from them. He thought she reminded him of someone, but he couldn't figure out who exactly. But then he remembered that it was Jak Yonghwa from the Thundercloud formation. She was the youngest daughter of the cruel Red Lotus Jak family. Red Lotus and Divine Sword were feuding families. Yonghwa was talented, but was also hated because she trained on her own without the help of anyone from her family. She was called because everything was ready. She approached Jin, and he introduced himself to her. She did the same in turn, not suspecting that he already knew her, but she gave her last name incorrectly, hiding her origins. Hong told them to hurry since they were already waiting for them, and they all went into the dungeon together. Hong argued that even though moles pose little or no threat, you have to be careful. You could hurt yourself on something or get lost, so you have to be very careful. Jin explained to Blackstone that the vine moles are different. They live here and might be around here somewhere, and they're just huge. They're so big that they dug this tunnel. Blackstone was wary. Suddenly they felt a tremendous vibration that swept through the entire cave. Han ordered everyone to be on their guard. They saw huge monsters above. They were sitting and watching the people. Young-hoo said that dealing with these creatures would be very difficult. Even if they tried to run away from them, the moles would still catch up to them. Even though they were almost blind, their hearing and sense of smell were much better than humans. Even if they managed to finish off at least one mole, their giant claws were still a danger. The vines around their necks looked very stiff, so they would have to go elsewhere. Jin drew his sword, preparing to take the fight. But in this environment, it was not the best option. Jin already had experience with moles in his past life. Suddenly, one of the monsters jumped at them, but Young-hoo was able to fight it off. There were so many moles and they were everywhere. Literally surrounding the team, they attacked and snarled at them time after time. The mole jumped in their direction but missed, which created a lot of dust, which enveloped the entire space and limited visibility. There were no wounded among the team, but still their job was complicated. Jin had to be especially careful. He had no practical experience, and though he was strong, the moles were still dangerous enough for him. Blackstone shouted to the boy to duck, and if possible, wait for another moment to strike. But Jin wouldn't listen to him. He thought he knew better, for he had experience fighting them. At that moment, he had the Black Wind Rasadum aura added to him. This ability would soon be activated. The mole's weak point was his soft neck, which was covered by a vine, and all he had to do was find a place where there were fewer vines. The rest of the mole's skin was rough, so the neck was the best place to aim. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Young-hoo and was about to attack him. As Yonghwa came to his aid, she disarmed the monster with a punch and saved her partner. She looked at Jin and asked mockingly, "Is it true that you only have to aim for the neck to defeat them? After all, you can defeat them simply by using force." They disarmed most of the monsters. The moles attacked them as soon as the team entered the cave. But common sense was not to be expected from these monsters. Young-hoo told Jin that everyone tries to avoid the vine moles, so there's almost no information about them. Then how did he know about the monster's weakness? He said he had been told about it once in class, and he was just looking for something about moles before before he went down into the dungeon. He wouldn't tell Blackstone more, as he thought he already knew enough about his past. Everyone was surprised at how aggressive and very strong the moles were. It was a surprise to everyone. Han wondered if the skin of the moles had become very rough. It was suspicious. They stopped. There were two ways to go next. They were lucky the association told them to kill the moles. And now they could split into two groups. Suddenly they saw a huge mole that was looking right at them. Its forehead had the boss's seal on it. It seemed to be the reason the moles were so strong, but it was unclear what they were exploring here. Jin told Blackstone that this mole was the guardian of the dungeon, and though the association's work for such hardships also pays, but because of such situations, the cleanup is much harder. The higher the rewards, the harder the labor and tasks. But this dungeon is hardly inferior to rank 2 in difficulty. Youngwoo told the team not to worry about the boss. She would do everything herself, and they would have to deal with the other moles. So she hid in one of the tunnels, and the team didn't know what they should dom. They thought about Yonghwa having enough skills, but at the same time sending her in there alone. Jin argued that he shouldn't worry about the ringleaders in these dungeons. He'd read about it, but no one believed him because it was the first time he'd been here. Youngwoo suggested that Hong leave the guy here so they could handle everything in the meantime. He thought about it and decided that they should help Yonghwa. He told Jin to run away right away if he saw he was in danger, and they would deal with the moles, and he immediately took off. Blackstone asked him why he volunteered to help, and Jin said he had to take down the mole personally to get the reward he was promised. He then got a surprise mission to defeat the mole boss before anyone else could do it. Jin was pleased with such a task. It was just in time. He was willing to risk his life to complete it. To risk his life at a time when he'd already died once was like that. Blackstone had never seen or heard of these moles before, but he considered them rather peculiar creatures nonetheless. These monsters are new here, but they are much weaker than they look. They have long legs, they make wide steps, so they get tired very quickly. They are easy to catch, so no one really looked for any weaknesses. 10 years ago, before the strategy was created, the moles were a bit different. But Jin has also changed. He has become stronger, and now he has the strength to overthrow the Baek family. At that moment, he saw Yonghwa had already met the two moles, and he breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't gotten to the boss yet. He quickly ran past her, and she saw this. She called out to him and asked him where he was in such a hurry. He told her he was going to the mole boss, to which Yonghwa repeated that she would deal with the boss herself. It's very dangerous here, and if Jin wanted to offer her help, she would refuse. Jin replied that he wasn't going to help her. He was going to kill him himself. Yonghwa was shocked by such statements, but on the other hand, she thought that if the guy just got his first rank today, he probably just didn't understand everything, and this wasn't all a game. He came here in plain clothes with no training whatsoever, and he's also being selfish. So he's asking to be killed. Blackstone asked the boy how he was feeling after all that had been said, but Jin decided to propose a wager with Yonghwa. She thought she was imagining things, but Jin explained what he meant. He'll fight the main mole first, and if he doesn't defeat the boss in 3 minutes, then it'll be her turn. As an added reward, the winner has the right to ask for something from the loser. The girl thought Jin had hit his head, since he thought that amount of time was enough to defeat such a monster. That wasn't even enough for a third-rank user. The boss was already here, so she didn't have time to think. She agreed to all of Jin's suggestions. She didn't care because she didn't believe he would slay the monster, and in the meantime, she had time to rest. Even Blackstone doubted Jin's abilities, but he was more confident than ever. According to his personal experience and calculations, even 1 minute should be enough, which was hard to believe looking at the mole. Yonghwa couldn't understand how he would make such an absurd wager, if it was to get her attention. Now she understood why Jin was looking at her so strangely. Blackstone told Jin that she started looking right at him without taking her eyes off him. The guy explained it by saying that he was messing up her plans, but the reason seemed to be something else entirely. At that moment, the mole took off his vine and started trying to strike with it. Jin dodged and for a moment was able to get close to the monster. He was at a suitable distance from it and was ready to attack. Yonghwa was watching all of this. The mole was making big movements, so it was much better to dodge him, and he was getting tired. At this point, his reciting aura was activated, and the target's movements were slowed by the black wind. Jin took advantage of this new skill and took aim at the mole in the neck. Yonghwa was shocked by what she saw. She didn't understand how he could do it, as it took him about 30 seconds to overpower the monster. He won the bet, plus he got 200 points and a surprise. Yonghwa couldn't believe that he was a rank 1 swordsman. How could he defeat the boss with his skills? She was asking him a lot of questions because she couldn't understand what had just happened. Jin asked if she wanted to know how he did it, and she said of course she did. But Jin said that he would never tell her about it, which made Yonghwa very angry. He asked her himself, and now he's just joking with her. No idiot would tell his secrets to anyone. Now that he's won, she's by the rules to comply with his request. She admitted that she underestimated him, thinking he was weak, and Jin understood that. He said that she was the red lotus of thundercloud formation, and he would defer his wish for later. She asked him how he knew she wasn't who she said she was, and Jin only said he guessed. There aren't many warriors right now. Hua looked at him, and she felt like she was losing to some brat. She got mad at him and said that he was just like his divine sword Baek family. Jin immediately said that he didn't like his family, and could easily not pick up words talking about them. Blackstone had noticed that the guy was mocking Hua with his expressions, but he knew he would. Hua calmed down. Pulling herself together, she told Jin to look at the mole. There appeared a reward for completing the task that was promised to whoever defeated the boss. It was a ring, and taking it, Jin thought he should check the ring with the appraiser. Blackstone said he had that ability and could do it. They saw that the ring of the vine mole exceeds all the basic characteristics. Hua congratulated the guy on winning. She had only made this bet because of her hasty conclusions, but nevertheless she didn't like what he said. At this point, they were approached by people from the association who were surprised that Hua did well. It was amazing that she defeated such a strong opponent, even though they were worried about her. Hua said that she didn't do it, but Jin did. Hong looked at the guy in surprise. They all couldn't believe he was the only one who did it. Hua decided that next time she wouldn't let herself be beaten so easily. Jin was in a good mood, because the first task was quite easy and the people were good. He was rewarded for killing the mole boss, but ended up winning twice. Blackstone told him not to be too sure that it ended so easily. Hua is unlikely to forget everything that happened and get away from Jin. Blackstone heard Jin say in his and Hua's conversation that he wasn't from the Baek family, but the guy had swiped that he never said that. He only said that he didn't like them. It was like that, but Jin was still a little annoyed with Blackstone's behavior. Suddenly, Jin saw two young men who apparently he knew were here to accompany him. One's name was Young Jun Hyuk, and the other was Moon Ju Young. Blackstone said that having servants at that age is already a success, but the boy wasn't happy about it. Jin told them that today was too late, so he had to go and they would meet tomorrow. But the servants told him that as of today, he would be staying at the Beck monastery on the 8th floor. The owner of the house ordered him to move there. For such merits as Jung deserves, he should live in the ancestral home. The elder also gave this decree. Jin was shocked by this news, but he would go inside for a while. He ordered his servants to wait for him outside. Once inside, he opened the doors of his room. It was large and empty. Finally, he was living in the ancestral home. Blackstone thought the guy was so happy he was about to cry, but Jin said he was trying to control his composure. Blackstone told him that he was dwelling too much on his past. He needed to move on with his life. Jin took it differently. He had dealt with Baek Myung-kun, now there were 6 other people left. Jin reflected on the fact that having so many people in their time is already old-fashioned, and even at an age like his father. Blackstone took the conversation in another direction, asking Jin if he knew the two who were now his servants. Moon Ju Young was familiar to Jin. He had been told to watch him. In his past life, he didn't even know it, but now he could sense his presence thanks to his sensitivity. He didn't understand why his father had black sword-level fighters assigned to him. They were something akin to elite guards, so he had his father's attention, and they should probably leave now. They went downstairs and Jin thanked the servants for their work and said they could be dismissed for the day, but stopped Moon Ju-young suddenly, telling him to keep his distance the next time he was watching him, because everyone should have their own space. He didn't expect to be seen. Blackstone tried to reason with Jin not to make hasty moves. Then he didn't listen as he always did. It was about a father Blackstone did not know as a man at all, but Jin did. What would happen if the servant told him that he had caught him spying on him? He would certainly be glad that his efforts had been noticed. Baekstone would never be able to understand this family. Jin offered to open the reward for the mole boss right now. Since he had such good luck, why not? The cards appeared in front of him again, and Blackstone asked the guy to choose responsibly. But it's just like a game whose outcome you can't predict. He might not win anything, or he might hit the jackpot with such a random choice. Jin decided he would just take the card that caught his eye, and that was it. After choosing a card, he came across some kind of mask, which caused Blackstone's emotions to run wild, though the mask looked like the most ordinary from the most ordinary workshop. Blackstone shouted for him to take a closer look at this unusual mask. Again, the system lavished him with gifts, and Blackstone just couldn't believe the guy was so lucky. He explained to Jin that he wasn't crazy. It was a demonic transformation mask whose rank was legendary. Jin was now also shocked. Apparently now he can even change his appearance thanks to this mask. He wouldn't be able to change his height, but he could change everything else within reason. He could fool anyone if he wanted to. He decided to test it now. When he put it on, he answered a few questions, chose an aura color, and decided to try and transform into Munjuyong. And in a moment, he was an exact copy of the guy. It was amazing. Blackstone advised him to check if the color of his aura had changed, and checking it, he saw that it had changed. It no longer looked as cheap as the boy had originally thought. He was grateful to Blackstone for making him choose his card carefully, and he dreamed that one day Jin would heed all his advice. But Jin asked him if the name of Kane's empire had been mentioned. It was the name of his training method. What was it all about? Blackstone was dumbfounded by what he heard. He could not say that the mask had nothing to do with them. Everything he studied is connected, and it is the source. He would soon find out for himself, but he should not get into all these matters. And anyway, why would Jin want to use the mask when he is already the son of such a powerful family? Unless he wants to do something not very legitimate. He really wanted to use it tomorrow. Blackstone wondered and asked why he wanted it, but didn't get an answer to his question. Later, they were at a reception with an elder who had already heard that Jin had been in the dungeon yesterday. He already knew about it, even though Jin was not being followed. Father had eyes everywhere. Perhaps he had even been told about it by the association. And then the father said that he had heard that his son had made the same bet there. Blackstone had noticed how the elder knew all the news without leaving the palace. The father wondered if Jin knew who he was betting with, and he answered that he did. That, he said, was the main reason for his action. He wanted to show the daughter of the feuding family that he was stronger than her. The father was told that Jin had hidden his origins, but he said that Hua had drawn such conclusions herself, and when she found out who she had lost to, he would want to see her face. The father liked that answer, and she said that he would let his son use all the available funds of their family, which means that if anything happens, he can use his family name to solve some problems. He is allowed to enter the various rooms of their family. He has finally achieved the same thing as the others. He thanked his father, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a new task appear before him, telling him to choose his personal path. Why had this assignment appeared at such an inopportune moment? Blackstone explained to him that it was because things had gone differently since he had met. He really was where the others were now. So now he had to make a choice. His personal path or change his principles. He would either be like all the other swordsmen, or he would have his own personal path. If he tried to cheat, he would fail this assignment and get nothing. His father thought his son was refusing, but Jin assured him he was not. He wondered if it made sense for a man without much skill to try to catch up with his sisters and brothers, who were at a fairly high level and were very strong. He made his choice and failed the task. He went to his father, telling him that he had gained enough skill in single training and wanted to continue it with his permission. His father said that if Jin had a trainer with him, he would learn much faster, but he refuses. Jin said it was his personal choice. His father didn't hesitate long to agree to give him 2 months, and then he would give him a test. And if he didn't pass, he would be punished. He asked if he was okay with that, and Jin decided to prove his point. Meanwhile, Hua practiced burning off her anger on the pair she ended up ruining. It was new and expensive, and her father would have a conversation with his daughter. But Hua said she wasn't in the mood to talk right now, and ordered the boy to get lost. He didn't understand why she was so rude and kicking him out if he had information about the man she was looking for. She immediately turned to him, and immediately took a piece of paper with something written on it. It had Jin's name on it and his age. They were the same age. And then she saw his background and became furious. He had dared to fool her. Her brother rushed to reassure her. This information was hard enough to get, and she wanted to tear this sheet apart. It was ungrateful. She told him that if Jin registered for the dungeon raid, she should be registered there, too. She should be ready to get revenge on him because he shamed her. And besides, their families were feuding. She should kill the next mole boss and not him. For the first time, she was so concerned about someone else. Their confrontation seemed quite interesting. They came to practice. They were back where they started relatively recently. Suddenly, they saw Baek Woojin. In a past life, Jin would not have allowed himself to say hello to him. But now when he did, Baek Woojin ignored him, and that made sense. Because why would he say hello to a man who beat him up when he met him? He needed to put it all aside and move on. Blackstone began coaching Jin in his own way, telling him to first draw his sword, then hide it, and then immediately draw it again. Jin asked what the point of this was, and he told him that he wanted to see how the boy did with it, to see what he could do with it next. He immediately went about his tasks and couldn't hold his sword. He swung it and didn't hold it, causing it to fly off somewhere in the direction of almost injuring the others, which was worth proving. He was inexperienced. Baek Woojin turned to him, calling him a pathetic cheat. How could he not have enough skill to demand so much attention to himself? He would have been better off as before and not bothering anyone at all. How could he even beat Baek Woojin by being like this? But Jin didn't pay any attention attention to them. Blackstone said he should train to reach the same level as those guys on the court. He suggested another exercise to the guy. He should aim his sword at a line on the simulator. Then he could learn the art of the sword. Jin thought that if he had slayed vine moles before, this task shouldn't be difficult. He struck the wooden structure with all his might. He again made trouble for the others, because this simulator flew off exactly where the others were training. It wasn't the most pleasant situation, but he didn't do it on purpose. Blackstone was surprised by Jin's attitude towards his brother. They were still supposed to be practicing underground, but it seemed clear that Jin had already started earning experience here. Let them all tell him to his face what they thought, not behind his back. When one of his brother's coaches approached him to sort things out, he was already being watched. He was really hiding his talents by cutting the pole in two after just one punch, with the fact that this was the first time he was training this technique at all today. Jin heard they were having a sparring competition tonight. He'd like to join in. The trainer thought about what he said, even though it was silly after what he had done on the training ground. He looked at Baek Woojin and thought he would let Jin join. He would put him in competition and ask the guy if he could handle the workload. Jin assured him he would, and then the coach told him to wait a little while. They were setting the stage for him because they weren't all his friends and didn't like him much. And if you say bad things behind other people's backs, bad karma would befall you. Blackstone knew the boy wouldn't listen to him, so he told him to do what he wanted. Jin wanted to fight with them. The trainer introduced them to the new competitor and asked if they minded if he participated, and everyone was fine with that. He asked who would like to fight him, and then just as many people expressed their desire to fight the guy. What surprised Blackstone was the popularity. Jin decided to pick an opponent, and it was Kim Woon-sik. Jin told Blackstone to look into his memories and then he would understand his choice. He saw that this guy had bullied Jin in the past, humiliating him and calling him names. Now Blackstone understood and wanted Jin to deal with this crazy bastard quickly. He should get the sword, and he'd do the rest on his own. They introduced themselves to each other, and Kim immediately asked why the guy was using the naked sword technique. But Jin said he shouldn't care, but he went on to say that by using such a technique, one could make a mistake and then the opponent would strike. Jin didn't care about his monologue, and then Kim started to attack him. But Jin shattered Kim's sword without much effort, or Blackstone did. He won and cheered over the loser, following Kim's words that his opponent could strike if he failed to attack him. Hit Kim. It was a shame he couldn't do more. Since it was only a sparring match, Kim had no idea that the guy could wield a sword like that, and burst into tears over his loss. The trainer didn't know how to refuse him after what he had seen, and was afraid to say the wrong thing. And then Jin chose his own opponent, the guy who raised his hand for the first time. So Yeonho, Blackstone realized that this bastard had also beaten Jin in the past, and was now his older brother's servant. He was brutally beating the guy even when he didn't have the first rank. And he repeated everything after Baek Woojin. He asked Jin not to let the bastard go until he got even with him for all the wrongs. By nightfall, Jin had beaten almost all of his opponents. He told his teacher it was easy, or the opponents were weak, but still there was only one candidate left, and he challenged his brother to a duel. They hadn't fought him in a long time, and now was the right time to rectify that. Master wanted to dissuade him from this venture, but he said he would defeat his brother despite the fact that he had defeated all his previous opponents. He wasn't going to run away from someone as pathetic as Jin, who only knows how to provoke people. But Jin asked him then who had defeated all the opponents just then. They decided to disregard the rules of decorum and start fighting right away. His brother had also switched, was quite strong and talented, but he knew his habits and techniques like no one else, so he could easily anticipate them. Suddenly, he intercepted and blocked Jin's punch, which startled him. He knew he had underestimated his little brother, but now he would fight him properly. He used his aura to fight him. He wanted revenge and wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson for the future. Jin defended himself. Baek Woojin said he heard about the bet between Jin and his father. This fight would be a demonstration for his father to see how pathetic Jin was, but Jin tried to keep an indifferent tone when talking to his brother. He wouldn't even let him swing his sword, which made everything critical. At one point, he knocked it out of Jin's hands. Blackstone shouted to Jin to stay calm and use his aura, and he did so. He activated the black wind and decided to take his sword. Baek Woojin said that he would use his aura as well. Jin got his sword back, and their fight continued with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Baek Woojin fell to the ground, and Jin struck him down. The trainer was shocked by what he saw. Jin's hands were shaking, losing was very close, and though he tried to stay calm, He couldn't lie to himself. Blackstone praised the guy, saying that he was on top of his game. His movements and decisions were better than before. But Baek Myung-chun was strong too. Everyone in this family is talented. The teacher came up to him and said that this was not the outcome he had expected. He apologized for thinking he was weak because his skill level was high, and now he respected him. Jin smiled at that statement and said he would like to continue tomorrow. The teacher was clearly not happy that this would all happen again tomorrow, but he himself had once said that no matter what the result, one should continue to train. He wouldn't listen to the coach's excuses and left. Suddenly he saw that he had completed the task, taking away his enemy's rivalry with him. He didn't remember such a task, but Blacktown assumed that the guy got those points for being able to surprise him. He could use it whenever it suited him. A servant rushed over to them to give Jin a letter from the administrative office. This organization dealt with documents, missions, and errands for their family. But what did they want from him, since they had never touched him before? But when he opened the letter, he saw that it was not really a letter. It was a request even outside of the family. It was an association, and their request had been sent through the administration because Jin didn't look at his phone. He hadn't used his phone since registering with the association. The servant suggested he go to the administration for details. His training was already over anyway. He turned to those he had defeated and advised them to clean up, because tomorrow they would do it again. His phone was right there on the bed, but it was almost out of charge, so he couldn't hear the notifications. Blackstone asked if the guy had any friends he corresponded with, and he replied that he chatted with him. Besides, it was strange to hear something like that from someone who had never had any friends and had been locked in a sword for millennia. He decided to see what the request was, and when he opened it, he saw that the association was asking for help in defending the 1st Legion District. The Legion District was a place where monsters were constantly appearing. It was not much different from a dungeon. It could be a great place to train since there would be monsters there all the time. It makes sense, but it's not a popular place. And since he got lucky with the reward for the mole boss, it might not lead here. It was Hong In-soo who asked, and the name sounded familiar. It was the man who commanded them in the cave with the moles. He must be helping him because of what Jin said about his family. Blackstone suggested that next time he would cuss out his family even more. Maybe it would help even more. If Jin hadn't been snitched on every day, he would have expressed himself that way. The petitioner was Suina, and Jin wondered why she would go there. She was the only daughter of the leader of a magical guild. This guild was associated with manufacturing and made good quality things. They fought for 1st and 2nd place in that, but Suina came to the Legion District and died. Everyone she was with also died. Then the guild searched for the culprits, but alas found none. He's not supposed to go there because it sounds dangerous, but if he can save them, he'll go there for Soina and Hong In-soo. He's good to him, and Jin didn't expect that. It would be terrible to stand aside. Blackstone showed him that a new assignment had come in that said tied fates. It was risky, but Jin had no other choice, so he accepted the assignment. They were outside, and Blackstone asked the guy how he was going to cheat this time. Jin didn't want Blackstone here. He took Moon Ji-young and all of their family's weaponry with him. Hong told Jin that they hadn't called Younghwa, but she came anyway. They didn't understand why they were seeing her again on missions, but they couldn't help it. She didn't come here in her past life and was alive until Jin died. She came up to him and said she knew he would be here. A nice coincidence. He asked her what she was doing here, and she told him that she wouldn't tell him everything. Blackstone said that everyone was here for one thing, and he was asking stupid questions. At this point, they were approached by Soina, who said that not many people would agree to such a mission, but she honored their bravery. She wanted to tell them their purpose. Her purpose was research. She had heard that somewhere around here there was something called black barbed grass. Blackstone asked if it had caused her death in the past, but Jin said no. He didn't know why that was because the weed wasn't a threat, and there were no people here who could do any harm. They decided they would figure out the reason when things were already starting to happen. They could handle it. They went through a portal and found themselves on some lawn. Suana told them that it was unknown when the monsters would appear, so they had to be careful. They would start here. 2 were guarding and 2 more were ready to defend themselves if anything happened. Suddenly, Blackstone called out to the guy and said he seemed to understand the reason for that tragedy in the past. There was a timer above them, showing that the boss was 10 minutes away. He showed up as soon as they arrived. Jin wondered if that was the cause of the death of the explorer and the entire group. Here was Hong, who was very strong and could protect them. He wouldn't let this happen, as he had been a user for decades. He would order everyone to flee at the very least. The monster could not go beyond the borders. It would be strange because even from the hands of a huge boss could save at least one person, and then all died. Suddenly, a man came out of the bushes and greeted them. Han was just as kind to him, and said that they were guarding a man who was looking for black grass here. The man was surprised as he thought there was no such growing here, but wished them good luck and left. Han also said goodbye to him. He was a strong man, about the 4th rank by our standards, and he wielded an axe. Time expired. The entire sky was covered in red clouds. A huge monster goblin berserk came out to them. He came out of nowhere unexpectedly. They immediately began to think what to do. But Sona said that they should run away because the monster is very dangerous. But Hong said not to worry because the goblin is not as strong as it seems. Besides, they are all skillful and strong here. Manhwa asked the girl to stand back and not worry. She had already defeated goblins and would do it again. Now Jin realized that Swaina didn't die at the hands of the boss. They all died after their encounter with the goblin. They began to fight, and Manhwa began to help Hong topple the goblin to the ground. But she couldn't. He was too strong, and Jin was confused. The goblin roared, which meant he was about to go on the rampage. He attacked Hong, but he repulsed the attack. But they didn't count on the goblin being that strong. Manhwa devised a plan to get as close to the goblin as possible, but she needed Jin's help to do it. But he was already standing near the monster and preparing to fight it himself. He thought that Manhwa severely underestimated the boss. Even if she knew monsters well, it wasn't a guarantee that she was right. He instantly sliced the monster in half. Manhwa didn't understand how he knew this trick since he was only rank 2. Hong, on the other hand, praised Jin for his speed, which was amazing for someone as young as Jin. Manhwa was jealous of him. She once again couldn't get ahead of the guy. Then he asked her if she wanted to know how he did it. She wondered because the last time he tricked her, Jin laughed. Then Soena ran up to them and said that she found something. Right next to the dead goblin was black, prickly grass. This meant that the mission was completed, and they could go back. It was pretty hard. There was a bounty near the monster. They were all happy about it and didn't expect such a surprise. Suddenly, Moonjuyong shouted to Jin to step back. At that moment, something flew into the tree near them. It was an axe. They recognized it as the same axe that the man who had been approaching them had. He came out to them and said that next time he would not miss. He was the one responsible for Soina's death in the past. The reason he attacked them was the goblin bracelet and the black grass they were looking for. He came back for them. His name was Sajinu. Everyone was horrified because they had heard of him. He was a crazy killer who didn't care who to kill or why. He was just doing it for nothing. Moonjuyong said that he would deal with him himself, because this lunatic was the 4th rank. But Jin wouldn't let him do that, because his father would find out. He would do it himself. He didn't come here to die a senseless death. But if things get too bad, his assistant will intervene. Jin was glad that he had such a chance to fight such a strong opponent. He ordered Manhwa to take care of the others and he could handle himself. She urged him not to do it because he didn't stand a chance. But Jin said they would all die if he didn't fight Sanjin. He asked her to cooperate with him for the good of the others. Sanjinu laughed at him and attacked him. Jin activated the black wind and managed to block the blow. The psycho was surprised by this and taunted the guy, saying he would chop off his legs. They fought, and at one point Sanjin struck Jin's sword, breaking it. At that moment, everyone screamed. Sanjin said that the boy was destined to die today. He jumped over the guy, and at that moment, Blackstone turned into a sword and asked to fight with it. He said that to activate it, you had to say the curse of the Crunchy Knight. He activated the sword and blocked Sanjin's blow at the last moment. His aura weakened. He ordered his servant to protect everyone, so it wouldn't happen like that time in the past. He lost consciousness.
A staff member ran into the office and called for the director.
He shouted that Sanjin was dead. The bastard was hiding in Legion territory. That's why they couldn't find him. It was a huge area. The problem was that Shin Beck's special man caught him. The director said it wasn't a big deal if it wasn't a known family. But then he realized who he was talking about. But he's 10 or 12 years old. How could he do that? He didn't know what to do. Now it sounded absurd. He could have written that a rank 1 teenager defeated a rank 4 psychopath killer. That's shameful. He couldn't believe it himself at first. But even Manhwa testified and confirmed that it was true. The director asked if Jin was able to get close to the criminal, and the staff member replied that he had thrown him to the ground and used the key sword. The director was going crazy. This just couldn't be done by a teenager and with a chi sword. But if this is true, then the most gifted swordsman in history has come into the family. He had strange dreams again with a man he didn't know, but as if he had seen once. He felt the power emanating from him. He woke up and saw Blackstone in front of him. Jin was brought to his room when he lost consciousness after the fight. He had been in a coma for 2 days. A cheerful servant came to his room. He had cared for him when he was unconscious. He asked how he was feeling. Jin had a headache. It was because the guy was abusing his aura, but it would pass. He was worried about Jin, but not as much as some people who were even waiting today. He called Yeonhwa and Soina into the room. They came to thank him for their rescue. They all survived because of him. He saved everyone. Soina thanked him on behalf of the entire secret guild. Jin was surprised that she was so grateful, but she shouldn't have been since she had hired him herself that day for her own safety. She couldn't stop thanking him. Apparently she was very scared at the time. Yeonhwa said that the psycho had killed about 10 people, but Jin put an end to it. But Soyeon also thanked the guy for getting the black weed. She was working on something and couldn't tell him everything now, but she would tell him first when she was done. She decided to give him a gift. Jin refused, but she insisted it was a necessity. His sword was broken, so she gave him a new one. It was a sword binding radiance, designed to bind light together. He could use its energy. It was a useful gift. It was a very valuable sword, so he asked Soyeon if she really wanted to give it to him. Her father insisted on such a gift, and if the boy didn't accept the gift, she would be in trouble. He obviously asked it out of politeness. She left him to rest. She went to the Legion without telling anyone, so she is grounded. She was only allowed in to check on Jin. She offered to meet him later. Blackstone swiped that her family at least cared about their children, while Baek didn't care. Yeonhwa gave Jin the goblin bracelet and some box her brother told her to give her. She would help Jin with the treatment. She asked the guy why he lied to her. He is Baek's direct heir, but didn't tell her that. Jin told her he never said that. She misunderstood his wording. He just hated them. But that didn't mean he wasn't a member of their family. Yeonhwa saw that this family was just full of jerks. Even this guy was like that. He's not weird, he's stupid. She, with a sense of accomplishment, decided to leave his room. She left with the thought that next time, she shouldn't let him win. She would overtake him. She walked out, slamming the door loudly. He had completed the task. Jin was glad it was over. He doubted himself again. He thought he was going to die. It was especially scary when his sword broke. Blackstone laughed. It's okay he even got bonuses. But Jin noticed that he gets them when he touches the feelings of others. Jin must like the system, since none of Blackstone's previous masters had ever received such bonuses. He thought about practicing, and got extra points for his trainer's surprise. Moon Chu-young went to the elder and began to report what had happened in the Legion that day. He told him that the guy got a mission from Soina in the Legion. Then an assassin showed up. He was strong, and his target was black grass and a goblin bracelet. He ambushed Jin. He wielded axes, though they used to be swords. He was looked for all around, but he was hiding. The elder was interested. The servant told how the elder's son overpowered the outlaw with a black aura he had never seen. He wasn't sure if it was a sword aura. Even though Jin had a black aura, the sword had a different one. He had never seen anything like it before. It was stronger than the sword's aura. This boy would never bore the elder. He was pleased that the feuding family and the secret guild were indebted to his youngest son. He had never praised Jin before. In the meantime, the test was 22 days away, and the elder thought of what it would be. He ordered that Jin be brought to him. Blackstone stood together with Jin from this day forward. The guy would have to do two things. He had chosen the path of his sword, as he absolutely disliked his teacher's training. Now he must practice a lot, put all of himself into the art of sword wielding, even if he only swings his sword once. This action should also carry a certain meaning. Jin thought about these words while looking at his sword. A meaningless sword is the same as a sword that is not used. Jin's second task would be footwork. This was strange, since he had been learning another method of his family, and Blackstone had seen the guy use this method. It had been passed down to him from his family as an inheritance. Was this the method where he balanced using his back and then carried forward? Jin replied that yes, it wasn't bad, but this method didn't suit him. It had no place in any skill from the Baek divine family. Jin was shocked by Blackstone's statement like that. He roughly understood what he meant. The sword art that Jin was studying now had a high degree of freedom. For this reason, it could be used in any situation, but his family's skills were too standardized. He could use them at any time, but one had to repeat them until one embodied the chosen movements and swordsmanship. So there was no point in them. It wasn't something that suited him. Blackstone agreed that the guy was thinking right. If he studied the techniques Blackstone advised him here, he could dodge the axe that was flying towards him. When his sword broke, in those seconds, he couldn't move. Blackstone said he would teach the guy everything. The technique was called unknown footwork. Jin creates it with his movement or desire. First, he has to set his feet shoulder-width apart. It doesn't matter which foot he takes the first step with. but he has to understand which side the sword is pointing. He felt his steps felt much lighter. There are predetermined movements, but among them in all likelihood, there are also non-constant movements naturally connected to each other. This meant that no matter where he was, he would always be able to attack with his sword. Taking out his sword, he chopped the trainer, this technique of footwork. He decided that Blackstone was right. He would be able to use this technique in any situation. But this was entirely Jin's merit. He could control it and was capable of creating it himself. Jin thought about his abilities. At that moment, he was called out by Moonju-young, who was approaching him. He told Jin that he had something to tell him. The elder ordered him to bring him to him immediately. It looked like the time had finally come. The elder made a decision about the test, and in a moment, he was in front of him. After greeting him, his father ordered Jin to stand up, which was to prove it. He didn't care about what was going on around him. The elder said that Jin should know why he was called here, and he told her that he remembered that he had to take the test. The elder decided to briefly tell her what the test was about. At that moment, he called out for someone to come in. Jin turned around and saw some guy walking towards them. He greeted the elder. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. There would be a competition in 3 weeks, and the elder advised him to use his third-rank aura to defeat the opponent. This guy was Baek Woojin. To pass the test, Jin needed to defeat his older brother. Jin said he would do the job. Baek Woojin would not allow him to use aura above the 3rd level, and if Jin broke the rule, he would lose. Baek Woojin said that he wouldn't let that happen. So the elder decided to ask Jin a question, asking him what sword aura he used during his task. After all, the father had heard that his son had defeated Sajin with only 1 aura strike. Jin was frightened by such a question. He said he couldn't tell the elder. This made his father angry, but Jin replied that since they had a bet, he didn't have to tell him anything. Jin said that he thought his father had some plans for him, since he said he would determine his type after he took the test, and he saw what he was capable of, so he agreed to it as a bet. He can't tell his opponent about his weapons because of what he said. The elder laughed. Such statements were insolence on Jin's part. He was already looking forward to the winner of this bet. They both left their father, and Baek Woojin told his brother that he didn't think the opportunity to beat him would be so near and fast. But Jin also said that he was waiting for this opportunity since now he has the chance to humiliate Baek Woojin to the fullest. His older brother told him that the guy has a great talent for making people want to kill him. He should try harder, because if he doesn't win this bet, he'll be in big trouble. But Jin said the duel won't happen today, so his brother needs to cool down. They would still have time to see him, but he was actually worried since even Baek Woojin was a worthy and strong opponent. He didn't have a plan, so he was thinking about it now. Blackstone suggested that since you couldn't use a 3rd-rank aura, and Jin had a 4th-rank aura and still lost, it might be easier for Jin to defeat his brother, who had a 3rd-rank aura. But Jin replied that even though his brother was a rank lower than the past villain, he was still stronger. His green aura was very strong and his sword technique was very precise. Because he changes his technique often, people call it the withering flower technique. In addition, his brother in his past life hated him for no reason, and in the end, just took everything away from him and threw him out on the street. For that reason, he should defeat him no matter what. He asked Blackstone if he had any idea about that, and he told him that maybe he should just destroy the entire planet during the duel with the Crystal Knight technique. First, Jin needs to practice with what Blackstone taught him. Putting all his will into the sword was a very difficult task. Blackstone asked what kind of energy Jin wanted to put into the sword, and he said he wanted to be strong and fast. This, according to him, would lead him to victory. But Blackstone thought the guy was crazy, since 1 wish would be enough, and he wants to put 2 wishes into the sword. He shouldn't be greedy and pick 1, but Jin told him that he wouldn't change his mind since he had made up his mind. He just wouldn't get another chance like this ever again. Blackstone tried to calm down. He said it was his business and let him do what he wanted, but suggested he just imagine putting his will and desires into it. Jin concentrated on it and felt some kind of power in the sword. Blackstone saw that the boy apparently understood what needed to be done, and that wasn't a bad thing. 2 weeks later, in the great tournament hall of the divine Beck family, all of the Baek family's children were present, and the talk amongst the common people was that there was no point to this fight. Since Jin had defeated a 4th-ranked opponent, he would still not be able to defeat the invincible Baek Woojin. The heirs were thinking how much of a waste of time it was. What was their father thinking? It was time for the duel, and the 2 men entered the arena. Baek Woojin was on the left side. He told his brother that he had chosen the perfect place to bury him. But Jin replied that they hadn't even started the fight yet to start throwing threats. He was on the right side of the arena. Baek Woojin wanted to threaten Jin further, but he advised him to win first and then say such things to him. He was really trying hard to piss off his brother, making him go crazy with hatred towards him. The elders announced the exit, and absolutely everyone present bowed to him and greeted their ruler. He told them that he was attending a duel of peer-to-peer opponents that would be of great importance to everyone else. Therefore, the fight would continue until one of them surrendered. He would allow all attacks and methods. He announced the start of the duel. The fight began, and the two of them looked at each other, ready to convince. Baek Woojin told his brother that after this duel, he would be out of their family. Jin activated the Black Wind. Baek Woojin saw the black aura for the first time since the ceremony. He sarcastically asked Jin not to lose too quickly, as it wouldn't be fun at all, and the audience wouldn't like it. He couldn't wait for the battle to start. Baek Woojin started to attack, but Jin successfully blocked his punch, which his older brother didn't realize at first. Jin didn't realize what was going on, because the slowing down effect was supposed to work. But for some reason it didn't. Baek Woojin asked him if he was going to defeat him with just these things, because even if he didn't use a third-rank aura, Jin would never be able to defeat him. But Jin was evasive and told his brother that he was talking too much. Blackstone watched all of this and advised Jin to get closer to his opponent with his famous footwork. Otherwise, this fight would never end. Jin thought he should probably do it. His abilities were imperfect, but if he understood how Baek Jin attacked and struck, then he could understand how to dodge. This was a chance. Jin tried to remain calm. Even if his skills were so high, it would surely be hard for him to react if he moved unpredictably. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to stick to this plan, so he got behind his brother and unexpectedly elbowed him, causing him to lose his guard for a while. Now he should use the next technique of exposing his sword. But Baek Woojin was not himself with anger that his brother had hit him so meanly. He used his aura, which surprised Jin. Blackstone said that even though the guy was only a level 3, he still looked pretty intimidating. Of course, it would be much harder to get close to him now. The only chance for Jin to win was to stop his brother from using the withering flower sword. He was rooting for the Lord and wished him luck, because he had been training and preparing for this for a very long time. He just had to attack right now and not give up. After a while, Jin realized that he wouldn't win through stamina alone. He needed to break his opponent's stance. Baek Woojin recognized his younger brother's talent, but he asked him to understand that he and Baek Woojin were on different levels. At this moment, Jin saw his brother using the withering flower sword. He was afraid of this very thing. He realized that if he showed weakness or made any mistake now, he would be finished. He was already seriously injured, but all his thoughts were that he needed to properly bear his sword. At least this time, there was no way he would back down. Baek Woojin saw that Jin's condition was very weak, so he decided to end at this point. Blackstone shouted to the gentleman to back off, or he might lose his arm. Jin then decided that he too had something to answer his brother on this. The desire he has to put into his sword, to make it stronger and faster, and his long-cherished dream of crushing the Baek family. He did so, but Baek Woojin was not appeased, and was still just as hungry for revenge. Even though Jin was able to block that punch, he would have to do it again, squeezing every last bit of strength out of him. Suddenly, he noticed the opportunity window, displaying the information that he had been given the ability of 1,000 swords. Because of his extreme training, he had entered the mode of super concentration and focus. Baek Woojin thought that his opponent was about to fall, when he suddenly noticed the black aura that was emanating from Jin. Gathering all the power he had, he used his new ability, the Emperor's Core. Baek Woojin tried to block this strike, but as soon as he did,
He noticed that his aura was collapsing.
at some point there was a huge explosion, and as soon as the dust disappeared, everyone saw Baek Woojin lying on the ground. He didn't understand how his younger brother had managed to do that. Everyone looked at this and couldn't believe that the young lord had lost to his brother, who was ranked below him. Jin himself realized that he had lost too much aura. He was very tired and injured. Blackstone praised the Lord for his efforts and victory. He had definitely just reached the heights. Jin joked that he had never heard such words for himself before. He turned to his father, saying that he had completed the task and defeated the opponent, as the rules stated. The elder smiled and told him to do what he wanted. This reaction alarmed his children. The elder got up from his seat and announced to the audience that the duel was over. With a fleeting glance at Baek Woojin, who was lying on the ground, the elder looked at Baek Woojin and thought how pathetic he looked right now. Sometime later that same day in the Beck family's monastery, Jin looked at his shaking hands and thought about whether he would always look like this after using the Dark Emperor projectile. Blackthrone had told him that the whole problem was that he had failed to get his aura under control in time. So he should rest, and once he resumed the power of his aura, practice controlling it. Jin understood his friend's instructions. But before all that, he would like to check his rewards. In front of him appeared a whole list of awards for the completed task. In total, he received 700 points, which cheered him up a lot. It was also noted Blackstone was happy. He also received 500 extra points for shocking a large number of people. Blackstone was now surprised by this amount of points, but Jin took the reward for granted. He thought that this was a pretty useful system with points for surprising people. It would definitely play to his advantage. Blackstone agreed with the master. The more he surprised people, the more points he would earn. And he was genuinely happy for the guy. It was motivation to develop, especially since he seemed to like this grading system. Jin collapsed on the bed with relief. He had quite a bit of luck in training on his own, but he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this alone. He looked at his hand that had the goblin bracelet on it. It had helped him win this battle. Blackstone remembered that while Jin was unconscious, that girl wouldn't let anyone even touch that bracelet. It was very peculiar to her. Blackstone asked what the guy was going to do with the points he had earned. He decided to upgrade all his skills. By doing so, he would be able to upgrade the Imperial gear to a higher level. The more Jin trains, the higher his level will become. It would allow him to use more power since it contained raptures and strength. Jin couldn't believe that it was possible to be even stronger. A little while earlier, during the announcement of the winner, everyone was extremely impressed and shocked by the results, especially the children of the elders. In their eyes, he looked crazy. He literally admitted his defeat in front of everyone, as he had definitely bet on Baek Woojin. It was hard to believe. Jin berated himself for not being experienced enough. He could have used the power of the fragile knight, but he didn't. He just almost fainted. Blackstone praised him for doing well. After all, it was quite a difficult spell, and not everyone can pull it off. Jin thought about how his abilities were revealed at the most dangerous moment, like in a movie. It was true. Plus, the goblin bracelet was one of the keys to the path of 1,000 swords. Blackstone explained to the boy what it was. He should think of it as a goal he was trying to achieve in the art of sword wielding. In the path of learning, he would achieve more and more, but they hadn't gotten to that point yet. Jin had been practicing hard to perfect the skills and technique of the Imperial projectile, and he was able to replicate it. Blackstone had told him that he was now releasing an amount of energy commensurate with his level. Jin hoped that he would be able to use this technique every time he needed it. Since he had no problem using the Imperial projectile, he suggested that Blackstone start a new training session right now, to which he replied that he only wanted to suggest it, so the next session would be to develop his legs. A new assignment popped up on the window of opportunity. Jin realized that the duty of a divine sword right after defeating his brother was not to be expected. His father was not the kind of person who would give him a break. It had to be the work of one of Jin's siblings. Jin was holding a flyer that said he would have to fight people above him in rank, thus he would honor the family. He was sure that this was the work of Baeksan. He didn't know how it happened, but it was definitely her. Kim Bum-sok and Yuju were to fight him. They would be helping him in his past life. They were part of her faction. Blackstone asked the Lord if he understood correctly that his fifth sister wanted to get rid of him, and he told him that it could be her fear of becoming the next Baek Woojin. She's definitely up to something, and Blackstone suggested that it might be best to back out. But Jin told him that he couldn't do that. He just had to go and do what he had to do. Plus, he told him that there was something very good about the venue for this event, so he was sure he wasn't in any danger. He decided that if Baeksan was playing dirty, he would do the same thing. That same night at the Baek family's monastery, Jin was very emotional, rejoicing that he too had received a divine sword duty, a task for a third-ranked swordsman when he was only a first-ranked swordsman. It was a reason for him to be proud, although his servants were clearly worried. They didn't understand why he was so excited, and advised him to give up on it, since they wouldn't be able to protect him in the event that it was a matter of the divine sword, Baek. But Jin told him that he didn't know how the fight would end, but he would be accompanied by third-ranked men, and he didn't have to worry. He couldn't abandon his duty. These words angered Munchoyan, even though their fight could be seen by someone else. He still could barely contain himself. It had only been a day since Jin had defeated his master Baek Woojin. If he received this kind of mission right after that, it could only mean one thing. Blackstone noticed that the servant was very worried about Jin, but the guy thought that Munchoyan doubted his strength, even though he had handled the third-ranked mission. Munchoyan wanted to object to the Lord, but Jin didn't want to listen to him, and immediately ordered him to get away and not spoil his mood. Since he was doubting her before the battle even started, he had no choice but to listen to him. Jongjun was at a loss for what he saw, but Jin told him to follow along with Muncheoyoung. Mongjong thought about how much he had overestimated Jin, thinking that he was smart and could make deliberate moves. Was he being consumed by greed? Jin looked at him and thought he knew exactly what he was thinking. He appreciated that he was worried about him. He told them to notify the administrative department that he was going on this mission. Moonjun realized that the Lord was doing this because he knew he was being watched, and while Jongjun didn't realize what was going on, he bowed to Jin and said he would complete the mission. Baeksan watched them. She wasn't surprised that her brother accepted the mission because no one in their right mind would refuse to fulfill the duty of a divine sword. But she thought that even though Jin was a talented swordsman, his knowledge was superficial. She asked the servant what the plan was for her brother tomorrow when they went on the mission. He told her that the young master would fight in the front row of the monsters, as members of the Baek family should, and that as soon as they passed the stable zone, Kim Bom-sok and Yuju would ambush him. They're both listed as third-rank swordsmen, but they've already received the fourth rank, and they'll be let through without a problem, since their data hasn't been updated. No one knows they're related to Baeksan, so he assured her she wouldn't be in trouble. She could see the servant was prepared. He handed her a picture of some man, telling her that he would finish everything. No one would come back alive from this mission. She was pleased, but she told him not to relax, as she had to finish what she had started. Her little brother was going to die soon. Meanwhile, Jin was practicing without giving himself a moment's rest, which worried Blackstone. He reasoned that he would have time to rest in the 3 hours it would take to get there. He looked foolish, though he did enjoy practicing. He'd been practicing punching and vertical cuts since dawn. It was all because the more he practiced, the stronger he became. In his past life, it was completely different. At that moment, 2 guys came to him apologizing for being late. He didn't immediately recognize who they were. They introduced themselves to him as his escorts during the mission. Kim Bom-sok and Yuju as third-rank swordsmen. Now he understood who they were. They said they were honored to be by his side. Blackstone watched them and said that Jin was probably right when he said they were coming for his head. He explained his opinion to him by saying that these swordsmen had introduced themselves as third rankers. Although they were actually fourth rankers, that certainly wasn't the only thing Baeksan had prepared for him. Blackstone asked if they had a second plan because he thought that since they had met these people, there would be someone else. Munchin came up to Jin and informed him that everything was ready. He put everything Jin had asked him to put in his bag. Munchin told him that he trusted him, but asked the Lord to be careful. Jin appreciated the attention, but told him not to worry, because they would see each other when he returned. After a while, they were already at the place. Jin was welcomed and thanked for joining the mission. Before leaving, the man wanted to tell the guy about the current situation with the rift. He will go in there, and since the rift is connected to other dimensions, the environment might change as well. Jin asked if he was right that the impact of the disaster had spread to the outside of the rift, and he was right, because it was usually not as foggy as it was now. There was much less air inside, so he was advised to watch his breathing, which was timely. Jin asked the attendants if they understood the mission, and they told him that the mission was to eliminate the monsters that were a danger to humans. Now they could start going in. The people from the association wished them good luck. The first to enter the rift were the attendants, and then Jin. Once there, they noticed that there was less air, and the temperature was noticeably lower. Blackstone saw the look on Jin's face and realized that this place must be familiar to Jin. He said that he really knew this place, and even who lived here. They heard the rustling of bushes, and in the same second, they saw a whole group of monsters. In order to kill them, they didn't believe what he told them at first, and he repeated that he was ordering them all to be killed. They didn't expect him not to lead the fight, and didn't expect him to fight. But he told them that he wasn't going to waste his forces on some group of goblins, and they, as third-rank swordsmen, would have to handle it with ease. He would only fight if there were more goblins, or a stronger monster came. The monsters were already approaching them, and Jin ordered them to get down to business. They didn't understand why things didn't go according to plan, and why he wasn't doing anything. Obviously, his sister didn't appreciate him. Blackstone wondered if the guy would join the fight, or if he just said that for nothing. But Jin said that he was foiling their plan when they were counting on him to be in front. After a while, they destroyed all the monsters, and Jin told them that it was just a passing thing, and they had to move on. They realized that they had no choice but to wait for him to turn away from them and attack from behind. Otherwise, they had no other chance. Jin decided to play along. Blackstone treated it with irony. At one point, one of them hurt his arm, which startled everyone. It was a thorny ash tree. Blackstone knew this plant because it grew a lot in his world. It needed a special medicine to heal the wound. Besides, The ash tree causes pain that doesn't go away for a long time and is distracting during battle. Yuju had to put on a different outfit. He was angry that he was distracted by Jin and hurt his hand so clumsily. At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. The monster was approaching them again. He boldly said that he would handle everything himself this time, and he wounded Ash, let him rest. Now, they would finish him off as soon as he turned his back to them. As soon as he turned his back to them, they decided to attack. Without wasting a second, they were sure that they would kill him quickly and follow orders. But Jin managed to dodge them, and now it was his turn to deal with them. They panicked because they couldn't let him get away. They must capture him. But they didn't understand how he had anticipated their attack on him. But they didn't know that Jin had known everything from the beginning. They noticed that the monsters weren't attacking him. These nail creatures didn't have a habit of attacking those who didn't touch them, and that means the two of them are a target for them. Kim Bum-sok told Yuzin to run after the boy while he dealt with the monsters, because they couldn't let him get away from them and fulfill the young Miss's request. But things were clearly not as they had imagined. Kim Bum-sok wanted to kill Jin, and he used Black Wind. He immediately took the initiative to fight. After hitting Kim Bum-sok, he said that even if they killed him, they would still come after them. The first-ranked swordsman slew two fourth-ranked swordsmen. Perhaps if they attacked more quietly, it would be more difficult. The gnolls, seeing that their assailants were dead, started to leave, so there was no reason to waste any more energy. Blackstone assumed it was over too quickly, but Jin said they still had some work to do. Blackstone was sure to send someone else to get rid of the two losers. This time Jin would ambush them. After a while, someone was walking towards the forest. He noticed how much the fog had become and how little air was left. It was the perfect arena for him. He didn't realize if they had gotten rid of the guy or not, but then he was horrified when he saw that those who had been sent to kill Jin were dead. He had killed them. At this point, Jin attacked the assassin from above, but he was able to defend himself. Jin told him that he was much better than those 2 times he was able to block the blow. The assassin didn't understand how this guy could be so strong. Jin previously knew to send someone else after the previous 2 assassins, but he didn't know who exactly. But still, he thought about how to proceed and seemed to have come up with an idea. Since it's foggy, they'll send someone with a stealthy disguise. Blackstone will help him with the plan. They waited for him in the tree, and when he appeared, they knew what to do. He was using a disguise, which made Jin's job a little more difficult, but he tried to focus on him. Jin was helped by Blackstone telling him which side he was being attacked from. When fighting a person who is disguised, he has to penetrate them with his sword at the most opportune moment. At some point, he made a distracting strike, and as soon as he was distracted by it, as Jin used an imperial projectile, and thus overpowered his opponent by throwing him aside. He breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent was indeed very strong, and if it wasn't for Blackstone, then Jin would have died. Blackstone asked if the guy would take revenge on his sister, but it was impossible in the near future since she was level 5. But still, if she continued to interfere with him, he assured his friend that he could prevent it. There must be some kind of meeting at home right now. Blackstone was used to the master not telling him anything, but he asked what was at the end of the place. Jin said there was a 3rd-rank flower and a monster. They walked and looked for the flower, and when they saw the red flower, Blackstone froze. In his world, it is called red morning flowers, just like in Jin's world. Only he advised him not to pluck the flower as it is at its best at dawn. Jin knew this, and he also expected a monster to appear. A huge monster rose from the water, protecting the flower from the likes of Jin. It was a mud golem. It was complex for the reason that it regenerated perfectly. In any case, even if this golem was low-ranked, they would need to destroy its core first. Blackstone looked at Jin and didn't understand why he was smiling. He surely remembered where the golem's core was, so he should be able to deal with it with ease. Jin asked him to be quiet as he was preventing him from concentrating. He dodged it, as he realized that if he missed even one hit, he would die. Jin noticed that the golem had the same movements as the troll he had met in his previous life, but if he didn't dodge, he wouldn't let it slip through. Now the monster's position was destroyed. All that was left of the golem were stones. Jin put strength and admiration into his sword, as he needed speed to make such a powerful attack. But they both realized that the core was not destroyed, and soon the monster would resume again. But Jin was not dismayed by this, for he felt it could serve him in his training. Blackstone didn't understand what the guy meant at first. Jin explained to him that golems coming back to life and attacking would be a useful thing for him to do now. Then Blackstone realized that Jin was up to having fun with the golem, since he knew where the core was and could kill it whenever he wanted. It was all for practice. It was probably pretty stupid at a time like this to do such a thing. He pointed Blackstone at the almost generated monster and asked if it would be right to strike in a straight line despite the swing of the sword. Blackstone said yes, And after saying that, the guy chopped the golem with just one swing of his sword. But he didn't like what he had done, as the technique he had practiced was far from perfect. Blackstone thought it was something crazy, but nevertheless he did not object to the master. But since he was going to train, Blackstone advised him to decide on the characteristics of his sword. But Jin said that he had already thought of everything for a vertical cut. He uses speed and mass, and for a blow speed and accuracy, but still his friend advised him to put his will into the sword and swing it. The sun was already setting, and since the flower could be picked up just at sunset or sunrise, they could head back, but he would need to finish something before that. He swung his sword at the guard's hand, and then pierced the palm of his hand where the core was located. He had successfully completed the task of the core to the very end. From that moment on, the rewards for completing the task began to be counted, and most of them were for increasing his friendship with Blackstone and the impression he had made on him. He had managed to unlock the first gate of the 1,000 swords, specifically the Sword of Rapture, the Sword of Mass. There was also created a sword path that contained Rapture, the power of mass and the mist that gathers cuts. Blackstone already just wanted the guy to be given everything he deserved. He denied that he was surprised. Jin asked what the fog collecting cuts meant, but Blackstone himself was surprised that the guy had learned the technique. He told Jin that he needed to deal with the morning flower. The guy jumped across the swamp to the island where the flower was growing. It was already orange, and that meant now was the time to pick it. Jin thought about how lucky he was today, because first he had a training toy that would never break, and now a morning flower. Blackstone questioned whether it was okay to use a golem for training purposes, because it was dangerous and stupid, but Jin didn't see anything wrong with it. He was wildly boastful, but he was in high spirits. They had accomplished the mission and could return. After a while, Jin emerged from the rift. Outside, the man with the association was waiting for him. He praised him for his work, but he asked the guy where the other swordsmen had gone. Jin said that they were attacked by an assassin during the mission. Then the association man argued that no one goes into the rift, but Jin brought the assassin with him and asked if the association man knew the assassin. He was the one who missed the criminal, and now he has a huge crime on his hands. Jin tried to reassure him that he had dealt with them all, but hiring a level 4 criminal to kill a family member was the Beck family's style. Jin asked if there was a bounty on the criminal's head, and the officer hurriedly told him that he would calculate the amount and credit it to Jin. He cautiously asked the gentleman how he had defeated such a dangerous criminal single-handedly and remained unharmed, to which Jin replied that it was quite simple. He left, but asked the officer to remove those guys who came with him on the mission, because they should not be in their house in any way, and they did not deserve it. Blackstone congratulated Jin on his successful return from the rift and asked what they were going to do next. Jin didn't know what he was going to think about when he got home, and there was something he was very curious and worried about. He couldn't wait to see Leah Baxon's expression when she saw her brother alive. The brother she wanted to kill, that she'd even hired a criminal to do it. The two of them stood in front of her father, who asked her what she had done, but Baxon couldn't answer him anything. Perhaps afraid of his reaction, and definitely not regretting what she had done, Jin stood nearby with a completely unperturbed face, waiting to hear his sister's excuses. Then the elder asked again, this time shouting to the entire hall. Baeksun fell to the floor and began to beg for forgiveness. The Steel brothers and sisters of Baek were present. They all heard Baeksun confess that she had purposely changed the mission to kill her brother Jin, saying that it was the duty of the divine sword, and then sent swordsmen after him to kill him. The elder listened to her and asked if that's all it was. Baeksun froze and said that's all she did. Then he said that since he had heard Baeksun, he now wanted to hear Jin's son and his version of what happened and what his sister was guilty of. He replied that her fault was that she shamefully lost to him. Using such resources to kill him, she couldn't follow through. It was her fault. Even after hiring a rank 4 assassin with a criminal background, she still lost. These words made Baeksun angry. She couldn't believe that this second-ranked brat had beaten her, defeated 3 fourth-ranked swordsmen, and was now embarrassing her in front of her father and other family members. Her father understood what his son meant, but said that she couldn't make the invitation to pass the swordback duty on her own. She had to have someone to help her, someone older. He agreed that she failed her plan with a bang. She didn't even have the help of 2 swordsmen and an assassin. He said it was her fault. Baeksun admitted that she was ashamed. Now, by all the rules of their family, Jin should take revenge on her since she tried to kill him. But he admitted that he couldn't do that now. His father laughed out loud. He asked his son if he knew that his sister had a 5th rank and even a sword squad. How was he going to defeat her? Jin repeated that he wasn't going to do it now. It was an impossible task right now. but if he gave him time, he would definitely take revenge on her. The father turned to his daughter and told her that those 20 swordsmen who were part of her squad would no longer belong to her. He ordered her to go meditate at the wall for 9 months. She had no choice but to obey her father's order. After that, the elder said that everyone could leave. The discussion was over. They all began to disperse. And then Baek called Jin over. She said that 9 months wasn't such a long time. So when she came back, they would meet him. He said he would look forward to seeing her. Already there was such an arrogant man who had no respect, and he paid for his arrogance when he beat him to a pulp. Baek Myung-hoon was still furious about losing to his younger brother. Baksun thought that unlike Baek Myung-hoon and Baek Woojin, she would definitely kill Jin. It would only take a couple months. She's definitely not a loser like them, and would finish what she started. Jin said he was looking forward to seeing them to see which one of them would die. Ma Young-hwan ran into the manager's office, excited about something. The manager asked him what he was doing at this hour. Ma Young-hwan asked him who the offenders were who were involved in the offense of the division's ability to retaliate. He answered the employee that they were Sang Jin-woo and Pak Chol-yoon. He asked why Ma Young-hwan wasn't on duty right now, but the guy said that it didn't matter now because Pak Chol-yoon was a dead 4th rank offender. The warden didn't believe it was possible, but Ma Young-hwan said it was true that the criminal had been killed and that there was a bounty on him. The boss asked how it all happened, and the employee told him that it happened in the Altered Rift Zone. He was killed by the youngest son of the Divine Sword family Beck. When the boss heard that the youngest son of Baek had done it, he realized that he was the guy who had killed Sanchin's killer and protected the explorer and the whole expedition. He was the youngest Baek, but Manhwa remembered that Baek Woojin and Baek Sona were also the youngest. The chief said that it was true that this young man had only recently reached the 2nd rank but had already killed the criminal Baek Chol-hyun, who was the 4th rank. Had he become an even stronger real monster? He was only 15 years old, and something like this was something unbelievable. Jin looked at his status. Now he had risen to a 3rd rank swordsman. He was getting stronger with each new day. He complained to Blackstone that it looked like things were going to get worse and more annoying from here on out. He wondered if the Lord wasn't happy that Baksun was being punished. But his father said that someone had helped her, and that meant that someone even stronger than Baksun wanted to kill him. But he had absolutely no idea who that could be. Suddenly, Sung-hyun walked into the room. He knew Jin was in his room right now. He asked his brother what was even going on, and why did Baksun kneel down in front of his father, and what failure were they talking about? Jin knew that Sun-hyun had just returned from a mission, so he offered him a seat since the story is quite long. He listened to Jin's story about how he was almost killed on a mission by his own sister. He asked him what he would do and what his plans of action were. Since 9 months was a short time, Jin confidently told his brother that he planned to train to beat his sister. His brother said that it was commendable that Jin would train, but his sister has many swordsmen at her command. He can help Jin, but of course it would be better if he made peace with his sister. Jin looked at his brother in surprise. He just almost got killed, and he thinks that if they make up, everything will change? Sung Yunyun sighed. He remembered the family's credo that strength above all else, and orders above all else. He apologized for asking such a stupid question of Jin, but the younger man was pleased that someone was interested in his condition and thoughts. Snyoung-hyun said he should ask him if he had any problems, because he would always help him out in any way he could. Jin thanked him for his support, but he realized that he was probably tired and wanted to rest. Blackstone looked at Seong-hyun and realized that his brother was probably uncomfortable with Jin. He must think he had changed, because a few months ago, he was the kind of person who looked hopeless and had no chance of changing. Jin felt sorry for his brother, but he's not the same as he once was, and he can't pretend to be someone else. Blackstone suggested him to use Jin, the flower he took away on the mission, and asked the Lord if he knew how to use the flower properly. It would help his magic and aura a lot. Jin's eyes lit up with admiration. He wanted Blackstone to show him how to apply it. The morning sunflower was not treated like other medicinal herbs. He could easily use it by placing it in his aura and then just eat the powder. But in this form, it would be quite hard to eat the powder. It would probably be better to mix it with water. That's what they do with many medicinal herbs before using it. Blackstone was nervous, not knowing if he could even do that, but Jin said he would drink it in one gulp, and nothing would happen. Jin got 20 points for this resistance and also 40 points to the other skills. Blackstone looked at the window of opportunity in surprise. Jin said that the system was just touched by his concern and rewarded Jin for it. But he kept denying that the guy was just lucky again. But Jin didn't deny it, and he just wanted his friend to start trusting him. Jin experienced some strange feelings, and Blackstone said that he needed to put 4 characteristics into his aura. If the sensitivity was high, he would be able to use spirit, an ability only found in special auras. Jin was surprised that Blackstone could use spirits. Blackstone said that he didn't know that he was just a sword, and all his previous masters didn't have this ability. Jin joked that he would have to find a spiritualist. Jin decided that he would deal with all of this later. Now he wanted to start practicing, and asked Blackstone where he should start this time. But someone knocked on his door and asked permission to come in, and Jin allowed it. It was Munchoyeon. He told him that he had heard about the Lord's success in fulfilling his duty to the divine sword. He had come to ask how he was feeling. Jin reminded him how he had asked him earlier not to worry about him. But Munchoyeon had reason to worry because last time Jin was attacked by Sanjinu, this time it was assassins. You never know what can happen. Blackstone tells Jin that it seems his servant is really worried about him. Apparently, he's a very loyal bodyguard, and it's a credit to Jin himself. He might as well have asked Munchin to train him, but Jin didn't know what Blackstone was talking about. He had a new assignment called True Life Experiences Best. The point of this assignment was to clear 20 dungeons that also had major monsters. Jin saw that the level of clearing had to be high, which meant that Jin would have to handle this assignment alone. Blackstone had told him that otherwise the assignment would simply not count against him, and he himself liked this kind of assignment. They must have forgotten that Munchoyeon was also in the room, and he must have just witnessed Jin's strange behavior. Jin turns to him and says that even though he's never asked him for anything, he has a favor to ask now. The first mission they went on was the dungeon of an orc, who was noted for his ability that even when wounded, he would not retreat because he was quite tough and fast. Blackstone warned that the orc used his strength and instincts when fighting, so they should avoid the first attack and then make the first move. Soon the orc began to attack, and using Blackstone's advice, the boy attacked him after. The orc had started to act. Apparently Munchin had picked a good enough place, and Blackstone was offended that he was once again praising someone else, but not the system that picked these tasks for him. But Jin said that it was not a bad thing. He would get through this task very soon. Blackstone objected, saying that the system had helped him more than once, not even twice. And Blackstone complained that he still couldn't get used to his master's new appearance. He looked like a bandit. Jin said he couldn't help it, because Monkyon had gotten him this fake persona, and he had to live up to it. The events are moved back to a few days ago. Muncho Young was holding some person's ID. Jin asked him to get this particular identity. It was the ID of a guy named Kim Ji-hoon. He has third-rank abilities and he has no family. Munchin was surprisingly quick. He advised him to change his appearance so that no one would have the slightest doubt about his identity. His aura was suspiciously black in color and he had to think about what to do about it. Jin then showed him something since Munchin had confided in him. It was a subspace pocket. Jin showed the guy what he had gotten during the successful completion of the task. It was an almighty demonic transformation mask. Munchoyeon saw in front of him just a copy of Kim Ji-hoon. He was surprised how the Lord could change so drastically and quickly. Jin said that the aura issue could be closed since he could change the color of his aura without any problems with the mask. The guy was shocked at what he saw. He had never seen anything like this before. It looked perfect, and he was sure that no one would ever recognize Jin like this. Munchin was the first person Jin told about the mask, and the reason he told him about it was because he considered the guy his protector and trusted him more than anyone else. Moon Choyan couldn't understand why Jin trusted him, because when he received the letter about his debt to the divine sword, he must have overreacted and said too much. Jin said that even though he knew that he was only there for him because of the elder's orders, he was the first person who genuinely cared about him besides Song-hyun. It seemed to him that the guy was genuinely interested and worried about him, and he was very grateful and glad to have such a person by his side. Munchin was touched by those words, and he said that he would protect Jin in any way he could, because he sees his potential. He promised that he would never tell anyone about what Jin had told and shown him, not even the elder. He was sure the guy had a good reason why he was hiding that mask. Jin said it was true that he was going to go down to the second-rank dungeon. Much to Munchoyeon's surprise, he is a rank 1 swordsman who defeated 2 rank 4 criminals and is about to visit a rank 2 dungeon. There are already rumors about him because of the anti-criminal users department. They call him the monster and genius of the Baek family. And what will those people think when they find out that Jin is walking around the second-rank dungeon? They will start to doubt his strength. And the most important reason was his sister Baeksun. He didn't want any more encroachments on his life. Munchin said that he would look for a dungeon for Jin so that he could start training as soon as possible. Jin asked him to find one so that the monster leaders would be there, and he said that they would try to make it happen. After he came out, Blackstone confessed that he thought that a man like Munchin would definitely support Jin to the end and would keep his word. He was completely on his side. He had finally found his first ally. There were about 50 monsters in the dungeon. Jin suggested they both calm down and concentrate. They still had a long way to go. The orcs began to attack in a group. But since Jin already knew the tactics he would follow, he confidently fought off the monsters, dealing damage and weakening them. Even though they were actively attacking him, he was still successful in destroying them. He had a map with the locations of these monsters. It made their job easier since they didn't have to search everywhere. Blackstone reminded Jin that this was a kind of cheating. Meanwhile, he himself was fighting the monsters, and it was estimated that he had about 40 orcs left to destroy. He hid his sword and decided to rest for a while, for apparently the leader would be arriving very soon. The map showed that he was approaching. His specialty was the use of his shield. The monster came straight to their hands and they didn't even have to look for him. But because of his shield feature, it would be much harder to attack him. They would have to break his position. Jin took Blackstone's advice into consideration and started walking towards the orc. He would have to face such a ringleader about 19 more times, so there was no time to wait. He tried to attack him, but the orc used a shield, and then Jin realized that the opponent was quite strong in defense, and fighting him face-to-face would not work. Blackstone asked Jin to dodge the orc, but he didn't want to do that because if he followed this tactic, it would take years to fight. He learned a new tactic while fighting the golem, and if his prediction is correct, the sword contains delight and power. He will use the power of the vertical slash to destroy its position. He created a vague, dominating cut that was able to destroy the orc leader's position, and thus making the dungeon completely cleared. It was a successful completion. He was getting a little tired. Blackstone had noticed that, with a mixture of elation and strength, Jin was turning into the truest monster. He himself recognized that when he used all of his aura, he became much stronger than expected. As he approached the monster, he noticed that a belt had appeared near it. Blackstone wondered how a guy could so easily approach a dead monster without being disgusted. Jin decided to ask Blackstone how he could appreciate this find. He only acted polite when he needed something. Blackstone asked to see Jin's reward. The guy thought that by all appearances it was a pretty good item and was quite rare. It wasn't just not bad at all. It was remarkable. He should be grateful to the system. This dungeon was quite suitable for gaining combat experience. They noticed a commotion around them. It was because the orc leader had been destroyed, and now the dungeon was disappearing. The mission was over, and now they could return home. When they came out of the rift, there were already people waiting for Jin, or rather Kim Ji-hoon, to come back from the mission. They were discussing how fast everything had happened, and the guy told them that he had been lucky today, and the day had not been wasted. He was approached by Munchoyun, who praised the gentleman for returning safely. Jin replied that he had destroyed 40 orcs and their leader. He didn't believe it at first, thinking that he meant that he had formed a team, but Jin replied that he had not, as he had come for training and had destroyed the monsters alone. Munchoyun looked at the Lord in surprise and didn't understand why such a talented and brave guy like him was always treated so badly. He said that he would immediately start looking for a new dungeon for Jin. He was honored to serve a man like Jin. Successful missions came one after another, and Jin didn't even realize that he had successfully cleared the 4th dungeon. Blackstone asked him if he had noticed how happy Munchin was when he found a new dungeon for his master. It was the first time Jin had seen him so happy. But Blackstone wondered how Munchin asked Jin which dungeon he liked better, the one that killed 2 people or the one that killed him. He felt like he was purposely giving Jin the hardest missions without the easiest ones. But Jin said that this was the kind of mission he needed to train for, even though today's mission was unusual. These people had a very strange expression on their faces. Maybe it was because they were used to constant battles, but they still looked strange. Even before entering the dungeon, these people divided into 3 groups. The first group lures the monsters, and the second group destroys them. The third group keeps watch. Suddenly, a man called out to him. He said that this was his work area, but he would turn a blind eye to his presence here for 80% of the proceeds. Jin didn't understand what he meant, and the man told him that if he gave him 80% of the items and magic stones he found, he would let him go. You shouldn't go into other people's territory to avoid getting into trouble. Since today's dungeon was quite lucrative, he might offer the guy to join his guild. Blackstone asked Jin what the man was talking about. The guy told him that he now understood why these people had such faces. He definitely knew something about it. Even in his past life, there were such people who signed slave contracts with weak people. The man threatened that if the guy refused, he could say goodbye to his hand. It was a guild of bastards operating on multiple levels. He replied that he didn't have time for such nonsense, so he could leave such nonsense to his slaves. And these words made the man angry. He tried to attack Jin, but he managed to dodge and hit him first. He fell to the ground with a scream, and they had time to escape. These types always talked a lot about nothing, trying to seem stronger than they were. The people who were in the man's guild were apparently on his side as well. He decided to tell Blackstone about this guild. He knew who these people were, and they were here because of their financial situation and were willing to rob and kill for money. They were divided into 3 groups, but it was actually one guild. They did everything to monopolize this dungeon, crushing the numbers and thus keeping everything for themselves. That's how they acted. And probably this type is also part of the guild, but over time has turned into the ringleader. And it's him who is contracted. But he's not going to get rid of all these people. He's only going to get rid of the ringleader. He called the leader, who resented that he wanted to solve everything normally, but now it will not work. He threatened to kill him. Surprisingly, he didn't lose consciousness. One of the guild members told the leader that this guy is not like a normal swordsman, as he went after the monster leader alone. But he didn't want to listen and said that even though the guy hadn't been here long, he had already killed a 4th-rank swordsman, and they were all here because of that. The beating and threats were no different from Jin's behavior. He threatened the people that if they stood by and did nothing, he'd kill them all. He was really going to crush them in numbers. But Jin didn't see it as a threat, as their advantage was only in their numbers, not in the quality of their work. The whole group of them started attacking him, and the leader was encouraging them to deal with the cocky guy. But suddenly the smirk on his face disappeared when he realized that the guy had disappeared somewhere. Jin began to destroy his opponents one by one with great speed, which frightened the leader who underestimated him. Jin walked up to him and told the frightened leader that he was just an ordinary 3rd-rank swordsman who was just passing by. Jin turns to the leader. He warns him in advance that if he continues to do what this organization is doing now, he will cut off his head. The man was frightened enough not to cross Jin anymore. His name was Kim Dok-chul. He said he was a member of the Black Mantis Guild, but Jin realized that Kim was lying to him and asked him a second time what guild he belonged to. Kim Dok-chul said he was part of the Tribune Guild. Blackstone saw the look on Jin's face. He apparently knew what guild it was. As it turned out, it was a tiered guild that would grow to a huge scale in 10 years, but it wouldn't become bigger than the Beck family, Blackstone thought. All of these people who came to this dungeon today were from this guild, but Kim said that to monopolize the dungeon, he had also brought people from the lower guilds here. Under their guild, there are about 8 such small factions. Jin then assumed that these people were the same as their ringleader, but he denied it. These people were forced to join by force, intimidated by threats to their families or tricked through acquaintances, brainwashed. Then Ji asked him who gave the orders to do all this, but Kim said he didn't know. The guy didn't really believe in the words of such a scoundrel and criminal. He said that he didn't know anyone higher up in the organization. Jin realized that he was just a small fish in the organization. Kim Dok-chul said he told the guy everything he knew and asked him to let him go, but Jin did it his way, and it only took one swing of his sword. Blackstone agreed with him that since this man had betrayed his comrades, he didn't deserve to live, but he realized that the death of such an insignificant and pathetic man would have no effect on the Tribune Guild in the future. Suddenly, there was a new and unexpected assignment that said that Jin would have to bring down the Tribune Guild, that is, destroy it. The reward offered was a reward of 700 points and secret projectiles. It was quite an unexpected task, and the reward for it was also very suggestive. Jin said that he could not refuse such an interesting assignment and would accept it. But he should realize that the guild leader was an extremely cautious person. They should only make one mistake, and that person would immediately disappear. He was distracted from these thoughts by the people who begged him to spare them because they knew nothing. Jin turned to them and told them to tell their leaders that he wanted to join the Tribune Guild. One of the old men in the crowd said that this was impossible, as they were of a lower position. But Jin assured them that if they told their leaders, their requests would reach the leader, and then they would definitely be accepted if they swore to serve faithfully. Terrified at what they had seen, they said they would do as Jin told them. Blackstone asked the guy if he thought Jong Yunun would find out, and he confidently said yes. He was so sure for the reason that in his previous life, when he had read the newspapers about uncovering multi-level guilds, there must be a person from there as well. After arriving home, Jin met up with Muncho Yan and asked him if he knew about the Tribune Guild. He replied that this was the first time he had heard of it. Jin told him about this multi-level organization, and that people from this organization had attacked him in the dungeon. After saying that, Muncho Young jumped out of his seat. After hearing about the attack on the Lord, He asked if he was all right. He looked very worried and asked Jin if he needed a doctor. Blackstone picked up once again how loyal the servant was to Jin. He had heard of tiered guilds earlier. They get equipped and contracted. The percentage keeps increasing. And before the victims of the rogue's manipulation can pay the full amount, they are already being exploited in the dungeons. Blackstone looked at the food they were served and didn't listen to what the guys were saying. They needed more information about the Tribunal Guild. Jin explained that he had a case related to them. He had seen many people in the dungeon who were enslaved by the guild. Moon Choi-in assumed that the guy wanted to destroy the guild in order to free those people. Jin played along, saying that he didn't like the organization's methods, and because of that, he wanted to intervene. There was also a mission that he didn't tell Moon Choi-in about for obvious reasons. Moon Kyung could not contain his admiration for Jin, who acted as the most just and honorable person in the world every time. The other members of the Baek family didn't care about the problems of the common people at all. Jin was completely different. It looked like Munchin was barely holding back tears. He could see that Jin had a very good heart. The path of justice he had been waiting for, and perhaps a man like Jin could follow that path. He could probably change his Beck family. Blackstone noticed that Moon Jun didn't look at Jin as a hero. He didn't see anyone else who could do such a thing. He said he would look into the information about the guild and report everything to Jin. Jin was flattered by such loyalty, but asked him to at least eat first. He told Moon Choi-in that he would also have a request. There was one rumor he wanted him to spread, and Moon Choi-in was wary. A month later at the Tribune Guild, the leader heard a rumor that one person was very eager to join their guild. He asked his subordinate about this person's abilities, and he said that this guy had single-handedly killed the head of one of the groups, even though all the members of that gang were there. They investigated, and this guy is not affiliated with any association or any major guild. He's a rank 4 swordsman and he's 29, so he could have impressive prospects in the future with this skill set. He justified his desire to join the Tribune Guild by saying that he liked their way of monopolizing dungeons. At the end of that mission, he had appropriated all the magic stones and items, so it could be assumed that this guy was very greedy for money. It could even be said that he was greedy for it, because if rumors were to be believed, the guy spent a huge portion of his loot on gambling. He was perfect for them, and the leader ordered them to bring him here. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Jin had already cleared the 9th dungeon, and he had done it very quickly for the first time, which Blackstone had also noticed. Munchin had been putting all of himself into finding dungeons for Jin, but Blackstone thought something strange. It had been a month, and the guild people still hadn't contacted Jin. But Jin said that was not the case. They would show up soon, and he had been warned about it. As it happened, a man came up to them and asked if the guy was Kim Ji-hoon. The Tribune was already looking for him. The man who approached him introduced himself as Son Tae-yoon from the Tribune Guild. Jin said that he already thought that their organization wasn't interested in him, but Son Tong refuted that if the guy hadn't changed his mind yet, he was offering to go with him. Jin decided to appear as tough as he was back then in the dungeon, making Son Tae-yoon apologize for their silence for a month. And now he's telling him about some nonsense. Son Tae-yoon said he was sorry, but if the guy didn't come through with him, he would regret it. Jin didn't understand why on earth he should believe him, which he stated to the man. As a sign of apology, Song Tae-yoon held out his hand holding the magic stones. He promised the boy that if he went with him, he would earn another crystal. Jin praised him and took the stone. Apparently the man had some manners. As Son Tae-yoon guessed, the guy really liked money. Jin told him to lead him where he needed to go, and Son Tae-yoon motioned for him to get in the car. Moon Choi-young would secretly accompany the lord. Their target was Jong-yoon's base not far from the guild. He must arrive on Jin's signal so that they wouldn't be suspected. He could trust him completely. They arrived at their destination, and Son Tae-yoon said that the guild leader would be waiting for the guy inside. Jin alerted Blackstone by saying that he hoped he would be able to complete the task faster this time. But he didn't explain anything and just asked him to watch. After a while, Jin was already in the office of the leader, who happily welcomed the new candidate to their guild. Jin noticed that although it was a warm meeting, they had made him wait for a month before responding to his request to become a part of the guild. The leader didn't hide the fact that the reason they took so long to respond to Jin was because they were looking for information about him and it took time. Blackstone told Jin that he was right when he said that the guild would dig for him. They were really careful and serious. The leader asked the guy if he would join their guild, and he said with a smirk on his face that he would be willing to give any help to the guy in return for helping them. But Jin didn't want to seem like a simpleton, and said that he wasn't going to wait that long even for top-notch service. And since they had spent so much time searching for information about him, he wanted to see what they could do. He asked them to provide him with 14 dungeons with second-rank monster hoods. If they could do it in 2 weeks, he would agree to cooperate with them. Now Blackstone understood what Jin meant. when he said that the quest would be over soon. The villains should be used just like their previous victims. He told Jin that such a request could only be handled by a large and strong guild, such as the Divine Swordback family, but Jin asked him why he was comparing himself to that shitty family. The leader was shocked by such a statement. Jin said that he thought they had several guilds at their disposal. He told him that if they gave all the dungeons to Jin, they would be left with nothing, but the guy said that they could be patient, but then they would get much more than they ever had thanks to him. The boss was interested, and Jin promised that he would do exactly what he said he would do, while he thought about how he would tear the place to shreds. Then the ringleader said that they were willing to not even give the guy 12 dungeons, but Jin said that if he was going to reduce the amount of what he was asking for, then there was no deal. The leader said that there was no point in bargaining and let him not even try it. He wouldn't give more. At this moment, Sontan walked into the office. Jin smiled and said that he realized what level this guild was at now. He headed towards the exit, saying that they knew how to contact him and where to find him, but next time asked him not to be late like this time. As soon as he left the office, Sontan started to apologize to the boss for not even realizing how arrogant the guy was, but unexpectedly, the boss said that there was nothing wrong with it since the guy was quite interesting. He said that he liked his greed for money and the way he talked and promised their guild didn't need a man but a scoundrel like him. Perhaps giving him 11 dungeons was too much. But like he said, the guy was quite smart and interesting. But if he didn't do his job, he would make him feel so much pain that he would wish he were dead. He ordered Santiyu to give the guy all 11 dungeons tomorrow, but to make sure that there were as many ants as possible, he couldn't wait to see the result of this arrogant guy's work. Meanwhile, Jin was walking along with Blackstone. He asked the gentleman if he had thought about the fact that he had asked for 14 dungeons in the first place, and Jin confirmed that he had asked for more than he really needed from the beginning, because he knew that the bastard would haggle with him and offer him less than he needed, which was quite clever but risky. It would be interesting to see their faces when they realized how Jin had fooled them. They would soon realize it, and the two of them would watch it. He walked over to some back alley where Muncheon was, who would have to find the secret location of Jongyon's base, where all the guild's documents were kept. Muncheon told him not to worry, and he would do everything as expected of him. The next day in the second-rank dungeon, Jin looked around and couldn't believe that these people were able to find him such a suitable place in just one day. Now he liked their attitude towards someone's requests. Blackstone noticed some man they might have seen before. He told Jin about it. Not far away from them stood Hong In-soo, that mister who was meddling in their affairs. He looked very strange. They both noticed it, considering his condition and where they were. It could be assumed that he had been dragged into this multi-ranked scam. He had always seemed like a proper and kind person to Jin, the kind of people who are usually taken advantage of and have a very hard time in life. Jin was angry. He was angry at those bastards who had dragged a man like Hong into this dirty business. Blackstone suggested that the guy pull himself together and calm down a bit. He understood his feelings and that he felt sorry for the man. Jin realized that if they backed away from their plan, then it was all for nothing. But he just couldn't pretend that he didn't know Hong. He hated Kim Ji-hoon for what he was going through right now. Santian said that he would guide them to where they needed to go, and casually asked if the guy liked the dungeon. He explained that he would call the ants, which is what they called the monsters living here, so he asked them to disperse. He also said that he was not only here for the ants, but also for the stones that were collected here. Jin asked if the head had told him what to do here, and Sontang replied that he had sent him to the Lord to give him better service. Blackstone as well as Jin realized that the man was lying to say the least, but the reason was different, and he was here to look after Jin. Jin thought that if this man was watching him, he would surely have to stay calm and could destroy this entire guild. After saying that, Jin began to deal with the monsters. The dungeon was just perfect for him. He had done his job. The days he had spent cleaning up the dungeons had flown by, but still Jin was incredibly tired. Blackstone noticed that the guy had managed to clear all the remaining dungeons in just 11 days. It was just crazy. The opportunity window showed that the guy had gotten the title of a participant in 20 real battles, and all of his stats had been increased. These missions were indeed useful, but since Jin wouldn't be alone on such missions, he felt sorry for the people who risked their lives for him. But most of all, he didn't want Hong to get hurt as a result of the mission. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He gathered his thoughts and decided to look at the state of his capabilities. He saw that thanks to these quests, the strength of his Black Imperial projectile had increased, and all the other characteristics had also increased significantly. Blackstone reminded Jin that Jong Henun was now rank 5, and Son Theun was rank 4 before going to fight them. He would have to spend the points he had collected to improve his abilities. This would be the right decision, and Jin decided to spend these points on his physical potential. And he decided to pump his own magical abilities to a medium level, and he didn't forget about swordsmanship. He will fight with the energy of the sword, and it all comes in handy. After Jin's chosen improvements, his body began to take on a new look according to his newfound abilities. Blackstone congratulated the guy for finally having a medium level. It was much better. Jin felt that he had become much stronger. His body had changed, and surprisingly, he wasn't even in pain during the transformation. Song Taeun came over to him and praised Jin for a job well done. He said it was time for him to leave and he could take him with him. Jin told Sun Taong that he would go with him because he had to visit someone. They were already in Jung's office. Who greeted them? Jin told him that with his help, he had cleared all the dungeons as he wanted. Jung noticed that the guy's tone had changed to more businesslike and told him so. Jin replied that he couldn't talk differently to the boss he was going to work for all his life. This answer amused the boss. The guy knew exactly how to behave. Jin asked Jung if he could ask him a question. He replied that he could, since he was now a member of their family. They stood across from each other, and Jin asked how Hong and Soo got into his guild. Jung didn't realize who he was talking about at first, but Santahun reminded him that he was the guy the boss thought was an idiot at first. And then Hong almost helped his colleague escape. Jung Hoonan wondered with a laugh. He remembered this man who first wanted to help his co-worker escape and then was brought into the guild forcibly. Jin heard that they threatened his family. Hong was scared for his daughter, whom they threatened to take away from him. Under such pressure, the man joined the guild, and what was most amusing, as Jung thought, was that his daughter also joined the guild to help her father. These miserable people thought that if they worked together, they could pay off their debts faster, thanks to people like them. Their guild continues to exist. Now Jung gave Jin a job. He ordered him to get rid of the association group leader Yi Young-yoon, but Jin quickly picked up the phone and started calling someone. This scared Jin as he didn't expect such a reaction. Munchon's voice was heard, and he greeted Jin. The boy asked if he had managed to find out anything. Munchon replied that in Jung Hyungan's second tower, he had found documents that had to do with the multi-level guild, the number and abilities of the members, and ways to subjugate themselves. The use of resources? He had managed to find documents indicating the girlfriends of the user association. Now it was up to them to decide what to do with them. Jung didn't know now who this guy in front of him was. He and Song Taeun looked at him fearfully. Jin used the power of the fragile knight. And while Jung and Son Taeun were in a confused state, he attacked them. He had a personal motive, and wanted to show those bastards that there would always be someone stronger and more cunning than them. Apparently he's done with Suntown, but not the leader yet. Blackstone agreed that the attack had been sudden and spectacular, but he should focus and finish what he'd started. Jung was angry. He grabbed the sword that was lying beside him and thought that Jin had been sent by Yi Young-hyun's association, but Jin didn't want to reveal the intrigue. Jung didn't need to know the truth. He was ready to tear the guy apart, but as soon as he was close to Jin, he used a sword spell that just touched his opponent's sword and pierced him. Their swords locked together, and Jung couldn't even move, but somehow he managed to bounce back. Jin said that this maneuver cost his opponent organ damage at the very least. Jin did well, and he has a good chance of winning. Blackstone said that the head is going to tear Jin apart with the power of his aura. He knows his strengths. Jin asked his friend for advice, and he told him that he could either block Jung's punch or overpower him with even more power. Jin decided that it was too late to block the punch, so he had only one choice left. He teamed up with Jung in battle, Blackstone assisting him. He told the master when he needed to use the Imperial projectile so that it would cause maximum damage to the enemy. The mastermind didn't expect such a strong strike and tried to block it. He failed. There was a huge explosion. After the dust settled a bit, it was clear that Jung was injured quite badly. Jin approached him. Jung asked fearfully what this guy wanted. Then Jin took off his mask and said that he openly despised his family, but he liked their creed. Jung didn't understand anything. He looked at him. You can't make a pact with an enemy even on the verge of death. And then the ringleader realized that this guy had something to do with the Beck family. Jin said he couldn't let a bastard like Jung just sit in jail, and swinging his sword at him, he finished what he started. Jin watched as he was rewarded for his work. He was happy that he had finally finished his tasks. His efforts had paid off, but he was tired because he must have used up a lot of aura. Blackstone also noticed that the guy was hardly on his feet after the fight. He lay down on the ground. He called Munchoyin, and he would probably come and get him soon. Apparently, Jin would wake up in the medical office again. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were his faithful servants waiting for him to wake up. He should take his health more seriously because he was always wearing himself out. Jin replied that he knew this would happen, so he contacted Munchon, but but suddenly he noticed an unfamiliar face and asked who it was. The man came to his bedside and said that they had never met before. He was the head of the criminal search department of the Yeongyun Association, and he had come to thank the guy personally. They had received information that there was a multi-ranked tribune guild that had many criminals associated with it. He started a case and searched for them, but they turned out to be more cunning and quite powerful, making the investigation very difficult and slow. There were also people in the association who cooperated with the guild, and because of that, they got away with it. Given the way Jin himself had dealt with the criminals, and not only got rid of them, but also managed to dig up a lot of documents on them, some of which were very helpful to the association in the investigation, as well as freeing more than 400 people from the guild's slavery. With these documents, they were able to identify all the victims. All contracts became null and void, and all of the Tribune Guild's assets were given to compensate for the moral and physical damages of the victims. Jin smiled. This all meant that Hong was free again, and also his daughter who was in the guild. Munchin said that everywhere is just talking about how a 16-year-old boy was able to defeat a multi-level guild and a level 5 ringleader. Yi Young-hyun said that he truly respected Jin for his special sense of justice and sense of duty to the unprotected people. Jin realized that since everyone was really already aware of the situation, his father must have already known about it. After taking out 2 4th-ranked criminals, it was pretty impressive and expected that he would be able to do the same with a 5th-ranked criminal. But he still did well. It turned out that Jung Hyunut was an alias, and the investigator only found out after checking. Soon the reward for catching the criminal should be on Jin's account. So they should go, because it's embarrassing that Jin just woke up and they're already giving him a lot of information. As soon as they left the room, Jin saw that he got a surprise. 2 rewards. It was worth the work he did. Blackstone asked the guy to take an even better look, and Jin noticed that the opportunity window said that he was able to touch the hearts of many people and earned their admiration. For this, he was added the opportunity to the 1,000 sword spell. Blackstone was shocked that no one had ever been given such a reward before. He couldn't believe that Jin didn't know what it all meant. Jin decided to check out the rewards. He replied to Blackstone that he was quite focused on just the tasks, and the reward was pretty good. It was a random choice again, and Jin thought that all future awards would be given out the same way. Blackstone was curious what Jin would choose this time. He couldn't wait to see his reward. He had 2 chances, so he chose the first one without much thought. The reward was a pebble, and Jin was upset about it. But Blackstone thought that justice had been served now. The guy finally got nothing, and would be able to come down a little bit from feeling the bitterness of losing. Jin didn't pay attention and decided to get the second card. He stared at it, and Blackstone said that maybe he would get a rare item. Because it's not easy to pick good cards all the time, Jin got a spiritual stone with 4 attributes, which contained the 4 elements. He had 2 attribute-related rewards, so he would probably have to look for a magician or an attribute appraiser. Blackstone warned Jin that if he used this stone now, he could raise one of his attributes to a medium level, and thus become stronger. Jin decided to listen to the servant and use the attribute right now. He crushed it in his hands and began to gain the energy of the stone. He increased his sensitivity and resistance to attributes, and Blackstone said that the guy was very lucky to have this reward. After opening it, he received the 10,000 Swords award. It turned out that this award was also important, but Jin didn't use another one of his awards. He was faced with the task of choosing one of the 2 cards, and Blackstone said that no matter what, Jin had already gotten a decent reward. Looking at the right card, Jin decided to choose it. It was the Open Sword Paths reward. Blackstone was shocked. This was crazy. Jin's skills were at master level. The system had checked his qualifications, which gave Jin a huge headache. Blackstone calmed the guy down, saying it would pass soon. A sword of rapture and a sword of lightning were revealed to Jin. A sword path of rapture and lightning was created with a falling flash of thunder. Jin came to his senses and said a sword path appeared in his mind. This was the first time Blackstone had seen someone being given a sword path as a reward. He resented Jin for being grateful to a system that apparently loves him, but Jin had achieved it himself. After some time, he was already at his father's reception. He looked at his son and noticed that he had almost recovered. This time, the guy was something interesting again. No 16-year-old had ever been able to kill a rank 5 opponent before. Jin had not only defeated the Tribune Guild, but also all the factions that came with it. But Jin kept his serious tone unwavering. He answered his father that he was a member of the Baek family, and it was in his blood to challenge someone. He just felt he had to destroy them all. His father smiled at that and said that was excellent. Jin could never even think that he would ever hear such words from him. The elder told him that there are people who doubt Jin's strength, and the fact that he has defeated the 4th and 5th ranked swordsmen, those who consider themselves equal to the Baek family, and they laugh at Jin, which is disgusting for his father to hear. So he will prepare Jin so that he can do his best to shut their mouths. Jin didn't expect this turn of events. His father said something about preparation. It turns out that there was a 3rd ranked dungeon that had always gone unnoticed. It could mean that there was a new monster, the magic power there was of the 4th level, and his father said that he would spread the rumor that his son had taken part in clearing the dungeon. Blackstone was impressed by this action. Rumors about Jin were spreading very fast, so if anyone heard that Jin had gone to the dungeon, the enemies would go to the dungeon. Jin asked if he understood correctly that his father wanted him to kill all the monsters and overtake all the monsters before he did. His father said that's what he meant. The dungeon was completely unknown, so everyone had an equal chance. Jin will have to defeat them all and prove that they are not equal to the Baek family. Blackstone said that his father is still crazy about Jin. His son just got out of the hospital and he's sending him to the slaughterhouse again. Jin asked his father what support from the family would be. The elder smirked. He wouldn't send a man with his son to help him, but he would give him level 5 equipment. Apparently, Jin would only be able to take Munchoyan with him. This mission was more difficult than the one Baeksan had arranged for him. He asked what would happen if he was defeated or died in the dungeon, and his father said that nothing would happen. He shouldn't regret his defeats. It was cruel to his own son. Jin said that he must defeat his father. He must defeat him while he is still alive, so that he can take his place and become the head of the family. He said he accepted the task and would fulfill it by destroying all the ringleaders. His father said he would give Jin's guards all the details of the assignment. Jin walked away and thought about what would change this rotten family. The elder looked at him and thought that if Jin died, he would probably be a little sad. Meanwhile, Yonghwa ran into the office somewhere, scaring her brother who didn't expect her to come in without knocking. She scared him a little, but she said it wasn't important right now. She asked if he knew about the rumors from the Baek family, and apparently he had heard about them and the youngest son. He knew that the teenager had defeated a multi-level guild and killed a level 5 opponent, but Yonghwa said that there were new rumors that a new dungeon had been found, and Jin was going there, so she would go no matter what. Meanwhile, Jin's servants were trying to prove to him that something was wrong because it was a 3rd level dungeon, and he was being sent there alone. Jin tried to prove that it was a simple matter for him, but they reminded him that he had just gotten out of the hospital. Jin argued that he was already fine and fully recovered, but Munchun was still worried about the Lord. He held a letter in his hand and handed it to Jin, as he already knew it was a new dungeon, whose strength was rated at level 3 and nothing else was known. This made Blackstone a little worried that nothing had changed, and the dungeon was still almost unknown. But let it be so. They had information that would help them in their mission. Jin thought it would be of little help, for the information was incomplete. Suddenly he read that this dungeon could not be cleared because the monsters were breaking out. Blackstone thought that the guy knew something about this place, and apparently he did, because he reasoned that it would be easier for him to prepare. Jin was asked if Monk Yung alone wouldn't be enough in such a difficult dungeon. Jin confidently replied that he alone would be enough, and suggested that he get down to business. He wrote a small list and gave it to the servants. He asked them to buy everything he wrote there, and not to worry about the money. They could use the elder's name. After reading the list, no one understood what the items were, but Jin said that they would help him clean up the dungeon completely. The next day, Jin and Munchun were standing near the entrance to the dungeon, which looked like a huge block of stone. Jin decided to ask his partner what they talked to the man about when Jin was in the hospital room. Moon Choyun realized that the guy was referring to Lee Young-hyun. He replied that he just told him the truth. He said that Jin is a very strong swordsman who follows the path of justice, that they made a plan to infiltrate the guild, and that the guy always fights alone. He also said that the Lord just loves to help people, and so on down the list, but he was then stopped and not allowed to tell. Jin was flattered by such compliments, and Blackstone was curious to see the look on Munchoan's face if he found out that the guy was doing all of this solely because of the missions. Munchoan went on to say that he was just telling the man the truth, because he wasn't sure if Jin realized how much people admired him and his accomplishments, but there were also those who didn't believe him, not seeing him as a fighting spirit or anything special. Jin was popular and realized that he had achieved this because of Munchoan. He had changed a lot during their time together. Before, Munchoan had been a quiet mouse. He told Jin that he might think he was a strong swordsman, but his childhood was difficult, as he had spent it in a terrible guild where human lives were worthless and were like a bargaining chip. Jin understood his partner's pain. Munchoan dreamed of becoming a strong swordsman, but not at such a cost, so he lost everything and became the boy's escort. His father told him to follow Jin wherever he went. He had no idea that a seemingly weak guy like Jin, whom he didn't even consider, would become so great. At first he thought he was faking it, but when Sanganu was ambushed, and even when Baksin faked the mission, Jin still continued to genuinely care about other people. He supposed he might have spoken too boldly, but the rest of the family treated their guards like inanimate objects, and only Jin treated him and Yoongjun as equals. Jin understood the guy's feelings, because he had once been treated the same way by his family in his previous life, and now that he had a chance to be reborn, he tried to treat everyone kindly. Everyone who either didn't know him in his past life or had treated him well in his past life. When Jin trusted him with his secret mask, he decided that he would follow his master anywhere. And after his master said that he was doing all this to save people's lives, he decided that he would give his life for him, because his master had stopped pretending to be like him. Jin thought about the fact that there was another person who wanted to change the Beck family, who had the same goals as him. He told his partner that they would do it. They would change all those things that displeased them, in particular the Baek family itself. They would make it together, so that swordsmen and commoners would be respected in their family, where human traits would be more important than accomplishments and material goods. This inspired Muncheon, and he bowed to Jin and said he was with us. Now they needed to focus on the dungeon. At that moment, Yonghwa, who they definitely didn't think they'd meet here, walked up to them. Muncheon said it was the one from the Jock family. Jin asked her whether he should call her Park Yeonhwa or Jung Yeonhwa. She laughed, saying that she was always Jung Yeonhwa, and he didn't even remember her, even though she was constantly improving her fighting skills. Jin wondered if she was doing this because of him, but she said to ignore it. She just came to see a familiar face and say hello. Besides, she'll show what she can do, and then they'll see who wins. Jin said he wasn't her opponent, and there was no point in him looking for a winner. Blackstone didn't like the way the guy acted around her, because obviously he could have been nicer to her, but Jin was just having fun teasing her. He actually thought she was a little calmer and stronger. She was far away from Jin, but she was already approaching rank 4. They started walking towards the dungeons and saw the others, and they weren't bad either. Muncheon decided to warn the Lord before they entered the dungeon. That big man Song Jin-hoon from the Light Gate. They all said they weren't interested in the dungeon, but as soon as they found out that Baek's youngest son would be there, they started to move. Song Jin-hwan from the Phoenix Guild and Kwang Hoon from the Hero Guild also came. They all seemed to be the same age. During this mission, the guards are not allowed to interfere until the situation becomes critical, for the reason that this is a battle of the children of each of the known families. The dungeon opened and could be entered. All the mission plots hurried to be the first to get in. When everyone had entered, Jin suggested his partner to slowly go in. Once there, he wondered a bit if they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Everyone looked at the large castle and marveled at the rarity of such a place. Yima, meanwhile, already knew what kind of dungeon it was. Blackstone asked how Jin felt about what he saw in front of him. The guy replied that this place hadn't changed much. While the others continued to look around, apparently the dungeon was in the form of a castle. There was an entrance of several doors here. The entrances were located on the east, south, and north and west. Song Jin-hoon checked it out. From here, only the east, south, and west doors were visible. Then he decided to go through the north side and ordered the servants to get ready. Suddenly he turned to Jin and told him that since everyone was gathered here, he wanted everyone to know that the person who defeats the leader of the monsters will take all the weapons of the others. Everyone was surprised at such a bold statement. Song Jong-hoon said that since they were going to compete with each other, they would do it big time. The one who defeated the leader would take the weapons. The guys standing around said that they agreed to the rules. Yonghwa also agreed. Jin calmly accepted the rules. Let it be as this guy asked. Seong Jong-hoon. After hearing everyone rushed forward, he accepted everyone's answers and said that they had no way back. He seemed to be another scumbag. The Phoenix Guild decided to go east. The Hero Guild went west. Yonghwa decided to go south. Those were the only doors left. She looked at Jin and asked if he was going, but he said he was going to look around for now. The girl told him that she realizes he is very strong and talented, but if he stands idle like this, nothing good will end for him. Not only her family is famous. The guys who got together here were pretty strong. Jin asked if she was worried about him, and she yelled that she didn't care about him at all. She would beat him. She won't let anyone do it faster than her. She's going south before it's too late. But she still advised Jin not to linger. And he turned to her and asked her to be careful, because now he was already worried about her. That rude boy. She told him to be careful too, and now that everyone was gone, he and Munchun were alone, and he told him that it was probably a risky bet to make. Jin joked that the guy should get ready to carry his weapon of choice, and Blackstone noticed that the guy was brimming with confidence. Jin said that he definitely wouldn't lose, and he was sure of it. Now he has to decide where to go, and Jin pointed his finger to the window of the castle. And Blackstone and Munchun were surprised by this decision, because he could have gone in through the doors, like all the other people. But Jin said that he, as a member of the Baek family, doesn't follow other people's paths. He makes his own, so they jumped through the window and were inside the castle. Outside there was a corridor, but it was definitely not that simple. This dungeon seemed to have a labyrinthine effect. Jin said that this was definitely part of his plans. If you go into a castle dungeon like this, you can go to a random place. So if they were lucky, this path would lead them straight to the monster leader. But if you were unlucky, you might end up underground. Blackstone realized that his master was just lucky again, and it irritated him more than a little. Apparently, the leader of the monsters was not here. They must be somewhere in the center, and there are no monsters or people here. Munchun was worried that this place was a labyrinth, but Jin said that they would have no problem using it. Munchun took out a smoke ball from his pocket that he was going to use. They had to wait a little while for the smoke to spread everywhere. It would help them, because once it enveloped the entire dungeon, a map would appear in front of them. Munchun asked if the Lord knew this was going to happen, and Jin replied that he had just prepared for all possible outcomes since this was a new dungeon. He praised the master again, calling him awesome, and Blackstone watched Jin pretend to be a good guy. He sure was enjoying it. The smoke had dispersed far enough, and now they had a map. It was pretty quick. Meanwhile, Song Jin-hun slammed his fist against the wall. Judging by the mark on the wall, they had been that way about 30 minutes ago. They must have gotten lost. He was angry that they were caught in a maze. And also the monsters were annoying gargoyles. They looked like stone statues, making it impossible to tell if they were real or not. They panicked and started walking forward, preparing for the battle with the monsters, but it looked like there were only statues here. They were wasting their time. They had to stay calm as they were really winded because of these gargoyles and the labyrinth. Somehow, they were the first ones to enter the dungeon. Jin asked Munchun if it was what he thought it was, and apparently it was. It was the main monster of the dungeon. No one got here before Jin. He saw a huge fire gargoyle in front of him. The boy turned to Baek Woojin. He said that it might not be possible to quickly find out the gargoyle's weak spot. He went on, saying that it was only because of something that they were able to get here pretty easily. We're traveling back in time. The big and scary gargoyle growled and flew at the heroes with open mouth and frantic eyes. The man abruptly turned around and started calling out to the young master, telling him that this creature was called a gargoyle. He wanted to help, but Jin interrupted him, telling him to stop and just stand behind him. This was a challenge. The guy said he had to go through it himself and turned sharply on the monster. He drew his sword and attacked it. Munchun stood aside. He was ordered not to engage in combat, but he could help with advice. He said that this monster is dangerous. It is hard to deal with, and his skin looks tough. And it made our hero think. Blackstone asked Jin if he had any strategies left for the future, and the guy said of course he did. Baek Woojin turned around to his comrades and said that he had an idea. When he chopped the gargoyle, the guy asked for 1 health potion, and Munchun was greatly surprised by such a request. The man took out a vial for the Lord and handed it to him. The usual health potions were made from holy water. Jin opened the bottle and started pouring the potion on his sword. He said that while killing that gargoyle, he saw black sparks. He turned around and started walking towards the monster sitting on the column. If his theory was correct, then those black sparks were a sign of evil. Jin stood in a secure stance and clenched the hilt of his sword in his hand. He knew that evil was weakest before holy properties. So if he strikes with a sword sprinkled with the health potion, the power of the holy water would work perfectly, and he would strike the infernal creature with lightning speed. We go back to our time. Jin said the idea came to him by accident, and Blackstone assumed it was regressor cheat codes and called the guy a shameless asshole. Munchun said they went in last, and even though they didn't manage to avoid the monsters, they were still going the best, and Jin suggested that the others weren't as quick to deal with the gargoyles. Blackstone smiled evilly and said he wanted to see them beat their fists on the ground in tears of regret. And Jin smiled and said that would never happen. Here Jin wondered. He wanted to know how things were going with that red-haired woman. Blackstone thought that Young Yeon-hwa must be coping in her own silly ways. The boy walked and called out to the mistress, who had already massacred the gargoyles and was holding the head of one monster in her hand. The young guy said that the structure of this dungeon and the monsters in it were very dangerous. He assumed that it was difficult for the girl to deal with them, so the guy offered to go ahead of him. The girl didn't like what she heard. She crushed the gargoyle's head with one hand and said that in that case everything would be pointless. Even if they were late, she would make her way to the exit. She lowered her head down and thought about it. She's been bothered by the Baek family guy. He's gotten pretty strong, but she doesn't want to go through this dungeon in some way. The girl started to walk forward, but stopped. She wondered why Jin wasn't following them and assumed he was lost, and the guy in the suit asked her if she was waiting for Beck at Jin's place. The girl was confused. She started to question, and then said she didn't want this rude brat. She started screaming and making excuses, like there might be a surprise attack from behind, and she looked behind her to make sure she was safe. The guy smiled. It was obvious he didn't believe it. The girl didn't know what else to say. She was confused and furious. She just screamed that it was true, because she couldn't think of anything else. Munchoan told the young master to be ready at a moment's notice, for this gargoyle was not made of stone when they entered the room, and it seems to have recognized them as an enemy. The flaming gargoyle glared at the strangers, but showed no emotion yet. Jean told Munchoan that he could kill her. He didn't need to interfere. The guy was surprised but didn't argue. He asked him to be careful. After all, she definitely has a special ability. Blackstone also decided to give a bit of information. He said that flame gargoyles are different from the normal ones that use claws. These ones can breathe fire, and Jin's smile disappeared from his face. It would be troublesome with that breath. Blackstone said the most important thing is their ability to learn. The same attack won't work on them twice. You have to finish with it right away. But the guy didn't think she would get used to the motion of his sword. He gripped the hilt firmly, and then activated Sasadam's special aura, Black Wind. The monster had his claws ready. Their gazes converged, and that meant that the battle is about to begin. The boy jerked forward sharply, but the gargoyle reacted instantly as well. Jin walks forward confidently and already pulls out his sword. The guy attacks. Though the attack was super fast, the flaming gargoyle managed to dodge the blow. Jin thought so. It won't be easy with the dungeon boss. He needs to concentrate the aura in his feet. It needs to be released like an explosion. And the guy started to build up energy in his legs. He released her abruptly and took off. The gargoyle didn't like it much. The monster roared and began spewing hellfire from its mouth. The fire didn't hurt the guy much, but he didn't like it. His attack was cut short, but Blackstone was telling him not to lose his temper. Blackstone told Jin that the best time to kill is when the gargoyle opens its mouth. And Jin jumped up from his seat. He realized what he had to do. He jumped up and put his sword behind his head for a stronger attack. The hero filled the sword with the energy of enthusiasm and intelligence, and then activated a falling flash of thunder, and the sword was surrounded by dark energy. The guy started swinging his sword around himself, releasing large bursts of energy. These swings kept the flaming gargoyle from getting close to the enemy, and kept the flaming attacks at bay. The monster roared and decided to still get through the blows. But Jin's sword hits right on the boss's neck and chops his head off his shoulders. The monster crumbles into dust. The boss has been defeated, and Jin lands in a superhero pose amidst the explosion. Blackstone said that he should have brought the equipment with him after all. He did well and did a perfect job. Jin rarely heard Blackstone praise him. Blackstone started to get pissed off. He doesn't like that they all get by sheer luck, but he praises them when they try. Meanwhile, Munchoan ran to the gentleman and asked if he was in one piece. Jin shook himself off and said that if he was asking about the gargoyle flame, the combat uniform was fine. He was glad he wore the anti-magic uniform. The room began to collapse. Munchoan said that if the dungeon is shaking, it means that the raid is over. The hero said that it is good, then the maze will collapse. It will be easier to get out. Blackstone called Jin over and poked his finger to the side and asked if he knew about it. The very guys our hero had argued with were standing to the other side. They looked pretty tired, but they were alive and well. Jin just looked at them, and then just turned around and followed to the exit and told Moon Ju-yeon that they were going back. The guy said that he had collected all the magic stones, but Jin just kept walking. The guys trailed Jin and Munchoan as they left, one starting to worry that the Lord would take away their weapons, but the other saying it was just a stupid argument. The guy suggested that it was absurd to take away guns just because of some bet there. They were lucky he was following moral principles. After a while, the three also come out of the dungeon into the forest and Jin asks them if they remember the bet. The guys looked at him in surprise, and Jin said he would take what he won, let these three give up their weapons. The guys started to look over and ask what Jin was talking about. Why was he asking for their weapons? The red-haired girl walked up to Jin. She was surprised that he won the bet. Baek Woojin recalled the terms of the bet. Everyone gives their weapons to whoever kills the boss first. The muscular guy got angry. He told Jin that he thought they were going to pretend there was no bet. Jin must have forgotten what he had said earlier and started to worry about it. The other guy smiled. He thought this situation was a misunderstanding. Jin, on the other hand, didn't say a word after killing the boss, and it made Jin smile. And then he said he trusted them to carry an expensive and unique weapon. He didn't need to carry it himself anyway. People began to discuss the young gentleman, calling him a demon who should be bathed in holy water, but still it was he who killed the boss. One guy was surprised and suggested that Jin could actually kill a high-ranking criminal, and their conversation was overheard by a red-haired girl. She said that was what she was waiting for, because she had already thought that once Jin entered the dungeon, he would be bullied. The guy standing next to her said she wanted him to win with all her heart. She wanted him to be the one to defeat the boss, and the girl was startled by those words. And then she sharply attacked the guy and shouted that it was not true and why he was saying it. But Jin thought that the rising stars from famous guilds just pretend as if nothing had happened. And then he looked at the trio again and began to call out to them with a motion of his hand, ordering them to hand over their weapons. The muscular guy freaked out. He called Jin a bastard and ordered him to choke, then threw his sword, stabbing it into the ground. The other guys didn't like it either. They were angry, but still threw their weapons to the Lord. Let him take them. Baek Woojin smiled and thanked them. Blackstone started screaming and began pulling weapons from the ground. Munchon asked the young gentleman what he was going to do with his weapon, and the fellow decided to auction it off. Munchon was greatly surprised by the lad's decision, and he interrogated. But Jin said he'd just take it to the black market auction. Munchon started yelling that it was a bad idea, because it could cause conflict between the guilds. And Jin replied that they were already walking on a knife's edge, because none of them were on friendly terms with the Beck family. The red-haired girl overheard part of the conversation and said she, too, agreed with the words about being friends. She asked the guy how he managed to kill the boss. He was the last one to enter the dungeon. And the guy said that he couldn't just tell her that, because the information about the new dungeon is quite valuable. Jung Eun-hwa covered her face with her hand. She realized that this question was stupid. No one would give out such information. Jin put his hand behind his scruff and asked, what, did she still think he was saying that seriously? He took out a magic ball from there and said that the girl can be trusted. In the dungeon he used this object, and about the rest we'll write in the letter, and the girl was surprised by such an act. Jin smiled and said it was all for a reason. If he ever had a problem, she would help him, and asked how she liked that deal. The boy held out his fist, and the girl thought about it for a moment. She smiled, and after a moment of fending off the guy's fist, she thanked the guy, the girl sure she could help him. After a while, Baek Woojin was on one knee in front of his father. He was saying that he had completed the task he had given him. His father smiled and said that Moon Ju-yeon had already told him about it, and thanks to him, his days were not boring. Blackstone asked Jin if he thought his father's mood had changed a lot. The guy assumed that he most likely wanted to elevate their family's reputation, as his father is a very boastful man. However, this time he swung hard and really changed. His father asked his son what he thought he would do with the weapon he brought, since it didn't fit him, and Jin replied that he wanted to auction it off on the black market. The father began to laugh. He assumed the son wanted to trample their pride. Jin smiled and said that this is still a mild punishment for those who think they are above their family. Jin will make them stop thinking that way. Dad began to burst out laughing. He told Jin that he did well. He did a proper job, so he would give him a gift, and asked him what he wanted. The boy was surprised at his father's kindness, but quickly said he wanted the sword pavilion belonging to Beck Sung-ah. The father was astonished at such a request and interrogated. A nearby Blackstone asked what the sword pavilion was, and Jin replied that it was a personal training room with equipment incomparable to that of the general training area. The father asked his son if he wanted to take away Sun-Ah's property. Jin replied that no one was using it now anyway, so he couldn't refuse for that reason. Blackstone understood the importance of the sword pavilion, but there must be a reason why he wanted to take her pavilion specifically. Jin began to tell me that the sword pavilion is proof that you are recognized as a direct relative of the Baek family, and taking it away means that you failed to protect your place. It is truly a huge shame. Father started to say that by doing this, Jin will directly provoke Beck Sung-ah. It looks like there will be an internal struggle in the family of Divine Sword Baek. The father said he would let his son do it. From now on, the 7th sword pavilion becomes his. And the kneeling Jin thanked his father. The old man let his son go and left, slamming the door. Father smiled. With his behavior, Jin is putting a knife in his own sister's back. He thinks he'll be able to make a decision on his successor soon, he wonders. Coming out of Father Jin's chambers, Jin was greatly surprised by what he saw. In front of him stood the other sister, who was also surprised to see her younger brother. The girl said he must be busy, hearing a lot of news about him lately, and the guy replied that to survive in this family, he needs to be loaded with things to do. Jin said he almost died because of someone at the aura manifestation ceremony. The girl closed her eyes with her palm and apologized. She then pointed her sword at him without thinking. The guy was surprised at the words he heard, and the girl continued. She said that after his progress, she realized her guilt. She didn't think he would be able to improve his skills so quickly. Jin's sister clenched her hands into fists and said that if he became stronger, so would she, and someday they would destroy the demons together. But then the girl started twisting her head sideways and said it didn't matter. She said nonsense. She apologized for taking up her brother's time. The girl lowered her head and walked sadly past the boy, leaving him alone. But Jin said that he accepts her apology, even though he will never forget the moment when she almost chopped him to pieces. The girl smiled and turned to her brother. She called out to him, and then she threw him some blue stone pendant and said it would help him with his training. Jin looked at the jewelry with incomprehension and didn't understand why he needed it or how it would help him. He wanted to ask, but the girl was gone, only dust in her place. After a while, Munchon finds his master and tells him that he has visitors, and Jin asks what business. Munchon assumed that the gentleman must have helped them, and they wanted to thank him. And the guy was very surprised to see these people. It was Mr. Hong Insu and some girl. Jin didn't know Hong's daughter, and he decided to introduce them. Her name was Hong Ara, and she looked quite friendly. Jin was glad to meet her and suggested they go somewhere cozier. They moved a short distance away and were offered tea and called to the table. But Hong immediately started thanking Jin for saving them from the guild. The guy was embarrassed since Ara was looking at them. He had done what he had to do, and a simple thank you was enough for him. Hong had told him that was true. It was because of Jin that they were able to get out of the hell they had gotten into purely by accident. Besides, he couldn't have imagined that Jin was the swordsmanship genius of the great Baek family. Jin definitely didn't expect to hear something like that. He apologized for treating the guy rather informally earlier. He had told him earlier that the Baek swordsmen were unlikely to ever come here because they were selfish and cruel, but now he regretted saying such nonsense. That would be a pretty interesting confession. Blackstone asked the gentleman if Hong was mocking him. Jin replied to Hong that it's okay because he wanted to hide his affiliation with the family, so the man doesn't need to apologize for his words. He said that he should probably be the one to apologize to him, since he should have met him the last time he came to see him. He was told what had happened after what had happened in the Legion district, but Hong was a mere user, and so there was nothing that could be done. Jin said he was just as glad that Mrs. Ara was all right. She replied to him that his kindness would never be forgotten. She would be indebted to him. Like Jin had said before, he had to do it, and they shouldn't thank him so much for such a thing. They talked some more, but soon began to get ready to leave. They already suspected they had taken up a lot of the Lord's time. Jin was pleased to see them. Suddenly, Blackstone told the boy to detain the woman. Jin was startled that the servant appeared so abruptly. He didn't understand what he needed it for. Blackstone was pointing his finger at Ara, saying that she had a fighting physique, resembling a mysterious fighting body. There was no time to explain. He nudged Jin to hold Aru back. She looked at him with a puzzled look. Jin was not in a good position as he didn't know what he should do next. Blackstone began to tell the boy that it was not common to find people with such an ability as Ara. In his world, they are called ghosts, and that the girl had great potential to become a ghost sword. Jin then thought of nothing better than to suggest that Ara become a ghost sword. Surely his first impression of himself was quite unfortunate. Soon they were back at the table again. Hong asked if he understood correctly what Jin was saying about the ghost sword. They didn't know what it was. Jin didn't know how to explain it to them properly. Blackstone began to tell them that a battle body was a skill that allowed them to anticipate the skills and behaviors of the enemy as quickly as possible. A person with this ability is like a ghost, as it can penetrate the mind of a person. Then Jin realized what would happen if Ara went through all the proper training. He told the guests that Ara had a hidden incredible talent. She would make an incredible skilled swordsman, but he suddenly realized that he was in a hurry and didn't explain anything about the ghost sword. He wanted to say that he would like to make Miss Hong Ara his personal swordsman. Her father liked the idea very much, but Ara clearly wanted to say something to Jin. She explained to him that she had never held a sword in her life, and because of that, She didn't understand why he wanted her to be his swordsman. He told her that he sees her as having the ability of a mysterious fighting body, and that this ability helps her anticipate the enemy's attacks. She may not be aware of her talent, but he could already sense it. She should just open up her potential a little to see the result and become an outstanding swordsman. If she agrees to this proposal, then she won't regret it. He won't force her since it's her personal choice. Ara thought about those words. She trusts Jin, and she had no reason not to trust him. So she said she will do what he tells her, but she asked him not to be disappointed in her too much in the future. Jin had a new assignment. It said that he had met a swordsman with a special ability, and they were going to develop their skills together. He doubted he would regret calling Ara into such an endeavor. After a while, he and Blackstone were alone in a room. He asked the aide to value that medallion his older sister had given him. He was sure it was cursed. Blackstone replied that he would certainly look at that pendant. He remembered it. It was Zerka's sapphire necklace. It was once made by a master craftsman for his nephew, the Ghost Knight, and the rank of this artifact was unique. It was surprising and interesting, as Jin didn't understand why Nuna had given it to him. Blackstone said that nevertheless it was at least good that the artifact wasn't cursed. Jin realized that his sister had given him this pendant to make him strong enough to fight her, but Blackstone doubted that was the reason. He wondered if Jin had any more guesses, since he always knew everything. The thing is, that was the only assumption, because in his past life, he had not only never interacted with Nuna, but had never even met her directly. The only thing he knew about her then was that she hated monsters to the core. So he didn't have any assumptions other than that she had given him a gift to make him stronger, and he would do it if that's what she wanted. He would think about the rest later. He heard someone calling him. It was Ara. She greeted him and asked him if this was the pavilion he told her about. Jin said that was right. They would do some stretching first. One of Jin's sisters was walking by. She knew that the owner of the pavilion had changed, but she didn't think it was this little guy. Her attention was drawn to Ara. She had heard that he was going to make her his swordsman, but she had never even held a sword. The servant said he also heard that this girl didn't even show her aura. It looks ridiculous, and it looked like Jin was using the pavilion for some games. Jin told Ara that they would now try to get together in light sparring, but she doubted that was a good idea. She could barely hold her sword, but Jin told her not to worry because he had called her and knew what he was doing. Ara stood up as Jin told her to. Her eyes lit up red. Then it didn't look as ridiculous as it did at first glance, as a person who was holding a sword for the first time could have such abilities. The servant asked the lady to calm down, as the girl hadn't even reached the first rank, but that didn't stop her. She walked over to them and called the girl over, telling her to work for her. Jin and Ara looked at the mistress in surprise and didn't understand anything. They were surprised that Baek Woojin approached them with such an offer. She asked Ara if she really thought this guy could teach her anything. She could give her anything she wanted: money, knowledge, sword art. She could provide her with weapons and targets. Jin heard Baek Woojin and didn't want her to say anything else. She had crossed the line by getting in the wrong business. But she didn't stop and asked Jin what he was going to do with Ara if he didn't even have a personal squad himself. And when Baek Woojin returned, he wouldn't even have a way to survive. Knowing that, how can he take the responsibility of having a personal swordsman? She was talking about Ara as a thing, which made Jin very angry. And he reminded his sister that she was not allowed to enter his pavilion like that. Or was she purposely breaking the Beck family's rules? He didn't allow people like her to come here. Baek Woojin couldn't believe that this junior would allow himself to talk to her like that. She thought about her brother being incredibly arrogant after having some fortunes in his formation. This kind of behavior could drive him to his grave in no time. She advised Jin to speak more politely to her, but he said that she was the one who probably didn't understand nicely. Those words made her really angry. Had her little brother grown up to the point where he started to cross his older sister? He must have already forgotten that she was at rank 6, and the way he was acting towards her might cause her to stomp him into the dirt. Baek Woojin is incredibly stubborn and proud, and apparently his words have caught her ego. Baek Woojin reminded the rule of their family. If she wins, she will take his property for herself. She gave the guy 3 months to prepare, after which they would spar, and whoever won would take the girl for themselves. Jin agreed and told his sister to get ready to kneel before Hong Ara. Baek Woojin left the place as she said she was disgusted to be here, adding that she hoped the boy would live to see the battle. Blackstone had no doubt that there were no adequate people in this family, especially the spoiled sister who did whatever she could think of. Jin didn't expect that from Baek Woojin either. There was something wrong with her head right now, but in her past life, they hardly ever crossed paths. Ara was was scared and realized that because of her, Jin was in such a difficult and unpleasant situation. But Jin told her not to worry because it was to be expected. But just in case, he decided to ask Ara if she wanted to train under Beck. His sister had a higher rank than him, and her position in the family was much better. But Ara replied that she didn't want to train with Beck. She had already decided that she would stay with Jin since she trusted him and also recognized her talent and offered to help her. Blackstone noticed how much Ara resembled her father. Jin would have a great ally. From this point on, Ara has made her choice. Now she will start moving forward and there is no turning back. She said that she is ready for this and she won't disappoint him. Then Jin suggested to continue training. After a while, Munchoan came to Jin and told him that it would be hard for him to train for a while. He explained that when he checked Jin's sword, he found a pretty serious damage on it. This sword had been through many battles and victories. Because of the intense use of it, Jin had no time to check its condition. The sword was indeed very damaged. It was visible to the naked eye. In all likelihood, Jin would need to look for a blacksmith to fix it. He remembered that he had a fellow blacksmith among his acquaintances, and he and Ara came to Soina together. He was worried that his old acquaintance might still be under house arrest, but they had a problem that needed to be solved immediately. Specifically, the problem was with the sword. Sanina now understood why Jin hadn't contacted her. Her punishment had long since expired. Her parents were strict, but they wouldn't lock her up for that long. Swana asked who the girl next to Jin was, and he introduced her to Aru, his new swordsman. Swana shook her hand and introduced herself. She also told Ara that earlier Mr. Jin had saved her life and now she was indebted to him. Ara said it was a pleasure to meet her, and Swana immediately asked Jin to look at the sword. He was ashamed to show what his weapon had become. He had absolutely no time to take care of it. Sanina couldn't say that the damage was light. This sword was made by her grandfather, so Jin must have traveled a lot with this sword, if it was in this condition. And Jin had really gone through many battles and battles with this sword. There was no way to remember everything. Swana said that they would have to go to the place where her grandfather is now, and more specifically to the Artisan Island. After a while, Jin, Munchoan, Ara, and Suina were already on the island. The weather was nice. Ara and Munchoan didn't think it was possible to go that far to fix a sword. But Jin said it wasn't an ordinary island, but an artisan island. When someone wants to eat authentic Japanese udon, they go to Japan. When they want authentic Italian pizza, they go to Italy. Same principle with this sword. Jin decided to ask about Suina's black herb business, and Suina told him that she didn't have enough materials to finish her plan. The ingredients are quite rare, so it's hard to get them, so the matter has stalled for the time being. Im, out of politeness and duty, said that the girl could always turn to him for help, and Suina was glad to hear that. Jin was grateful to her family for that beautiful sword, and now still taking artisans to the island. She could ask for anything she wanted. Suina said that since this was the case, she would definitely call him in case of anything. She had his phone number. Blackstone asked the gentleman if it was because of his fortitude that he didn't react to her smile in any way. Something seemed strange to Jin now. In his past life, this island was closed. It was because of a big incident. In his past life, all the artisans were killed in just one night. It was quite warm in spite of the current season. Sanina said that she had heard somewhere that there was a fire incarnation buried on the island, so the temperature was as hot as on a volcanic island. Suina wanted to go quickly. At the end of this road is her grandfather's house and blacksmith shop. Suddenly, Jin and Munchoan felt something, and it was someone's aura. Minimum level 4 and maximum level 5. They need to be ready in case of anything. They came to their grandfather's forge, where Slina was greeted by Yong. He worked with Soina's grandfather, and told her that the teacher was working now. She remembered him telling her he was going to go rest, but as it turned out he had found new material and wanted to stay a little longer. Yeon looked at the people behind Soina and asked who they were. The girl said there was the guy she gave the sword to, as well as his guard and swordsman. Yeon recognized those heroes who had saved the lady's life in the underworld, which embarrassed Jin once again. Yong saw that Jin was really as humble as everyone described him, so he decided to lead them to where they needed to go. There was an old man working in the forge. He looked over and saw that Suina had come to see him. Now they saw the famous craftsman. Suina asked him how he was doing. The old man complained that he didn't have the energy for this new material. It was quite problematic. Blackstone saw the material old man Kim was working on and asked the master if he knew this metal. Suddenly, Jin's aura began to manifest for no reason, and it was strange. Neither of them understood what was going on, and Blackstone explained that it was made of the same material, and that was probably why Jin's aura reacted the way it did. It also meant that Kim was working with a metal that wasn't from their world. Kim turned to the guy to explain what had just happened. Chin asked the old man to tell him where he found the metal, but he had no idea where the material came from. Young brought it to him and told him it was from the front lines. Munchon was surprised by this, and Ara asked what it meant. Munchon explained to her that this is the place where the black trees and monsters whose power is incomparable to that of the local ones are located. The eldest son of the divine sword family Baek is Baek Woojin. It was an interesting find, and Blackstone couldn't understand how it was related to his world. Grandpa asked what brought Suina here, and she said that there was a mishap with his sword that she gave to Jin. They came to fix it. Kim excitedly and abruptly took the sword to see its condition. He said that the condition was hopeless. It's amazing how the sword didn't fall apart in his hands. It must have reached the end of its useful life. But if the guy wants, he can make him a new sword. He won't take any money, of course, but the boy would have to help him. He sat next to him while Kim forged the sword, and Blackstone admitted that when he was near him, he was tickled, and Jin asked him to be patient a little longer. Apparently, the metal was definitely from his world if he reacts like that, because he reacts to their aura. Just like Grandpa Kim said, he had said earlier that he couldn't figure out what to do with the metal that wouldn't take the shape he wanted, but when he saw the reaction, he knew what to do. He made the last stroke, then sighed and said that the sword was ready. He had been agonizing over it for months. The sword that Master Kim had created with all his skills. It was a masterpiece and definitely worth the time and effort. The aura and energy of the master was also transferred to the sword, which in return would grant the master new abilities, and the aura and energy would be transferred to the sword as he had invested in it. Blackstone's favor increased, which was to be proven since it was made of the same metal. This weapon could be considered worthwhile. Kim praised the boy for his help, as there was no telling how long he would have had to fiddle with the sword if it weren't for him. Jin was happy to help. Suddenly, both Jin and Munchoan felt something strange. The servant shouted that it was an incredible killing energy, and Jin should run away. There was a huge rumbling sound. Someone was attacking the island. Jin realized that the events he had told Blackstone about then were happening at this very time. He ordered Munchoan to stay put and protect the three men, but he wanted to fight alongside his master. Jin said that if something happened to them, no one would take care of the others. Munchoan shouted that the enemy was a 5th or 6th ranker, and he couldn't do it alone, and he didn't have a sword, but Kim said not to worry about it and threw him a sword. It was pretty valuable, but when Kim saw the way he reacted to Jin, he decided it was for him, and no sword is worth a man's life. Ara said she would go with Jin. Suina agreed that it was the right thing to do, because the girl has power, even though she has no rank. Ara couldn't stand aside when her master was attacked. She would protect him from danger at all costs, and was determined to go. The two of them left together, and Jin ordered her not to die by any means. Meanwhile, the strangers were watching them from the tree. Neither were discussing that this should be enough, and the fun time could begin. Their original goal was to embody fire. There was no point in spilling unnecessary blood, but they had a condition not to kill anyone. The stranger said that it wouldn't be a big deal if a couple people died. They decided to have fun, but they had to do it cleanly if they didn't want to make too much noise and ask too many questions. He asked his so-called partner if he would join him. They both laughed at that. It depends on how many people survive. After this conversation, they simultaneously jumped from one tree to another to realize their plan. Im, along with Ara, ran off in search of that very aura. Blackstone told the guy to stop since he felt that they were already near, so he asked Ara to be quiet and try not to make any noise. Jin listened and said he could feel the aura of the two men. It was exactly the same as they had heard when they first set foot on the island. He wanted them to stay close together since it was dangerous to be alone right now, so they stood back to back. She said she'd cover him from this side and he shouldn't worry. But since the fire was already spreading, they had to hurry. Even though Jin had a high resistance to fire, the other people needed help. They wouldn't last long, and they had to do it while fighting the criminals. Suddenly they jumped at them from the trees, and Ara shouted this to the guy. Jin had already sensed them by then, and drew his sword, activating a falling flash of thunder that the criminals didn't expect, and began to dodge quickly. They were barely hit by the flash. They also noticed that the guy had resistance to fire. Jin told R that if they were using fire skills, it was clear what the explosion was for. One of the strangers saw that these kids didn't even possess rank 4, and they didn't stand a chance against them. Right now they were a bit lucky. They would easily kill them and take their fire incarnation, so they offered to give it to them right now. Then Jin remembered what Suina was talking about when they first sailed to the island. That was the reason for the attack on the island then in the past, and now in the present. And now they both were not in a favorable position. He told Ara that she was going to hold on to her strength now and should be ready. Blackstone assured Jin that he had seen Ara's abilities and was sure she could be trusted. Jin clutched at his opponent in battle, his sword burning with flames, and now he realized what a 6th ranker he was. But it wasn't as scary as it sounded. This loser wasn't even a level with the fire gargoyle. After a few attempts, he managed to throw his opponent aside. Although the stranger wasn't going to give up, but he was scared since he didn't understand how the guy was doing it. Suddenly, he recognized him as the same Jin from the Beck family who had already been the subject of legends that turned out to be true. He had complete control over his sword movement. Jin waited for his opponent to be discouraged and struck a blow that almost struck the swordsman. But Jin punished him for being distracted during the fight and decided to deliver one last imperial blow. These he destroyed the culprit, and was rewarded with the property of the mysterious body, and finished the secret mission in 3 months. He saw these changes and realized that they also elevated Hongaru. The opponent opposite her couldn't believe that she had been without aura all this time, and suddenly became different, and knew absolutely everything about his sword technique and next steps. Now they would fight him for real. The opponent didn't realize what was ahead of him,
and didn't pay attention to Ara's word,
for which he soon paid the price by grabbing it from her. A lowlife like him would never be able to defeat her. Ara sensed that her opponent would surely be behind her back, and anticipating the attack, she managed to block his blow. This did not stop the criminal. He was not interested in quickly defeating the girl. After a while, he began to attack Aru. Jin was afraid of this because it is too dangerous, but wanted to intervene. But Blackstone stopped him. No need to get involved, and assured the gentleman that soon everything will be over. The criminals were beginning to realize that none of their attacks had succeeded. Ara seemed to have anticipated all their next moves. He wanted to teach her a lesson and strike one last blow, but Ara had anticipated this as well, throwing him aside with a blow. It wasn't hard to read the art of wielding an assassin's sword. Given that he easily disappears and reappears, he greatly underestimated Ara and paid for it with his life. In the end, Ara defeated her opponent and sat down on the ground as she was very tired. Jin thought it was incredible. This was the power of the battle mysterious body. Blackstone repeated what he had told the boy before, that Ara could handle it without anyone's help. And since the task of awakening Ara was completed, Jin also received the battle mystery body as a reward. Blackstone said that even though Jin won't feel much different since it's a matter of growth, this system has helped him again and again, and made all sorts of handouts, and the reason was impossible to understand. Jin replied that it would still be nice if it lasted as long as possible. Their conversation was interrupted by Ara saying that she kept her promise that she would protect him from everyone. Jin looked at her and then walked over and hugged her. She had done her job well. In front of them was a golden statue. That's what those assassins came for. It was the embodiment of fire, a concentration of the properties of fire. Kim asked the guy if he knew why this island was called Craftsman Island. Jin replied that he didn't know. Kim explained that the fire incarnation doesn't allow anyone but the master to touch itself. Kim was chosen and became the master, but he would like to use the fire in a more favorable place. So he buried the embodiment of fire on this island and gathered it here so that every day he could create good weapons with the energy of fire that seeped into the ground. And that's how this island got the name of the Island of Artisans. But unfortunately for some people, it's just an expensive piece of some old man's jewelry. It seemed to him that the sword he gave to Jin was the last thing he would ever do in his life. But he couldn't end up like this. Jin couldn't understand what Grandpa was talking about. Kim continued and said that righteous people like Jin have a hard road to travel, so he would make weapons personalized for him. He has always seen how people feel, and when he saw Jin, he knew he needed help, because he was in a difficult situation. For this reason, he would be honored to have this sword to help him through his difficulties. Jin didn't know how to thank him, but he promised that he would be a swordsman that Kim wouldn't be ashamed of. Kim also noticed that Ara was also quite strong and helped the boy tremendously, which made her embarrassed because she was just doing her job. Since the fire has been stopped, they can go, but when Jin decides to come, he must remember to bring good alcohol with him. Jin promised his grandfather that they would meet again soon. They were about to go when Suina called Jin to wait. She wanted to ask him something. When they got to the island, the guy asked her what she wanted to make. She then answered him something inaudible. She wanted to make clothes. Not equipment, but clothes. It was called black beast fur, a special garment that was made by combining different materials from the monster's skin. Jean had never heard of it before. No wonder he had never heard of it. After all, only her grandfather had made such clothes, and even her father could not replicate it. After all, the skin is very strong like steel. Its defense even surpasses that of a rank 9 combat uniform. It also increases its wearer's mana and physical abilities, and it has resistance to attributes and beauty that can't be compared to anything else. Jin wondered if it sounded like a dream garment. Since the day her grandfather told her about it, her dream was to make it with her own hands, and now she has decided who she will make it for. Soon they would bond, and she would thank him again for saving her life. Jin didn't realize for whom she would make the garment, and Blackstone advised him to continue to live in ignorance. Munchoan came to tell the Lord that before they set out, he had something to tell Jin. He had found a spiritual magician, as he had requested. He didn't know his name yet. He asked his old friend to find him. He said he found the best spirit mage and wanted to visit him before he returned home. They walked into a large building where they were greeted by a girl named Eugenia. She was the director of the Songnami Black Market and also a friend of Munchin's. Munchin's friend was the director of the Black Market. This was interesting, and Jin greeted her. He would be glad to meet her. In turn, Eugenia said that she had heard quite a bit about him from Munchoan. Jin thanked her for meeting them. However, it would be great if she would remove the guards that were eavesdropping on their conversations. He saw the guards pretty quickly, which surprised Eugene, but she did as he asked and apologized. The guards looked special. The black market seemed to have a lot of influence. Money could buy anything from people and things. Jobs and information. Eugene invited the guests to sit down and asked the purpose of their visit to her. According to Muncho, and Jin was looking for the best spiritual mage. It was obvious that this woman was in charge of the place. She was holding an envelope, and according to her, it contained very interesting, high-level information, even for the black market. But of course, she was not going to give this information to Jin so easily. Firstly, she was indebted to Munchoan, and secondly, he had been asking day and night to contact the best spiritual mage, depriving her of sleep. Backstone said that it was expected since the young master was a special person, and ordinary mages would definitely fail. Munchoan had a lot of respect for Jin. It was obvious. Jin dared to ask if Park Shin Hai was the best spirit mage right now, but that was just a common opinion. According to the data they have, there is another person they rate much better.
She's sure that Jin had heard him before.
This spiritual mage's name is Yunumin. They discovered him when he summoned two high-ranking spirits at the same time. Blackstone asked the master if he knew this man. During the Great Rift in his past life, this man had been very active, and as he could now see, the black market was already aware of Yunumin. Blackstone didn't consider the summoning of spirits as something serious. It was just a trifle. Jin replied that the man had played a huge role during the Great Rift. It was he who had summoned the Spirit King then. After a while, they seemed to be near a mansion in the forest. It was quite unusual. The guard informed the Lord that they had made sure that no one would know about his arrival at the black market. Jin let the guard go and told Munchoan that he never thought he was friends with the principal of the black market branch. She was just a simple friend who had earned his trust. Most of those items Jin had asked him to find, he had found thanks to Eugene. Jin thought about what he wanted to say. She didn't leak the information about the purchases, knowing that Jin was the one who ordered them. So neither Jin Yonghua nor the others knew that he was going to the gargoyle's dungeon and his method of victory. Jin said that he wouldn't believe everything she said, but he would think of her in a positive way, and Munchun was happy with that answer. It was time for them to act, and Jin knocked on the gate. The door was opened to them by a tall man who asked them who they were. Blackstone noticed that he had a strong, overwhelming aura. This is the same ability user who summoned the Earth Spirit King to kill monsters. It was said that he was strong enough to take down an entire region by himself. Although he didn't have the strength to do so now, he was still incredibly strong. Jin immediately gave his full name and admitted that he had come to him so that he could teach him a martial art. This was too sudden, and his friends on the outside were startled that Jin wasn't choosing his words. The thing was that the Yunamin that Jin knew in the past could easily recognize a lie. Mujin couldn't understand how this guy even found him in the middle of the forest. Jin didn't hide the fact that he had sought help from the black market to find the best spiritual magician. Yunumin realized why he had been feeling like he was being watched for the past few days, and he didn't understand who it was. Jin apologized for the inconvenience. He had acted tactlessly towards him because he wanted his guidance. Jin seemed strange to the man, but still he saw that he was being completely honest with him. He said he was a guy with the last name of a famous famous family and asked if he was a member of that family. Jin replied that he was the youngest son of the divine sword family Baek Woojin. Yunamin was prepared for anyone to come to him, but definitely not the heir of the Baek family. It was unusual for a sect master to want to learn the ghostly art, and this was an approach he liked. But not everyone who wanted to learn it could do so. But it seems that he only showed interest in this training because of the artifacts he had. But in the ghost art, it was his own attribute of sensitivity that mattered the most. So he should leave and not bother him. He didn't want to take on an apprentice. But for the sake of it, Jin was willing to remove all the artifacts from himself. Since he had no talent, the mage was interested. Munchoan tried to convince the Lord that he shouldn't do it. Yunamin approached Jin and asked who he thought he was. How could one person have all these attributes? All thanks to a system that adores him and constantly bestows him with something. Now Yunamin understood why the guy had come to him. He was looking for the best spirit mage, but it all sounded ridiculous. However, he realized that the guy was so talented that he would possess all the attributes. A lot could be expected of him. He agreed to tell Jin about the ghost art, but he wasn't going to take him on as his apprentice. He just agreed to teach the guy the basics. Then Jin said he would call him Old Man, and Yunamin didn't mind. He decided to tell him about something before they started. He asked to take the guards back since he has to handle everything on his own. Jin asked Munchoan to go help with Ari's training. He understood and said he would send his stuff over later. Meanwhile, the more the mage looked at Jin, the more he realized that he was nothing like the Baek family, but he couldn't understand how such a talented guy could be born to a bastard like Baek Woojin. Indeed, the more he lived, the more one observed such amazing things. After a while, he was standing with him at the training field. He asked Gina if he was going to train all his attributes. Jin replied that yes. It would take a long time and it wouldn't be easy. Just like his friend said, his advantage lies in his steadfastness of spirit. Jin replied to him that he has the 4 attributes, so he has no reason to refuse him. Yunamin recognized that the guy's steadfastness was commendable. First, he would show him the very basics. First is the simple energy from the spirit world. His first training is to merge this energy. He could not tell the lad how to do this, for everyone has his own personal method, and the lad will have to find his own personal way that suits him best. The summoning of spirits depends not only on effort, but also on probability. Suppose that his susceptibility is 20, and then when summoned, he will be able to summon a low-class spirit with a 90% probability, and a middle-class spirit with a 10% probability. During training, his wisdom and susceptibility increases, and the probability of summoning a high-class spirit also increases accordingly. So everything depends on luck to a certain extent. So in order to summon a high-grade spirit, you must train your sensitivity. Jin replied that he understood and remembered everything, but Blackstone thought it was completely crazy. How could summoning a spirit be random? But apparently Jin was not intimidated by this. Meanwhile, Munchoan was reporting to the elder that his son had gone to Kanwando. He couldn't give details since he'd left before training began. He realized that he shouldn't tell all the details about his master's training. The elder realized that the servant had decided to take Jin's position, but nevertheless, he ordered the boy to stay by Jin's side. If he couldn't get at least one guard to take his side, it would mean that there was something wrong with him. He wondered what else the kid would do to amuse his father. It had been 3 days, but Jin still wasn't getting anywhere, feeling like he was missing something. Blackstone laughed that fortune had turned away from the boy. Jin decided to open a fortune window and invest everything in wisdom. Now that Jin had done that, he suddenly realized what he was doing wrong. He drew his sword, which got Blackstone interested. In fact, the old man gave him a hint to find his usual way. Now he was using the sword to combine spiritual energy, using his sensitivity to organize the energy, like cutting a stone. Blackstone ironically said that although the guy had increased his wisdom, his methods had become even crazier. But be that as it may, Jin should try it first. He activated the feature of the 2nd level Mind Aura Black Wind. He wanted to put the aura and attribute into his sword and, like cutting wood or stone, cut the spiritual energy. He tried it and it seemed to work. It was exactly as he wanted it to be. Through effective training, he opened a new sword path. The door of 1,000 swords and the sword of rapture, justice and emptiness. The sword that pierced the sun was created. It contained rapture and justice and emptiness. Blackstone said that the guy deserved it because he had trained his aura, sword arts and spiritual energy at the same time. The sword of justice is an attribute that allows one to penetrate his target without error. The sword of void has no meaning, but it can always be filled with some meaning. Perhaps when Jin summons a spirit, he will be able to use a sword path containing all 4 attributes. Although now he only has a sword that pierces the sun, this time Blackstone had to justify that he was really happy for the guy to receive the rewards for training. He just didn't like it when Jin didn't receive them for his efforts, but just because of his luck. Yunamin didn't think the guy could do it so fast and find a way. He praised him for it. Jin said that he didn't deserve such praise. And then the old man showed him the energy that the guy had created the first time. He hadn't expected him to have such a high resistance to fire, but he was surprisingly in good harmony with it. It was time to try spirit summoning. He couldn't imagine that the boy would be able to combine the remaining attributes so quickly. Jin replied that it was only because he had followed his instructions, but Yunming said that he had only taught the boy the basics. Before he started, he had to stand in the right place. As far as he could predict, the probability of summoning a low-grade spirit was now 97%, so he decided to tell him not to be disappointed. He would have to remember that if he summoned a weak spirit and then said he didn't like it and sent it back, there was a chance that the Spirit King would hate him, and he would never be able to contract a spirit again. Jin was not intimidated by this, and the old man told him to start summoning. Jin concentrated and started to summon the spirit of water and earth of low-level Nyx. He saw it flying near him. It was a cute creature that amused Blackstone. He reasoned that because the guy had summoned such a low-level spirit, his luck ended there, but it didn't seem to matter to him. He thanked the spirit for appearing to him and decided to make a contract with him. Now he was ordered to summon a wind spirit. Jin obeyed the old man and repeated his actions again. This time, a huge green, fox-like creature appeared to him. It was a medium-level spirit. Jin managed to summon it, although it was not immediately given to him, but he managed to do it. A very lucky guy. Jin gently stroked the spirit and said that he was making a contract with it, and told Blackstone to thank him for his luck as soon as he talked to it. Now it was the turn of the fire spirit. The guy had developed the energy of the fire attribute. The old man couldn't wait to see what kind of spirit the guy would summon. Jin started summoning the spirit, but something went wrong. The old man assumed that the guy was denied for some reason. This sometimes happens. You either pissed off or scared the ghost, even though it rarely happens. A ghost that is very hard to deal with will persistently want to contact you. Jin thought about the fact that he had a great susceptibility to fire, and it would be a great loss if he could not summon the spirit of this element. Yunumin reiterated that although such a thing would happen, it would be the first time he had seen such a thing. Blackstone asked the Lord what he was going to do next, but the lad had no choice but to do what he was best at. They're going to try it again and so on, until they get it right. He tried it time after time. Blackstone counted about 7 times. The old man advised him not to overdo it, because he had already succeeded today, but Jin wasn't going to stop. Blackstone said that the guy might faint from fatigue, but Jin refuted this, saying that he now has a strong willpower and will not give up. He wants to see who he can call. He tried again, but it was a failure like last time. Blackstone told the guy not to get too upset, because not everything in this life worked out at once, as a huge pillar of fire appeared behind his back. It frightened everyone, for they had not expected it, and a huge red dragon came out of the flames. The old man said that this is a spirit of the highest rank is a flame dragon. Blackstone said that this dragon is dangerous, and Jin asked how he knew that. Blackstone's past master also encountered this dragon and the spirit mage who summoned it. He was very frightened and had a hard time dealing with it. The old man ordered to send the spirit back immediately. If the dragon didn't like him, he would kill him without a second thought, without showing any mercy. Jin realized how powerful a creature he had summoned. He couldn't just send it back. He would make a contract with it. To surprise the dragon, the guy decided to show that he was ready to fight him and activated the black aura. The old man knew that this guy was skilled in martial arts, but this was beyond his expectations. The dragon didn't expect the guy wasn't afraid of him, so Jin stepped closer to him. He liked this arrogant creature and would make a contract with him. Jin was about to leave and thanked the old man for all he had taught him, but he kept saying that he had only taught him the basics. He would need a lot of time to perfect the speed and accuracy of his summoning. Jin knew this and was ready to train tirelessly. Yunumin told the boy to be careful with this creature, as he was not yet able to control it. The boy remembered this advice, and they said goodbye to the mage. The old man doesn't know how big this strange kid's goal is, but he really wanted to see what he would achieve soon. In the afternoon, at the residence of the divine sword Beck family elder, Jin was at his father's residence. The elder said that he knew about her son leaving to train, but he never thought it would be related to the ghost art. He demanded an explanation from Jin. Blackstone noticed that his father was very angry with him. He wasn't going to kill Jin because of that, was he? The boy answered him that he suspected that would happen. So he had thought of the answer beforehand. He had called him here already, knowing that his son had gone to train and knew what he was training for. Blackstone could feel the murderous energy that came from the elder, and was directed at his own child. He's just a crazy bastard. Jin answered his father that he did it for the sword. The elder knew the kid would come up with some excuse, but for the sword to be the reason. He said that he had studied the ghost art for the sake of his sword. Since his father had little faith in it, Jin wasn't going to explain himself. He just wanted to show his success right here and now. The elder agreed and allowed Jin to take out his sword. He showed him the power he had achieved through his contract with the dragon. This should be enough for his father to understand what it was all about. The elder realized that the boy wanted to give his sword an attribute, but Jin did not want to follow the same path as everyone else. As a member of the Baek divine sword family, he would find a new path and become stronger than anyone else. This was his way to rise to the top of the Beck family. The elder laughed after saying that. The guy's reply was quite arrogant when he said that he would become stronger than anyone. He looked at Jin and said that he could go. He would call him again soon. Jin left, and the father thought about his son's words. He is making his way to the top of the family. This is more and more beyond his expectations. In time, he will point out his heir. After leaving the residence, Blackstone immediately began to reprimand the Lord for aiming his sword at his own father. He must have been crazy to do such a thing. Jin agreed that although he gave the answer his father expected, it was still quite risky. But he was lucky that it ended well. However, the boy had no doubt that he would reach the top someday. Blackstone said that he was genuinely happy that the guy did well and ended well. Now Jin wanted to go and practice at the sword pavilion, just in time for him to have a chance to see the progress of Ara, who he had left to Munchuan while he was away. The window of opportunity indicated that the sword path-based study had been passed. The sword path-based title had been obtained, the characteristics had been upgraded, and that the effect of the title obtained had been reapplied. This was all Jin had gotten, and Blackstone would no longer be surprised if the system gave the guy everything it had. As a reward for constantly practicing the sword path, he was given one path from the higher sword paths. He had to choose one of them: change or illusion, cut or flight or flow. Blackstone was right about the system, and it was driving him crazy. Jin wanted to see what he was being offered. The sword of flux flows smoothly. It is the continuous path of the sword. The sword of change changes its path. It is an attacking, irregular sword. The sword of illusion is a path creating illusions, causing the enemy to fall into a stupor. Blackstone continued this and said that the sword of slashing is a way of cutting the enemy's attacks. And finally, the sword of flight, which is able to make the sword soar. He told the Lord that if he reached the end point of the sword of flight, he would be able to comprehend the sword of control, which allows him to control weapons with just a thought, and this sword interested Jin. But Blackstone immediately interrupted his reverie, as the Lord hadn't even mastered the sword of flight yet. Jin thought about which sword would be the most practical now, and decided on the sword of change. Blackstone agreed with him that this sword would be the most practical now. The system indicated that the sword of change would be proportional to the characteristic of wisdom. He might have the right choice for this sword, but it was only because the guy had increased his wisdom characteristic before. He should remember that it would play an important role in the future. Jin seemed to understand what Blackstone was talking about. Since he had studied the sword of change, he would use it now. Blackstone told him that the best thing to do would be to try this sword in sparring. He asked if the guy knew anyone suitable for the job. Jin thought about the need for a place to train the sword and use it in a duel, and suddenly it hit him. He remembered one suitable place. The small training ground of the divine sword Beck family was in full swing. Jin thought of just that. Since they were being used by the Beckson squad that he had kicked out of the sword pavilion, he could do the following. He greeted the guys who were training there. They all wanted to kill Jin in one way or another, or just hated him. Blackstone joked that the gentleman was getting into trouble, and asked if he was in control of the situation. Jin confidently replied that this was the action that was behind his plan. One of the squad members came out to him and said that if the young master had come here to mock them, he could start right now. Because of him, the squad was having a hard time. Jin said that he had come here for that very reason and wanted to offer them something, but the guy waved his hand away and said that he wasn't interested in any of his suggestions. Then Jin said that he understood them. Since they didn't want the sword pavilion back, it was their business, and apparently these words interested the squad. They asked what Jin meant, and he replied that he had already told them everything just now. The rule was that if they could defeat him, he would immediately return the 7th sword pavilion to them. Seeing the guy's reaction, he asked if he could interest them in such an offer. But there is no better training than a fight. and that was his plan. Baek's squad is made up of the best swordmasters of the Baek family. These guys would do anything to restore Baek's honor. Surely they couldn't reject this offer of battle he had made. Blackstone thought about how every time the Lord intends to do something, he will really get scared. The guy from the squad asked if Jin was serious about such conditions. Jin replied that he always keeps his word, and if he suddenly has a moment of distrust in him, he can swear on the name of the Baek divine sword family. The guys in the squad realized that Jia's condition sounded pretty good. Even though he had advanced a lot in his strength, they had to try and overpower him. Blackstone told the Lord that those guys already thought they could defeat him, but it was also part of his grand plan. The main squad member said that they accept Jin's terms and asked how the competition would go as well. Jin said that he didn't want to stall for too long, so he asked them to pick the best fighters from their squad. They will fight one-on-one. They will set up a fair sword competition without any tricks. He is giving them a chance to decide for themselves who will go to fight him. The guy realized that the Lord wanted to fight him without even using ghost arts, but only with his sword. He didn't know where the guy got so much confidence from. But when it comes to sword, he is definitely the best at it. So he should take this chance to take back the sword pavilion and trample Jin's arrogance. He told him that he would fight him. His name is Kanachan. He is the captain of the swordsman of Baek's squad. When Jin heard this, he suggested that he start right away. He knows that there is no room for indulgence in a duel. That is, he should try not just to knock him to the ground, but to destroy him completely. Kang Chuan replied that he would do as he was asked. Blackstone could sense the captain's anger. He really wanted to kill Jin. Jin himself was even more interesting. You can learn a lot from a man who puts his whole soul into an attack. Everyone here would witness the duel. The participants were given the command to get ready, and a moment later they were already fighting. The captain warned that he would not restrain himself, and for this reason he attacked first, intensely attacking Jin. He clearly did not expect his opponent to be so strong. For this reason, Kang Chuan assumed that he had a good chance of winning, as his opponent was hardly defending himself. Blackstone was worried about his master, but Jin reassured him and said that everything was under his control, and he was preparing for the attack. Jin activated his super concentration, and the next time Kang Chuan attacked him, he just fended off his attacks. The captain noticed that the guy's tactics had changed. Jin decided to activate a feature of the battle mysterious body, and now he could see the change of sword and all of his opponent's next moves. The system was crazy. Supplying him with rewards, it created a crazy monster. Kang Chuan was very tired and didn't understand what was going on. Jin told the guy that if this was all he could do, he suggested ending it there. Jin attacked him with the same tactic that the guy had just attacked him with, and shocked Kang Chuan. Everyone present noticed that young Master Jin was using the sword art of change. They were shocked that this was possible. Even the squad captain himself couldn't believe that it was true. He couldn't imitate the sword art he had studied all his life. It was clear that he had lost, and Jin delivered the decisive blow in this duel, after which squad captain Kang Chuan fell to the ground. A swordsman should not be influenced by emotions, although that was not what Jin should say after he won. But since he was the winner, why not? Jin thought that because of him, his understanding of the sword had changed and improved a bit. He should just bow and thank the system 3 times a day for being so favorable to him. Suddenly, a female voice called out to him, asking what was going on. It was Baekson, who Jin didn't expect to see here. He didn't know she was back already, as he thought her punishment would last longer. She told him to stay on topic and answer her question. Jin said that he had made a light wager, a fair swordsman's duel that only he would have to pay for losing. But she didn't believe it because she thought her brother was lying to her. One of the swordsmen in her squad told her that everything her brother said was the truth. Mr. Jin had put a pavilion of swords on the line. Baeksona then realized that her brother had first taken the sword pavilion away from her, and then was just mocking her to tease her and make her even angrier. The swordsman tried to calm her down, but she already knew there was nothing she could do, which made her even angrier. But still, she said that she would teach her insolent brother a lesson. Everyone noticed Jin getting ready to fight her, and it scared her because she had no idea what her brother was doing while she was serving her sentence. Her little brother had obviously changed a lot since the last time they met. Jin had offered to fight her right now, not just let her words go to waste. She realized that her brother wasn't at her level yet. She should kill the bastard right now, and avenge all the insolence he was showing towards her in front of her squad. But a family aide intervened and asked them to calm down. The elder asked him to deliver a message. All the relatives of the Divine Sword Beck family will have to gather in the elder's hall. Jin realized that the time had finally come. There was only one reason for his father to gather all of Baek's direct relatives. Blackstone realized that his master knew something about it, although the guy thought it would happen later. But there is only one event that his first brother is involved in. It has to be the announcement of the heir. Everyone had already gathered in the Elder Hall. Clearly, this event was the reason why Baekson had returned so early from her punishment. It looked like father was still preparing, but one person had yet to show up. Jin looked to the side and saw that person. Father's first son, the eldest son of Baek Woojin's divine sword family, had arrived. They met his gaze, and Blackstone suspected that the gentleman's manner of speech indicated that he had never seen Yonghui before. This was indeed their first meeting. Even though he was his older brother, Jin had never seen his brother live in his past life, for the reason that his brother was always ahead of everyone else. Blackstone noticed that this man was quite strong. He was at least rank 8 or even higher, and he might reach rank 9 soon. In terms of strength, Baek Woojin is second only to his father. Jin set himself a goal to become stronger than his elder brother and then his father. It was announced that the elder was coming. Everyone lined up and greeted the elder. He sat on his throne and said that he didn't want to waste any more time. For that reason, he would ask right now if they knew the reason why he had gathered them all here today. Baek Woojin replied that the reason was to choose an heir. His father was surprised and asked why he thought that. He said that otherwise his father wouldn't have called him. Baek Woojin was as perceptive as ever. That was the right answer. Now he would tell them all about the method he would use to choose his heir. 8 candidates. Don't they think that's too many? The children looked at their father in surprise, not knowing what he meant. The elder continued, saying that half of the 4 candidates would be enough. Jin remembered that his past life was very different from today's meeting. So had the future changed? Blackstone believed that it was because of Jin's intervention. It had influenced the course of events. That's true, but this is the first time such an important event has been changed. The elder said that he would of course make choices based on their personal achievements. That is, he would take into account martial arts and physical strength, achievement and counting. They could use all of this to elevate their reputation and the reputation of the Baek divine sword family. Baek Woojin raised his hand to ask something from his father. He stated that he was still young and lacked strength and experience in martial arts. He couldn't fully compete, but that was bullshit to the elder. He told him that if he was going to use weak excuses, then right now, he should give up the competition and go away. But Baek Woojin justified that he could fight and would not quit. The elder gave him the example of his younger brother Jin, who proved that age has no correlation to achievement. Thanks to Jin's activism, the family has been shining lately. They should all take an example from him. Baek Woojin has a good chance of being chosen as the heir apparent if he continues in the same vein. He advised him not to give up, and Jin thanked his father for those words. His father was very cruel, and it was true. He exalted him before the others to make them targets. It was all getting tiresome, but no matter what, Jin would have to climb to the top at some point. The elder said that was all he wanted to tell them, and they could all be free to go. Except Baek Woojin. They began to disperse, and Jin only thought that he could surpass them all and raise the Baek divine sword family to the top. The elder greeted the eldest son, saying that he and long time no see. He hasn't changed at all since their first meeting. It's quite disappointing. Baek Woojin asked his father the reason why he decided to announce his heir so early, even if age has nothing to do with achievements. Some of the people here just now weren't even 20 years old. Didn't Baek Woojin and Baek Sunghyun become outstanding? Why would a father provoke unnecessary conflict among his children? The elder asked if Baek Woojin knew about the insect pot. He explained to him that if you gather several poisonous insects in a clay pot and close them there under a lid, they will intertwine and fight each other until there is only one survivor. It is said that the last insect has the most deadly and crushing poison, and this phenomenon is called the insect pot. Baek Woojin couldn't believe he was talking about his children as poisonous insects. The father went on to say that he too was once a poisonous insect who struggled to survive inside the clay pot to survive. He trampled everyone who tried to climb up. The last survivor in the pot gets everything. Baek Woojin got angry, saying that his father is making an example of insects when it comes to human lives. Doesn't he care if they die? But the elder thought he was a complete moron. Humans are weak enough to fail in this competition and deserve to die. Because he had once failed to handle his worthless compassion, He had failed to cross the martial arts line. Baek Woojin listened to his father and told him that he would follow his own path of his own choosing. The elder expected that he would not be interested in becoming the heir. He asked if Baek Woojin was definitely going to leave the family. He told him that he was going to do so, but that he had unfinished business, and there was someone here he was interested in. Blackstone, nicknamed Jin, he didn't realize if the guy was going to do anything, but Jin didn't know what his friend was talking about. Then Blackstone told him that in case he hadn't noticed, it had been a whole week since the competition between the heirs had been announced. He didn't understand why he was so indifferent to it. With everyone from Baek Song-hyun to Baek Myung-hyun waiting outside the administrative office and grasping at every task, Jin replied that it's because of them that he has no assignments left. He takes this opportunity to ponder quietly. But Blackstone saw that the gentleman was just idling rather than thinking, but Jin said that wasn't the case. Blackstone didn't know what to do in that case. Jin shared his feelings with him. He's been feeling very strange and unusual lately, looking at the stars and flowers. He doesn't know how to describe it, but it feels like he's about to have a great idea. Blackstone thought about the words of the Lord, and suddenly realized one reason why he had such thoughts. Perhaps Jin had reached a level of excitement. Martial artists who had reached this level were able to create skills from what they saw and felt. Jin asked if that wasn't great, but Blackstone had a hard time answering as he couldn't tell if Jin had better luck or ability. Well, luck is also an ability. Anyway, if he thinks a little more, he will come up with something. He heard someone calling him. It was Hyuk. He told Jin that he had an assignment from the administrative department related to the divine sword. It finally arrived. Jin took and opened the letter. Blackstone noticed that the gentleman was frowning for some reason. Jin believed that a conflict with a very large guild was about to happen. He ordered Hyuk to get the car ready for tomorrow morning. He said he was going to go tomorrow to Cheongju. They were already in the city. The problem was that the Beck family's territory was invaded in Cheongju, but that wasn't all. The citizens had been damaged, and some of the group had been injured. Blackstone listened to their conversation and didn't understand what happened. These people are called the Great Yang Family. It's a large guild and by various measures similar to the Divine Sword Baek Guild. He used to hear that they often provoked conflicts with his family, but that doesn't happen anymore. Suddenly, they are creating a branch in Cheongju, and even in their area, it seems like they wanted to say something to them. Well, the more territories, the more advantages. In some cases, you can monopolize all the dungeons in a region, but there was nothing appealing about Cheongju. There were no advantages here due to the fact that the dungeons were practically without rifts. So as you can see, the branch manager of the Baek family was only rank 5. Blackstone wondered who the branch leader of the Great Yang family's Cheongju branch was then. He was Kim Song-jae, the 9th Sword of Change. That meant his sword had changed 9 times. Jin knew him. They were once good acquaintances. He had no idea what his old acquaintance was up to, but it was bad. The thing is, Kim Sung-jae is quite famous for his sword changes. Jin assumed that his current capabilities were on the same level as Baeksun's. This would be his best chance to get a better look at the sword changes, he thought rather optimistically. But would he really come out and offer to fight? He won't do it, but Jin knows what kind of person Kim Sung-jae is. He has created a situation where he can't refuse to duel with him. They came to a building. It was the Cheongju branch of the Great Yang family. As you could see, they had built a solid wall and a metal gate right in the middle of someone else's territory. Jin looked at all that, and he felt like breaking down that gate. Jung said that they tried to talk to him quietly, but they were rebuffed right outside the gate. Really wanted to talk to the branch manager, but he wouldn't even agree to meet with him. Then Jin said the answer would be obvious. If the branch manager didn't want to come out himself, they would go in to see him. In the branch courtyard, work was going on. Oh, everything was going better than he could have expected. At this rate, they would be able to completely get rid of the Divine Sword Baek family in a few days. The servants greeted Mr. Kim Song-jae, but they also already had suspicions that Beck would not let this happen. Recently, one of them was quite famous. Judging from the rumors, this guy should come right here. Many people had already heard this. His name is Baek Woojin. It's said that he was able to single-handedly break a multi-level guild. Although the rumors were exaggerated, Jin was a kid who wherever he went, something exceptional always happened. Kim heard this talk and reminded them whose side he was on. Or were they going to go beg the Beck family to accept them? They started to make excuses, but they were only afraid of Jin because of a couple of rumors. But even if they were exaggerated, it was still true that Jin is very strong, just in case. They should be prepared for him to come here by breaking through the gate. Although Kim didn't believe that could happen, he didn't think Jin was crazy enough to do it. They heard a huge explosion and turned around to realize that the gate had been destroyed. Divine Sword Baek's family came to them. Jin told everyone that he was a direct descendant of Divine Sword Baek Woojin's family, and he had come here to make them all pay for trespassing on his family's territory and not apologizing. He ordered the branch manager Kim Sung-jae to come forward and fight him. No one expected Jin to be this crazy. The guards were immediately in a fighting stance, thinking that Jin and Jung-jun didn't realize where they had entered and who they were dealing with. But Jin told them to get out of his way. They realized that this was the same Jin who was known for his accomplishments and lowered their weapons. They asked what he had come here for. Did he really want a war? Jin didn't understand why they were asking him such a stupid question with an obvious answer. They had started it all, but they thought it was ridiculous because he thought he was acting in the name of justice. If martial artists have a problem, they solve it by using martial arts instead of words. Jin offered to fight for the Cheonju branch. The loser would give it up. Blackstone tells the guy that this is bullshit. He's doing reckless, crazy things. Although Blackstone likes Jin's attitude and it was his plan, Kim has an inflated ego and can't back down if challenged by an inferior. He had broken the gate to draw attention to himself. Otherwise, he could refuse the duel. Kim couldn't believe that Jin had become so cocky, but he realized that he couldn't just give up the duel because everyone was looking at him. He should pull himself together now. He stepped forward and said that he recognized that Jin was the bravest one here. But even though he was the leader here, the duel was decided. But he didn't have time to prove it before Jin said that he understood. Kim was just a helpless bogeyman. That's what he wanted to say, right? If that's all he needed to know, he told Kim to get the hell out of here and bring his superiors to him. Those words were enough to drive Kim into a frenzy and a willingness to fight Jin. It happened just as the guy said it would. Blackstone said that if Kim had kept his cool and indifference and reacted to provocation, he would have been a saint. Jin decided to take this chance to complete the task and improve his mecha skills. He saw in the opportunity window that a new surprise assignment had arrived. Jin needed to analyze Kim and thus defeat. The condition was to win after fully understanding the changes Kim used. This assignment was in Jin's favor, but Blackstone was getting really pissed off. The system wanted to make a monster out of Jin. After a while, they were standing in the arena opposite each other, and Kim thought that Jin wouldn't use spirits since it was a sword duel. Jin thought that his opponent was just afraid of him, but he reassured Kim by saying that he wouldn't do that. He didn't need to be afraid. They began to fight. Kim couldn't wait to make Jin regret his words. He attacked first, and Jin managed to block his strike. He activated the aura features of flame wings and super concentration, as well as the feature of the battle mysterious body. He concentrated all his power and threw Kim away from him. Now they all saw that black aura that was rumored. It was not pleasant and needed to end it all soon. He attacked again, and this time Jin couldn't block his attack. He wounded him a little. There were multiple cuts with the sword that Jin barely had time to fend off. It was a 9-dimensional sword, and Kim was using it now against Jin. The technique was called 9-dimensional bright light. Jin froze and just stared into the void. Blackstone shouted at him to get ready to look at his opponent, but it was as if Jin didn't hear him. It was clear that he had comprehended the new sword, since he had achieved enlightenment through incarnation. He could now take the initiative to fight. Blackstone couldn't tell if this was the way of the mecha. Meanwhile, the third gate of the 1,000 swords was revealed to Jin. The third gate was the sword of power. The 7th gate was the sword of change, and the 8th gate was the sword of illusion. He thrust his sword into the ground with all his might, creating a huge wave of energy that Kim wanted to hold on to, but all his efforts were in vain, and there was a loud explosion, after which Kim lay on the ground having lost the duel, while Jin looked on as a true victor. Meanwhile, the branch soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. They were shocked. This was true sword art. Jin turned to them and advised them not to waste time. They should quickly gather all their belongings and get out of this area. Baxen came to her father's house to inform him that she had finished the task he had given her. She did better than the elder could have expected her to do. He told her that he had heard that Jin had driven the great Yan family out of Cheongju on his own, but Baxen didn't know that. Despite his arrogance, the more the elder watched him, the more his son reminded him of him in the past. Jin had amused him greatly with his adventures. He let his daughter go, saying that she still had a lot of work to do. As she left the reception, all she could think about was what a bastard her little brother was. She hated him because his assignment time and hers crossed at the same time. At this rate, she would definitely lose the competition. It just couldn't be allowed to happen. She would accept that person's offer even though it was a bit dangerous. Jin was in his room looking at the characterization. He was able to touch the hearts of many and brought them suffering. In addition to the main reward, he would be added 1,200 points. And the reward for the surprise task was changed to the reward of 1,000 swords. Blackstone ironically joked about how Mrs. System could already just give Jin everything she had. Jin was opened a new sword path, was given the title of Opening New Paths, was awarded 1,000 points, and was extremely lucky. Blackstone hated the system for these unreasonable handouts to Jin. He needed to deal with it right now, but Jin asked him to calm down and pick a card for him. Blackstone didn't think it was a good idea, since he had no luck in such lotteries. But Jin insisted, let him try at least one. Among the large selection of cards, Blackstone poked his finger at a random one, not showing much interest and not having high hopes. He didn't trust luck, so he didn't think much depended on it. The card indicated that Jin had received the 1,000 sword reward, and techniques would rise to the 2nd level, regardless of skill level. It was a legendary card, and that wasn't a bad thing. Blackstone has perfect luck, and probably now Jin should ask him to pick a card every time instead. Blackstone couldn't find a place for himself because of this unfair life, but Jin meanwhile opened the box. It was a gift from the Yang family. He was curious what was in there. It was a plant causing death in 9 breaths, a mountain plant, and red ginseng and silver moon. They all helped raise the resistance to poisons. If Jin used them correctly, he could earn himself resistance to 100 poisons. It sounded amazing. He would definitely get an advantage if he had a new skill. He needed to think about the absorption rate if he wanted to use these herbs properly. The effectiveness depended a lot on that. He called Zhang to him. He told him that he needed to retreat to the sword pavilion for a while. He would like him to do something for him. He said the Lord could trust him. He was trying with all his pitchforks. Jin liked the infusion, but the matter didn't require much effort. He came to the sword pavilion where Ara and Munchoan were practicing. They were happy to see him. Munchoan told the master that Ara was a very fast learner, and she had already learned the basics. That was good, and Jin congratulated her on gaining her 1st rank, and they were going to the dungeon tomorrow. She was startled by this news, but Munchoan congratulated her on her 1st dungeon walk. Ara had a small request for Jin. She wants to clear the dungeon alone and without a team. She had heard that the Lord had once killed a boss on his own, when he was also rank 1. Munchoan had told her about it. Now Ara wanted to try it too. Blackstone had asked Jin to let her do it no problem. He was sure of it. Ara was much stronger now than Jin was then. He listened to him and decided to let Ara go into the dungeon alone. But if it was hard for her, she shouldn't force herself. Ara was very glad that the Lord agreed. The next day, near the 1st ranked dungeon, Ara had no problem dealing with the goblins alone. Blackstone once again repeated to Jin that everything would be fine, but he followed her in disguise. This was her 1st outing. Then he wouldn't do it, and this was the 1st and last time. Ara continued to chop down the monsters alone with Jin supporting her. Blackstone saw what kind of father Jin would become in the future since he was so rooting for Ara. Suddenly Ara was called out by someone, and these people told her that she was trespassing on their territory. She apologized to them, and they realized she was a sock puppet. They ordered her to give them the mana stone of the monsters she killed and get the hell away. Blacktown was angry that they were allowing this to happen. He wanted to intervene, but he is a simple spirit, so he asked Jin to do it. But he couldn't, as it would be a violation of Ara's request. He looked weak. It's not like he can just watch. He wanted to just see what the girl would do. If anything, he fit in. But Ara gave them the stones, and said she would go somewhere else and never come here again. They began to rejoice that it was over so quickly, and the girl left. She heard them call those who had trained her morons, and as cheesy as they were, it was enough to make her come back. She would make them answer for their words. Ara told them to answer what they had just said about her trainer. They unsuspectingly told her that she had been trained by an idiot. But before he could prove it, Ara slapped him across the face with all her might, causing him to fall to the ground. They didn't expect Ara to do that and were a bit confused. She wouldn't let anyone say such things about the man who took her in and taught her everything she knows. If they tried to say such nonsense again, she would cut off all of their heads with her sword. Blackstone, who was watching, cheered. Ara switched to the other man and beat him mercilessly no matter what. Jin thought about the fact that her punches looked quite familiar. He had forgotten that he had taught her that. When both men stood up, they drew their swords and were determined to kill Aru. But she warned them that they just didn't know who they were dealing with yet, and they would be lucky to get out of here alive. They got into a fight. Ara managed to block a blow from one of them and then shoved them aside. But still, fighting alone against 2 experienced swordsmen was no easy feat. Especially considering her 1st rank. They tried to lash out at her with words, calling her a lowlife. But Ara wasted no time and read their sword technique. She used her battle mysterious body skill, and it looked like she was already finished. She attacked them in a way they didn't expect her to, especially since just now she was losing. He told her that her stupid teacher had only taught her how to block blows, and it was time for her to learn how to fight normally. Ara warned about the expressions towards her teacher, one of those inglorious swordsmen wasting oxygen. They thought this was their chance to attack her and wrap things up. But as soon as their swords touched Ara's sword, as the blades started to crumble, and eventually nothing was left of their weapons, just the hilt, they were stunned and didn't understand how this was possible. Ara had warned them of what would happen if they said such nonsense again. She did not speak in vain, and screams came from the forest. In the end, Ara didn't kill them, just beat them unconscious and stopped there. They should learn some manners, and now she headed for the monster boss. Jin motioned for Blackstone to go back. There was no point in watching anymore, and Blackstone warned him about it. After a while already in the city, Ara met Jin. He asked how everything went. The girl defeated the boss and everything was just fine. She told him with admiration that it was a goblin fighter, but she managed to get used to his attacks pretty quickly, and so she was able to use the sword techniques Jin had taught her. He praised her, but wondered if she had told him everything. She thought about it, but decided not to tell the Lord about the incident with the thieves. Jin realized that she wasn't telling him everything, but he didn't question her. Blackstone thought that the boy was not good at leading his subordinates. He was right about that. Munchon approached them. He was just in time. He said in an excited voice that the master needed to see something right now. He saw a small flame dragon that was sitting in a pile of wooden swords. He suddenly admitted to himself. At first, Munchon was surprised since he thought it was a monster, but then he felt the spirit energy. Blackstone also didn't understand what was going on. He had seen something like this for the first time. Then Jin decided that old man Yunamin definitely knew the answer. He didn't expect the guy to call so quickly, since he had relatively recently left. Jin asked if contract spirits could just appear by themselves. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, and Jin didn't know how to explain. He explained to him how it was, and the old man said that although Jin was special, his spirit was not inferior to him. He said that he would call him and tell him when he could come to him. He would see what he could do. He thanked him for not refusing to help. Suddenly, Jin heard someone calling him. The voice was outside. Munchon said he would check, but Jin objected. It was him who was calling, and he would come out too. Munchon asked why the guy was making noise right outside the sword pavilion. The guy turned to Jin. His name was Kim Sung-chul. He apologized for such rude behavior, but the situation was urgent. He was supposed to be practicing right now, but he had come to him specifically. No one but him could help him. He begged God for help. He begged God to save him, and Jin and Munchon didn't expect this turn of events. They didn't understand what he was saying. Kim Sung-chul told them that his companions had gone to explore a high-level dungeon, but there was a rift, and monsters of a higher level than they thought appeared. Blackstone wasn't surprised at this. He had a bad feeling about it and asked Jin what kind of rift they were talking about. Jin replied that even though the probability was low, the dungeon was being distorted, and as a result there was a rift and monsters that were much stronger. Kim asked for help from the administrative department and the other direct descendants of the Baek family, but they all instantly turned him down. They explained their refusal to him by saying that all his friends in the dungeon were dead by now, so there was no point in wasting time and energy to go down there. He didn't believe that his comrades were dead. They were definitely alive and just had to be hiding somewhere. But even if that was the case, it was necessary to at least retrieve their bodies. Jean turned to Munchon. He said that they would do without family support. Just the two of them. Munchon understood and said he would go get ready. Kim thanked the Lord for not refusing to help him. Jin saw that he had a new assignment to go on together. His guild members were hiding in a rift-altered area to save them. They need to be shown the path to follow. Jin tells Kim that his comrades are alive, so they go to rescue them. Meanwhile, the swordsmen of the Baek family guild were incredibly tired. Some of them felt like they were dreaming, and it was just a nightmare. No one thought it was possible in real life. They hid behind a large rock. Running away from the monsters was only a matter of time before they found them again. Some of them thought that they should hold out until help arrived from the Baek divine sword family, but at the same time, some of them had already given up hope. The Beck families didn't care about their fates, and no one would help them. They had already spent so much time here and no one had come. Even though they knew exactly what had happened to them and that they needed help, they were just abandoned. The guys asked their friend Hayek not to worry and stop panicking, but it was too late. The monsters smelled the swordsman and immediately rushed towards their hiding place. Guild immediately began to prepare for another battle. Even if they die, let it be during the battle with monsters. They wanted to at least show themselves one last time what they were worth. The monsters began to attack, and when one of them clutched at the sword of the swordsman, it was clear that the monster was not intimidated by the weapon and easily destroyed it. It was too late. They were already surrounded, but they were not going to give up and they would stand until the end. At that moment, Jin and Muncheon appeared. They were almost too late. The swordsman must have been waiting for help, but they were all good because they were so happy to see Jin since they had no hope of being rescued. Muncheon said that they had come to their rescue and would protect them from the monsters. A little while earlier, when they were just approaching the rift, Muncheon asked Jin if he was all right. Jin didn't understand why his swordsman thought something was wrong, and Muncheon explained that Jin had just interfered with the mission without the permission of the administrative department or the head of the family. Jin knew this, and it was part of his plan again. He reminded Muncheon that he had once told him that he would remake the Beck family, where the value of a person would become more valuable than the value of a sword. To back out now would mean he had not kept his promise. Muncheon was once again humbled by such words of the Lord. He was ready to follow Jin to the end. Blackstone praised Jin for always knowing how to choose the right words depending on the situation and the person, but despite the rightness of his actions, Jin was uncomfortable. In his past life, it wasn't the Baek Divine Sword family that had taken this assignment, but another major guild. Events had changed again, and it was because of Jin that his family had become more famous than ever before. It looks like it was that rift. They didn't hesitate, and immediately went into the portal to rescue their family members. Events returning to our time. Jin ordered the archers to get ready. He summoned the spirit he had contracted with, a wind spirit who made a wind barrier over them. The swordsman saw that Jin had indeed mastered ghostly skill. The monsters couldn't get close to the archers because of the barrier, so they tried their best to attack him. The swordsman realized that the shield would not last long. There were too many of them, and it was very annoying. Then Blackstone told Jin that it was time to use it. At first, Jin didn't understand what he was talking about, but Blackstone said that he wasn't talking about the first sword. He was talking about another sword. It's pretty strong, so it can help deal with these monsters. Blackstone turned into a dagger. This was the time just right for him. He could sense their mana. Jin armed himself with a second dagger. At this moment, the barrier was almost running out, and the monsters started to attack. But Jin was already ready for battle. He opened Blackstone's second sword, its deadly blade of darkness. He started destroying the monsters one by one with his new weapon. It was an incredible power. The guy literally handled the monsters in one breath. Perhaps it was because Jin had gotten so much better. There was a huge monster coming towards him, much bigger and stronger than the previous ones. Jin realized that this was the main monster of this rift. Surely he realized that ordinary monsters were no match for him. Jin should try to handle it on his own. But Jin already knew this without Blackstone's hints. He used the fog-gathering slits and contained rapture and mass. The monster was still alive and was very angry and strong. The main monster was the same as the ones Jin had seen in other dungeons. It would be hard to crush, so it looked like it was time to use what he had learned. He activated the sword, piercing the sun. The contents Jin chose were fire energy. He chose delight and justice, void, and fire attribute. He directed it all at the monster, which made it roar, and soon there was nothing left of it. Jin had defeated it and was incredibly tired. He had used several techniques at once. Blackstone praised his master for holding on until the end. Muncheon ran up to his master and asked if he had learned how to put attributes into his sword. Jin replied that he had put a spirit attribute into his sword. It was unbelievable. Muncheon did not hide his admiration. Blackstone was angry that Jin didn't say anything about his technique when he himself saw that it was simply incredible. The guild swordsman bowed to Jin, speaking words of gratitude to him for saving their lives. Jin did what he had to do. He was glad they were all unharmed. He told them that their comrade Kim Sung-chul had asked him for help. The guys couldn't believe that their friend hadn't forgotten about them and was seeking help for them. An earthquake hit the entire dungeon, which meant that everything would soon be gone since they had taken the mana stones. Now they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and they were all going home. Outside waiting for them was Kim Sung-chul, who couldn't believe that his friends were brought back alive. He was glad that they were all safe and admitted that he had hoped for their rescue. The guys had already thought that they were doomed. Jin saw an employee of the Black Sword Squad coming towards him. Most likely his father already knew about everything and called his son to him. Before the staff member could say the reason why he came to him, Jin said that he already knew everything and was on his way. Kim's friend Chul asked him how he managed to persuade the administrative department and the young gentleman. But Kim confessed that he couldn't convince the administrative department. The young master didn't get permission from them. The family refused to help, and then Jin acted out of his own free will. He went straight to rescue them. No one could believe it was true. Young Master Baek Woojin was a hero to them. The elder immediately said that the guy was well aware that the orders of the administrative department were as absolute as his personal orders. But nevertheless, he still violated those orders and went to rescue the swordsman. He must immediately explain himself. Father exuded a murderous aura as always. It's almost like fatherly love for him. Jin replied that he did not disobey orders. He himself had said to achieve the result by all means and means. His father refuted that. He had said it during the announcement of the air competition, but it had no connection to the current case. Jin said that a few days later, the lead sword ceremony was held. This is the kind of ceremony where the disciples choose who from the Baek family they will follow. As far as Jin knows, it should happen in the next few days. Compared to his sisters, he had no influence and only has one swordsman. But if everyone knew about today's incident with the swordsman, there would be many more willing to follow him. They would choose him for his sense of justice. Perhaps he had achieved even more effect than he had intended. This was not a bad excuse. He says he has thought his actions out this far. He needs to build long-range strategies to take the place of an elder. During the rivalry, he will use any means to win, even if it is other people's sense of justice. This cold answer was very much to the elder's liking. He seems to be satisfied. He really is a dangerous and treacherous person. Blackstone directly wanted to learn how to be as persuasive as Jin. However, his father said that the guy still broke orders, which he couldn't just turn a blind eye to, so he'll give him a small punishment for it. He orders to help the first person who comes in here now. There was a knock on the door and his father let him enter. Jin was surprised to see who it was. He didn't expect him to be here. It was Baek Woojin, and he will be helping her on his father's orders. It had been 3 days since the flame dragon was discovered, and the spirit mage still hadn't called Jin. It seems he was still searching for answers. After all, finding some information about a spirit that eats cookies is not easy. Jin's sister said that they were already leaving on a trip tomorrow, but she somehow never said the purpose of the trip. For Jin, it was all obvious, and will be something directly related to demons. Luckily, he can train freely. Blackstone advised the guy to try during the next real fight, the Dark Orb of Domination. It's quite a useful skill. Blackstone had taught it to Jin himself, so he would definitely achieve the desired results when mastering it. Jin was grateful, but before he went, he wanted to check the rewards and quests. Jin received 1,100 points for completing the task of rescuing swordsmen from the dungeon. That wasn't bad, but Jin looked disappointed for some reason. You can't just shamelessly get extra rewards all the time. So as he led the people, he got another 1,600 extra points and a special item. It was Shikron's spiritual bracelet. It was created with angel feathers, and it contained the holy power of Shikron, who was kinder than anyone but hated evil. Jin and Blackstone looked at the bracelet in silence. And then Jin couldn't contain his emotions of joy, which couldn't be said for Blackstone. The next day, Baek Woojin begged her father to reconsider his decision regarding Jin, as she wasn't going to entertain him on this important trip. Her father understood that perfectly. Fighting demons was drastically different from fighting ordinary monsters. She wouldn't have time to look after the newcomer. Father thought Baek Woojin was interested in Jin, and the reason for his guess was that her sister had given him her necklace. She didn't know that her father already knew, but he didn't want to explain. She was genuinely worried that Jin might die, but her father just coldly said that it would mean that he was incapable of doing more. Baek Woojin thought that Jin was important to her father, but he only valued those who were useful to him. If Jin were to die for any reason, that would be the end of it. Jin looked at his sister and wondered what she was thinking. She must be imagining slaying demons on a mission. No doubt all the people gathered here had high skills. He could feel their energy. He'd heard that most of them had a strong hatred for demons, which was why the atmosphere was so tense. There was a guy walking towards them who said that he hadn't often seen a red-colored sword bring someone with him. Jin bowed to him. He knew this person. It was Holybo Chejun-hyun. He was often talked about in the news. Jun was embarrassed to be recognized. He possessed the attribute of sainthood. It's not every day you get to see such a rare era. Jun knew Jin, and he had also heard of him. He was the brother of the red-colored sword, and it had been a long time since he had seen someone near her. Jin explained that he was just serving a sentence here from the elder, but Jun wanted to say that after one incident, Baek Woojin would never do it again, but he didn't finish it because he decided that now was not the time to talk about it. She didn't want her brother to ever find out what happened, and asked Jun not to talk too much. Suddenly, an announcement was made that they would be given information based on the association's materials and eyewitness accounts. They weren't exactly sure about this demon's ability, but according to the dark energy assessment, its rank was between low and medium. This demon was unknown, and his name was Kiraya. Jin remembered him from his past life. He was a high-ranked demon, and he had committed a massacre, and he was brainwashed. Since this demon has dominion over the mind, it would be very difficult. He also knew that the demon had an annoying traveling technique. The kinga was not happy, and apparently she was expecting a different demon. The last time the demon was seen near Konasan, all the residents had been evacuated, and so right now they could go and start searching for the demon. Baek Woojin said that Jin would go to Sogwifo. He didn't understand why he was going to Sogwifo when the demon was in Seonsan, but his sister said that the situation might change, and now he will join the patrolmen to protect the citizens. Blackstone advised not to watch his sister. Baek Woojin thinks he can't fight the demon. A bad way to show his work? But Blackstone disagreed with the guy. The sister is just worried about him. It was strange for Jin, especially from his sister. But still, it was clear that Jin would not follow his sister's advice, but would do his own thing, and that was that. He happened to have the perfect item for the occasion, and he couldn't wait to test it in real combat. Meanwhile, human screams were coming from one of the common houses. The man couldn't understand what was happening to his body and why he couldn't control it. The demon Karaya was there, and he was impressed by it all. The man's consciousness remained intact. However, it was futile to resist. He advised him to get ready to take the pleasure of killing, and it was useless to fight. He wanted the man to give up, but the man held on to the last and could not kill his friend. Karaya was amused by his control over the man, and when he was about to break him, something strange happened. He noticed that someone had appeared in the room. It was Jin, who was a little late. The demon couldn't understand how he found him. He had hidden his dark energy behind the barrier, but Jin wouldn't tell him about it. The demon would die here anyway. The demon couldn't understand who this child was and how he could smell his energy behind the barrier. He just couldn't have found this place by accident. A little earlier, Jin was walking with a patrol in the forest, and suddenly felt something. It was a faint energy that came from somewhere nearby. Somewhere in the opposite direction of the demon's last manifestation, the energy was weak and incredibly unpleasant. Suddenly he felt a murderous aura. He had to hurry and not let the demon leave again. He told the patrolman that he was going to go look around a bit, even though they were yelling at him that it was quite dangerous. But the guy didn't hear them. They were too late, and Jin asked Blackstone to check on the two men. Since the man had fought back very hard, the wound wasn't very serious. The lives of the two weren't in danger. Jin saw that Karaya was confused. He didn't think he would be found so quickly. The demon didn't like this cocky man. He was interfering with his next amusement. His life didn't seem to matter to him at all. But Jin suggested that the demon should not talk idly, but fight him. They fought, and the demon praised the guy. His confidence level was equal to his abilities, but to him he was still a weakling. He tossed Jin aside. The blast wave caused the house to start collapsing. Jin was outside. He needs to act seriously, as apparently the level was not comparable to the level of monsters the guy had met before. It was true, Jin only swung his sword once, but his whole body was numb. If he was wrong, he would die, and he couldn't feel the effect of the bracelet. He had triggered the dark energy, so they would soon receive help. This gave Jin confidence, and he got into a fighting stance, launching a black imperial projectile at the demon, followed by a falling flash of thunder. But Karaya had no problem fending off his attacks, one after another. If that's all he had, he might not have to try hard to defeat Jin. The guy could barely hold back the demon's attack. He didn't understand why the bracelet didn't work at all. Karaya was bored. It would be much more interesting to just tear those two apart. But since Jin had challenged him quite boldly, he would kill him quickly and painlessly. Jin felt that because of the demon's power, he couldn't move. Blackstone asked the Lord to use it. He turned into a sword, and Jin tried to take it with all his might, resisting the demon's magic. Meanwhile, Baek Woojin and Jun stood alone. He told her that she looked much more haggard than the last time they met. She had a lot of worries at home. Baek's family instilled fear in people. She'd brought Junior to work, but she didn't want to do it herself, at least right now. Jun said he originally thought she had decided to take advantage of her brother, but suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a huge rumble. Turning around, she saw a huge pillar of light in the distance. They couldn't understand what that energy was doing in the opposite side of where the search was going on. Whether Baek Woojin realized that it was just a decoy. Along with the dark energy, the girl also felt an incredible holy energy. They didn't know who it could be, but Baek Woojin thought it could be her brother. In those seconds, Karaya couldn't understand what that disgusting energy was coming from the guy. He didn't understand what he had just done. But Jin was going to kill the demon, and so he didn't have time for unnecessary explanations in front of him. Karaya thought that he could control this energy and nothing bad was happening. But suddenly everything exploded and the demon started to burn. The effect of the bracelet was completely different, and not how Jin imagined it, so he immediately starts the second round. Karaya still thought that everything was under his control and his power had already reached its maximum. He was very strong, but now it was time to strike the final blow and finish the demon once and for all. He aimed his power at it and managed to break through its dark energy, although it was almost impossible, because the guy was equal to an ordinary teenager in terms of his strength. But now he was showing a completely different result. He came close to Karaya, not to lose vigilance during the fight. Jin struck him a blow, but it was not fatal. When the demon was distracted, the guy was able to get as close as possible and blind him. Karaya couldn't believe that this guy let himself get so brazen, but it was solely his fault, as he let him get close enough to him. The demon lost an eye, but worst of all for him, and he couldn't regenerate. He didn't realize what this brat had done, but Jin replied that he himself had no idea, as he was using this technique for the first time. Karaya was incredibly angry and wanted to kill Jin more than ever before. He used the demonic orb. It should be avoided, as once it touches him, he will go crazy, and it is the perfect thing to subjugate people. It was a mind-dominating technique, but Jin had a good chance of destroying this orb before it even got close to him. Blackstone had a beautiful new plan of action matured. He asked the Lord to attack this sphere first. He asked him to just trust him. He had a funny idea he wanted to put into action. Jin did so, hoping he wouldn't regret it later. The demon thought it was all over and he had defeated the guy who fell for his trick. He didn't know what the little bastard was thinking. But nevertheless, he had done everything the way he wanted and suited Karaya. Now he would destroy everything around him and continue his fun. But when the smoke cleared, he noticed that there was a huge wall in front of him. When he touched it, he realized that it was completely made of metal. He couldn't understand how this could happen. Only a true master could do such a thing. He couldn't understand how this kid could do something like this. He was much stronger than the average ability user. It felt as if the kid was living a second life, because he possessed such abilities and skills at such an early age. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him saying that this was the reason why he had chosen Jin. Karaya could not bear to be affected by such a hideous aura. He felt that with the approach of this spirit, and he could literally die. Blackstone waited for the demon to at least turn to him. Since he was tired of listening to his whining, he welcomed the demon into Baek Woojin's world. The demon couldn't understand what this spirit was doing in Jin's head, but Blackstone wasn't going to explain anything to him. The demon would die soon anyway, but at least Blackstone hadn't seen himself in this form in a long time. It was much better than when he was dressed as a child. The demon realized that Blackstone wasn't human. At least he was now. He asked Jin if he felt a little strange. He was flying around Blackstone now. It was his choice to switch roles with him for a while. He would show the demon who he really was. Karaya was losing his temper, and he didn't understand anything. They were only talking among themselves, and he was waiting for some kind of explanation. He was like an angry cat being teased to play, but he was a weakling and thought he could step on them. And when he almost did, he thought he had taught them a lesson. But Blackstone easily held his foot with one toe. To him, it was like another child's play, not a battle. He effortlessly tossed the demon aside. Blackstone explained to the frightened Karaya that there were different rules here, and he should be thankful that he was even trying to talk to him. Jin realized that he, Blackstone, had prepared this cool phrase in advance and was ruining Blackstone's image. Mentality and experience are not the only important things when it comes to the mental realm. Handling is also important, and so he advised Jin to watch and learn. The demon didn't understand who Blackstone was talking to. How dare he even behave like that to him? He would do anything to tear him to shreds for such insolence. He made many copies of the Sisaya. Blackstone just couldn't understand how this demon could be so predictable, but it was a perfect opportunity to show something beautiful. The demon's copies began to attack Blackstone, but he proceeded to repel their attacks. The demon copies were coming closer and closer, and Blackstone was building up mana for the attack. And once he was ready, with one swing of his sword, all the creatures were blown to pieces. Meanwhile, Junhyun and Baek Woojin were running. The guy was saying that they should hurry up, because he felt the aura even stronger. The girl noticed something. Junhyun also saw something and said that the situation had gotten worse. They stopped. The aura was suddenly gone. He couldn't feel it anymore, and wondered what had happened there. Jun noticed the silhouette behind the trees and told Baek Woojin about it. It was Baek Woojin. He was glad the two of them had come. Archer rushed over to the guy and asked if he was in one piece, and warned him that there was definitely dark energy in the area. Jin was fine and asked them not to worry about the dark energy. And then reaching into his pocket and pulling out a red crystal from there, he dealt with that energy. The guys were shocked at what they saw, for in the guy's hands was a demonic core. Jun Hyung said that one was really good, but Baek Young interrupted him, asking Beck to ask Jin to explain how he killed the demon, since this one alone is impossible. Jin didn't understand why she was asking this. After all, he had just massacred him with his sword. Was there really any other way for a swordsman? The guy decided to go about his business and said so. Blackstone thought about Jin's words. The man had called him his sword, but in fact the guy is right. The sword Blackstone destroyed that demon, so Jin wasn't lying and the guy said it was right. He was telling the truth. But for some reason it made Blackstone angry. Baek Young and Jun Hyun watched the guy walking away. The girl thought it was the same boy. It had to be him. And we are transported to some gloomy place, a bunch of different swords lying around, most likely after a brutal battle. It was like a dream. Some silhouettes appeared near the lying weapons, and standing apart from them was a long-haired man. He looked like Blackstone in a human body. The men armed themselves and ran to attack the mysterious guy. Blackstone apologized and readied his sword, and in an instant, his magic attack released a huge stream of dark energy. The men with guns stopped. They were blinded by that light, and when the energy got to them, the entire group disappeared without a trace. And the mysterious man who looked like Blackstone just stood there without moving. Then he turned around abruptly, but what was wrong with his eyes? At this time, Baek Woojin was lying in bed, and then he screamed. He pulled himself up and didn't understand why he was crying. Then someone turned to him. It was Blackstone asking if he had seen it. Jin asked what happened to those people Blackstone fought, and he realized he had seen everything. Blackstone said he didn't remember, but then added that he'd never had any enemies. Lately, that was all he'd been thinking about. Jin assumed that his memory was now recovering little by little. A system window appeared in front of them. Blackstone was upset that the setting was broken, but he didn't understand why the window had to appear now. The window said that he had destroyed the demon Karayo in the mind space. All the characteristics were enhanced, and Karayo's movement feature of grasping was combined with an unknown gate, causing a new gate to appear. Spiritual walking. Jin witnessed the mass murder of the fragile Night of Massacre. The understanding of the fragile Night of Massacre was improved. The scope of the fragile Night of Massacre was expanded. The scope of the fragile Night of Massacre was expanded. The activation speed of Massacre was increased. The destruction power of Massacre was increased. Blackstone was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe it. Then he started getting angry and yelling that he was the one who killed the demon, and didn't understand why the reward was given to Jin, and the guy stopped him, saying he had nothing to do with it. Blackstone continued to yell, but now at the system, while trying to kick her and suggesting she fight him. Jin hesitated for a moment, and then he called Blackstone and asked him what he wanted. Jin asked. The fragile night of carnage that Blackstone had shown was her final appearance, and the guy said it was drastically different from what he uses. It's been a long time since he's been so surprised by someone else's fencing. Blackstone hesitated and asked what impressed Jin. The guy said he feels every time that he's not ready yet. There's still a chance to get Blackstone's memory back. You have to fight strong enemies like tonight. Baek Woojin will help bring back his partner's memory, and that made Blackstone happy. The lad added, saying more importantly, he was a perfect being, so no one could reproach him for lack of strength or experience. And these compliments embarrassed Blackstone. Jin said that's why he needs to train him just as well in the future. Blackstone laughed and said, okay, but have him ready for even tougher training. And then he added, saying that from this day forward, he would show his true worth. Jin began to ponder. When he met Blackstone both in his consciousness and in his dreams, he was no ordinary warrior. Jin's father is without a doubt a very strong man, but he is no comparison to Blackstone. Father's way of teaching, definitely worse than Blackstone's plague. Jin decided to check the status and a system window opened. It showed stats such as physical potential, swordsmanship, mana, wisdom, strength, and psyche, and at the very end were the points. There were 2,800 of them. The guy was surprised that his specs went up a lot. If you do the math, about 4K, Jin rejoiced, because at this rate he would soon be able to rise to a high level. And Blackstone was angry, saying that this is unbearable. The guy is just lucky and luck is with him. And then he pointed his finger at the guy and said he'd give him a workout that would make hell seem like heaven. And then the phone rang. Jin picked up the phone. It was Munchon. The news had reached him that Jin had single-handedly killed the demon. The guy was crying tears of joy. He said that he believed in him. and knew that he could handle even such an opponent. Jin confirmed that it was true, and then asked him what he was calling about. Moonchon apologized and said he called him to ask about his plans, and Jin asked if he had something urgent come up. The guy said it was about the name of their sword squad. They needed to come up with one as soon as possible, and the guy was perplexed as to why. And then Moonchon said that the elder asked him to tell him that the lead sword ceremony was being postponed to an earlier date. And those words shocked Jin. That was as close as it got. Jin got up from the bed. The ceremony would be earlier than he expected. Blackstone didn't understand what was wrong and asked if it was a problem. And Jin said it wasn't, he just had a bad feeling and started packing his bag. Important events began to happen faster than in the past life. It seems to be the consequences of Jin's actions. The guy took his bag and left the apartment. Walking out of the house, he met Jun-hyung, who was surprised that the guy was already leaving. Baek Woojin smiled and said that he was given one news about the start of some event back home. Jun-hyung wondered. He realized why that girl left so early. And Jin asked what he was talking about. The guy said Baek Woojin left too, right after she made sure Jin killed Karaya's demon. Jin thought about it. Eun-gyong really only thinks about demons. And his thought was interrupted by Jun-hyun, who asked if it was related to the events at home. And then his face turned serious. He told him not to think so badly of the girl. Jin looked at Jun-hyun with confusion, but he started rubbing his head and said that he wouldn't say anything. When the time came, he would find out, adding that Jin was in a hurry and he didn't want to delay him so much. Jin started to leave and said goodbye to his comrade. And Jun-hyun said that he would like to talk to him again if he had the chance, and said goodbye to Jin too. Moonchon realized that Jin's older sister is full of secrets. There are more of them than Jin himself remembers, but the guy didn't answer in any way. The guy was right. Maybe she is. Jin wondered, wondering if he would ever find out everything about her. And we moved to the office of Song-ah, who was sitting in the chair. The young lady was visited by the secretary, who said that the younger master had returned, and the girl didn't really like the news. She knew he would be involved too. The blue-eyed secretary said that he had single-handedly killed a mid-level demon, and the news had already appeared in the newspapers. The girl took out a folder with sheets and began to share the latest news and notes with Suna. A rift had appeared a few days earlier, and rumors about the sword pavilion. Suna slammed her fists on the table and said that the lobbying had gone in vain. The secretary looked at the lady with a confused look and said that she had promised to provide a lot of help. So she was sure that Song-ah would be able to recruit enough people, but Song-ah said that the number was clear. But what about their abilities? The secretary calmly flipped the sheet and said that Madam will get high-level swordsmen, but the best ones will be hard to recruit. Song-ah got angry again and started beating her fists on the desk, shouting, "Curse." The girl calmed down a bit and said that because of Jin, nothing comes out every time. The girl remembered how surprised she was that Baek Woojin went into the rift by herself. She practiced and grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat, and then asked the subordinate if he had even gotten permission from his father, and the answer was no. The girl turned around and smiled evasively and said that Jin was a psycho. Obviously, he was going to die there, but he went to sacrifice his life anyway for some reason. Sung-ah lifted her head up, smiled, and said that she really wanted him there and disappeared. But after a while, the girl realized that her prediction was correct. He was back, but he didn't come on his own. He even got all the people out alive and unharmed. One of the crowd said that if it wasn't for young Mr. Baek Woojin, they would have been mincemeat. The other, a red-haired fellow, began to remind the boys of the moment in which the young gentleman came up behind them and delivered his powerful blow. The third guy also admired Jin, because knowing that he would be punished, he still came to their aid. Song-ah listened to all of them and became more and more angry. Because she rejected the rescue request, her image was now ruined. And we go back to our time where the girl's head is already hurting from hysteria. She asks the receptionist if there's any news about Jin. She also wants information about the spy who will join Beck's sword squad at Jin's place. The receptionist said that a capable person had already been selected and held out a sheet of information, and Sung-ah didn't expect that they already had some information. The girl looked and was pleased. This level was acceptable, and she thanked the receptionist for a job well done, and she bowed. Sung-ah smiled evilly and pondered about Jin. She doesn't know what he's thinking about right now or what secrets he's keeping, but she'll find out. And we are transported to our hero, where he and his comrades are looking at something and thinking. Ara said she didn't know what to do, and Munchoan backed her up, saying it was much harder than he thought. Ijin sat upset. He didn't expect it to be this hard either. There was a pile of crumpled sheets of paper on the table. The guys didn't think that coming up with names would be such a difficult task. Blackstone smiled and offered his own suggestion, asking how he was lucky to have a sword squad. And Jin didn't understand why lucky. Blackstone decided to explain, since Jin is a man who relies on luck. His squad should be called Lucky. He thought it was a perfect fit, but Jin rejected his suggestion. Munchoan also thought of something and decided to share it. He was sparkling at the idea. The guy suggested calling it the altruistic sword squad. He thinks it goes well with Jin's nickname, but the guy said it's too much. It's stupid to name the squad directly like that. And then Ara's hand was raised modestly. She smiled and suggested they be called the Righteous Sword Squad. Jin felt embarrassed. He would hardly call him that. After all, he is not such a kind person. But the girl was greatly surprised by his words. She abruptly got up from the couch and began to shout. She thought that it was not so. She thinks that the young gentleman is the most righteous man she knows. The guys were shocked by such an action of a modest and quiet girl. Ara decided to remind that Jin is the man who saved her and her father. Saved the swordsman from the pavilion and many other people. That word best describes young mister? Baek Woojin. The girl choked on her scream and started coughing, and Munchoan patted her back, asking her to breathe. She clearly hadn't performed like this anywhere else. Munchoan turned to Jin and snickered. He seconded the girl's words, saying that the word fit him more than anyone in this family. Jin was surprised, and Munchoan continued. He was saying that the guy is the only one to apply it to. He thinks so. Blackstone smiled and also decided to support the guys, saying that, as they said, there was more humanity in him than in others. The guy wanted to say something, but Blackstone interrupted him, saying that if he didn't like that option, then let him choose between a lucky squad and a lucky squad. He's a lucky swordsman. Yim, after thinking for a bit, stated that he had made his decision. He got up from the couch and cheerfully said that their squad would be called the Righteous Swordsman Squad. And then he looked at his friends and said they would set this family on the righteous path. Ara and Munchoan were happy to hear such a speech and see the guy's attitude. And then Munchoan stood up and said with a name like that, they couldn't wait any longer. He'd go and apply right away. And then abruptly, the girl stood up as well. She raised her hand and said admiringly that she would prepare everything for the newcomers. Ara and Munchoan were leaving Jin's apartment. The girl asked what else she should prepare, and Munchoan said he didn't know. He was from the Dark Sword Squad, and Ara decided to start by looking at the training equipment. Munchoan laughed and said that was a good idea, and a happy Jin watched them. Blackstone said that since Jin is a good person, he is destined to be surrounded by equally good people. Then the phone rang. Jin picked it up, and what he saw shocked the guy. He wondered. Now he understood, and Blackstone asked where he was looking. Jin said, looking at the list of students he had requested from that man. And Blackstone was surprised because it was so fast. Baek Woojin smiled evilly. Now he's sure. He knows who he needs to get rid of. Dozens or even hundreds of disciples were sitting in front of the Beck family's manor with a long and wide staircase, on the second floor of which a few people were sitting. The disciples sat in even rows. They were all wearing the same uniform. The people at the top were almost all direct descendants of the family. There was an empty space between Woojin and the other descendants. There were two more on the other side. It was obvious that Baek Young-hui and Baek Yun-kyung had expectedly failed to show up. Blackstone was thinking about something and the protagonist noticed it. He asked what he was looking at so intently. It turned out that Blackstone was looking at a group of people sitting in front of him. He pointed his finger at one of them and said that guy over there looked useful. Woojin asked if he was already selecting people. The spirit replied that there was nothing wrong with that. However, looks like those people Woojin saved were the best. Then the guy realized he was talking about those three, said that quantity was one thing, but quality was much more important, adding that it wasn't that he was trying to save them specifically, but that they would become famous in the future. Told that if he got one or two of them, the lead sword ceremony would bring him great success. Someone from above loudly notified everyone that an elder was coming, shouting for everyone to bow immediately. The elder of the Beck clan proudly walked down the long staircase. The two direct descendants bowed to him immediately as he came closer and greeted him. At last, the elder seated himself in his seat. Blackstone, observing the scene, said that as soon as the master's father appeared, the atmosphere changed in an instant. The selves tensed up sharply. Woojin replied that this was the case, and the elder extended his hand forward. He ordered to begin. A guy stood up from the formation and announced that all the family members would present their sword squads. First was Baek Sung-hyun. He revealed that he was from the Blue Sword Squad, proudly saying that, from the squad that gets the best education and diverse missions among all the sword squads of the Baek family. He shouted that if they wanted to get superior education and experience, they should make sure that the Blue Sword Squad would be a great choice to achieve such goals. Baek Seohee commented on her brother's words, saying that this is what they are seeking, and therefore she is waiting for their choice. The girl shouted loudly and confidently. She had every chance to win the attention of the new swordsman. Baek Song-ah also said from herself that if that was what they wanted, then a clear sword squad would be a great choice for them. The one who was previously the fierce offender of the protagonist modestly and uncertainly announced that the Tiger Sword Squad was hiring outstanding teachers. He blanched, but still said that the squad had also prepared the best equipment for the newcomers. Sitting back down in his seat, he finished by saying that he hoped that many people would choose them. When Woojin stood up, his brother looked at him angrily. Loud and clear, Woojin shouted that he was happy to see all the swordsmen from the sword pavilion, introducing himself as Baek Woojin. One guy asked the other if this was the young master Baek Woojin he had told him about earlier. The latter replied that his putting on actions were impressive. The former hesitated, because not so long ago, he was the weakest of the Beck family. Woojin told him that he had created a new sword squad. It was called the Righteous. He explained that his name meant that they would follow the right path. Woojin warned that since the squad was still very new, it had no teachers and had only one member. He shouted that yes, everything was exactly as they probably thought. Said that he couldn't promise them much yet. And two people, a boy and a girl, stood near him, looking at him silently. Woojin said that the other units provide newer equipment, and the training system can be better. But there is one thing. The girl listened to the guy in fascination. That one thing is that Woojin will put everything he has on the line and promise them just one thing. He raised his hand up and loudly announced that he would never, ever leave his swordsmen, his men. Such sincere words struck the newcomers to the core. Woojin kept shouting that in battle. He would fight ahead of everyone else, and if they were in danger, he would come to them wherever they were, saying that if they wanted to gain the spirit of a true swordsman, then let them join the Righteous Swordsman Squad. He finished, and there was silence. Woojin sat down and told Blackstone that he had finally finished. The latter replied to the master that even if there was silence all around, it was a definite success. He said that the atmosphere had changed, apparently because most of the people gathered realized what exactly Woojin was trying to convey to them, saying that in the end, he was able to convey his idea to other people. The youngest son smiled and said that it was quite long. Blackstone was surprised that his master's father had no reaction. He asked about it, explaining his question by saying that with that kind of speech, even he usually said something. Woojin replied that he had left him the bait a couple days ago, saying that there was a reason for all his actions, saying that it was likely that his father thought he was only playing to the public. The elder sat back and smiled. Someone announced that it was now time for one by one to demonstrate the training, after which they would choose a squad or he would choose them himself, shouting that he hoped they would show all their skills they had trained until that day. Kim Woo Hyuk was told to come out, and the red-haired guy held a large sword in his hands. Woo Hyuk swore in front of the direct descendants of the family and said he would do his best not to disappoint them. Blackstone said he was the one Woojin saved, saying he had high expectations for him. Woojin said he did too. Blackstone looked at Hyuk and told the host to look at him. He was looking at him with high expectations for him. Woojin laughed a little. His eyes really lit up as he looked at his savior. He was ordered to start. Woo Hyuk took a fighting stance. With sweeping and beautiful movements, he showed off his skills, his gaze full of confidence. Blackstone liked his presentation. He said that he was like a second ranker, saying that although he couldn't be compared to Woojin, but if he refined his base, his skills would increase a lot. At the end of the presentation, Woo Hyuk was told to name the sword squad he wanted to join. Expectedly, Woo Hyuk chose the Righteous Sword Squad, saying that he wanted to join young master Baek Woojin's squad, while Baek Woojin himself looked approvingly at the guy. The other direct descendants clenched their teeth enviously. They looked at their younger brother with an embittered look. Blackstone told Jin that his siblings were greatly annoyed. Woojin replied that very much like that. They should be kinder. Now the troops who wanted to accept Kim Woo Hyuk were asked to raise their hands. Baek Hojung and Baek Sung-ah immediately raised their hands. Woojin, unlike them, was not in such a hurry, and the announcing voice said that if young Mr. Baek Woojin raised his hand, he would get first right to accept Kim Woo Hyuk. In their thoughts, Heo Young and Sun Ah pleaded with their younger brother not to raise his hand. They even started to feel nervous. Woojin's hand started to move. However, he didn't raise it, but held it out to the new student, saying that he didn't even need to think about it. Of course he accepts it. Woojin smiled and welcomed Hyuk in his own chosen hard way. Kim Woo-hyuk also smiled sincerely at his newfound teacher. He thanked the young master, shouted that he would follow him all his life. His voice told Kim Woo-hyuk that his choice and young master Baek Woojin's choice coincided. And so he was accepted into the righteous swordsman squad. Woojin was pleased with the realization that this was definitely a good start. The guy who was standing nearby with the girl Woojin said that apparently the lead sword ceremony was coming to an end. And it was true that there were only 3 people left in the square. The girl agreed with him and said that there were not many people left. The guy called her Miss Aura and said that it looked like they were going to have a lot of work to do now. He spoke proudly about the fact that among the 10 high-ranked swordsmen, as many as 5 had joined their squad. Miss Aura said that from now on, she will need to train harder to keep up. The guy thought about how for some reason it bothers him. He is sure that the other family members want to infiltrate a spy into their squad. Meanwhile, the red-haired kid was showing off his abilities in front of the direct descendants. He too looked completely calm and confident. His name was Guan He. The kid was asked to name the desired sword squad. Guan He excitedly said that he was extremely impressed by young master Baek Woojin's speech. That was why he wanted to join the righteous sword squad. Woojin hesitated and said that he was impressed. Hence, this time, Hyo-jun was completely calm, and Sung-ah was looking at the younger man with a sneaky glance. She thought about the fact that here he is. This man is the spy she trained with him. She addressed Woojin to herself, saying that everyone knows about it except him. Sung-ah thought that there was no way her little brother would turn down a man with noteworthy skills and not bad character. A voice asked the sword squads who wanted to take Kim Guan He for themselves to raise their hands. This time, no one raised their hand. This stunned Baek Sung-ah, because this was clearly not what she expected at all. She wondered why he didn't raise his hand. She was worried that Woojin might not like his skills, but she dismissed her fears because he had accepted people with worse skills before. Then she raised her own hand and shouted out that since no one was willing, the Clear Sword Squad was accepting him. A voice announced that Kim Guan He had been accepted into the Clear Sword Squad. From the faces of the other 2 direct descendants of the family in the squad, it was hard to tell that they were very happy. Guan He bowed and thanked the girl. In fact, Sung-ah was practically out of her mind with anger, cursing and asking herself what was wrong. When she looked at Woojin, Sung-ah realized that he was looking at her and smiling sneakily. She couldn't believe that he knew from the beginning that there was going to be a spy. It scared her that there was definitely a leak from somewhere. But from where? Blackstone rather said that judging by the look on Woojin's sister's face, quite shocked. Woojin answered him that she was counting on it working. The spirit asked, "His name is Kim Sung-chul," said he doubted a guy like that would be able to help them. Woojin replied that he didn't have high expectations either. Told that from his past life, he remembered him as a proper person. So he thought he would give a refusal even to his request. But Woojin remembered how Sung-chul was surprised when he found out that it turns out the spy had accepted the order to join Baek's youngest son's sword squad. How Woojin had told him that he wasn't sure yet, but just felt that something like this might happen. How he assured him that it wasn't an order and it would be enough to just maintain the atmosphere. How Sung-chul had interrupted him and promised to try to figure it out. How he asked the guy to leave everything to him, and she all said that Woojin had saved his comrades. And so if he couldn't do even that, then the path he'd chosen would be a failure. Cox said he would do everything he could to find the spy. Blackstone said that he is much more loyal than he thought. Woojin replied that he was more trusting in his past life, and this is not a bad opportunity for him. Kim Min-hwan was asked to step forward. He was a big, broad-shouldered, bald guy. He was a little tense, but promised to try his best, his voice shaking noticeably. Blackstone asked if it was true that he had saved him too, and Woojin said yes. Hyo-jun said that this guy had barely graduated from high school, and Sun-ah asked if his father had become the head of the sword pavilion, or else how could he have gotten here? Hwan was told to start. He obediently agreed and started. His movements were not as dynamic and confident as the previous participants. He was clearly confused. Baek Sung-hyun, watching this circus, sighed heavily, and Baek Seo-hai even let out a chuckle and asked who would even take such an almost novice swordsman to his place. The man who had been announcing everything all along coughed and asked Kim Min-hwan which swordsman squad he would like to join. The poor fellow replied that he would follow whoever accepted him, saying that he lacked skills right now, but he would do his best to keep up with the others. All 5 direct descendants were silent. The elder unhappily clucked unhappily. He thought about how professional his children were after all, not seeing that his talent could shine brightly in the future. He didn't want to believe that they were so short-sighted. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was even to his advantage if he took him to the Black Sword Squad. But something interrupted his thoughts. It was Woojin. He raised his hand high and shouted that the righteous sword squad was ready to accept Kim Min-hwan. This made the kid terribly happy. He furiously thanked the young master. Seo-hee chuckled and told her sister that to think he was lowering the level of his own squad. Sung-ah asked if he had finally found a swordsman of his level. Father snorted. He laughed loudly and yelled that it was just perfect. This amazed the girls. Sung-ah even asked what was the matter. The elder then explained that although he couldn't act proactively, he was glad that at least one of his children had a sensible view. He turned to Baek Woojin. He immediately responded. The father congratulated his son on acquiring a good swordsman, but also advised him not to forget the difficulty of education. Asked him to nurture Kim Min-hwan well. Woojin was surprised at what he heard, but not as surprised as the rest of his siblings. Baek Sung-ah knew very well that her father doesn't say such things to untalented people, which means that the last contestant has a lot of hidden potential. Blackstone told the host that he was good, and he was able to see his talent, because he has a good chance of becoming successful. Woojin replied that he had doubts at first too, but after thinking about it, he remembered. Woojin said that since there were 3 days left, he would check on the progress of the task entrusted to Young Jun-hyuk. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to Woojin. It turned out to be Sung-hyun. The protagonist asked his brother what's wrong. He said it's nothing serious. Said that they just hadn't talked in a while. Sung-hyun looked as friendly as possible. He asked if his brother had some time for him. Sung-hyun said he had heard the news and asked if Woojin had really captured the demon with Yun-kyung. They were walking together. Sung-hyun asked if he was alone like the rumors said. Woojin said he was lucky. That surprised the older man. He asked what he was talking about, shouting that he heard he had defeated a demon with his flashy sword art. Jin even felt a little embarrassed. Sung-hyun added that on top of that, it looked like the fight with him came easy to Woojin, and he asked if that was really what they said. Without waiting for a clear answer, Sung-hyun affectionately told his younger brother that he had grown a lot, said that although in the distant past, he was far behind his older siblings, but now, in all likelihood, he is now surpassing them. Sung-hyun called Woojin amazing, saying that he actually envied him from the bottom of his heart. Woojin didn't understand what his brother was getting at, and was shocked. Then Sung-hyun laughed and said that he was talking too much, saying that he called Woojin for a reason, but he ended up talking nonsense. He reached his hand into the inside pocket of his white robe and said he wanted to give him something. This surprised Woojin even more. He didn't expect it. Sung-hyun handed him a wooden box and told him to take it. Woojin asked what it was. The older brother told him that it was a medicine he had recently gotten. He said it must be high quality. Woojin was a little incredulous and asked what the occasion was for such an expensive gift. Sung-hyun replied that Jin was striving hard, so he wanted to give the medicine to him immediately after receiving it. The protagonist thanked him for worrying about him. The latter replied that there was nothing wrong with it, saying that he was happy to help his brother. He also congratulated Woojin for taking in so many good swordsmen, adding that it was nice to chat with him after all this time. Woojin said goodbye to him until the next meeting. The older brother did the same and withdrew. Woojin looked at him suspiciously. Blackstone looked at his host and asked if he was okay. He said he wasn't. He said he felt uncomfortable for some reason. And Blackstone looked at him questioningly again. Woojin shook his head, trying to get the bad thoughts out of his head, telling himself it was probably just an obsession. Then Blackstone asked if he was imagining things. The protagonist told him that it was definitely the Hyung he knows. But for a moment, Woojin felt that it wasn't his Hyung. There was something pink and hairy in the box. Could it be a yam? Woojin was disappointed and shocked at the same time, asking if he had upset Baek Sung-hyun in any way. Blackstone looked at the box, and after thinking for a while, he said it was a sedan. Woojin didn't know what a sedan was, and asked a friend about it, who said that it was a valuable fruit that increased resistance to poisons when eaten. He said that it looked indistinguishable from ordinary yams, but its effectiveness was guaranteed. However, it's incredibly bitter. Blackstone, squirming, said that it's probably the most bitter food he's ever tasted in his life. Woojin smiled and said that he wasn't a child, so any bitterness wouldn't be a problem for him. But Blackstone, a little angry, said that he was a child and shouldn't say that until he tasted it, shouting that he almost threw up his stomach when he tasted it. He said that the more sensitive you are to mana, the more bitter it will be. He said that with Woojin's level, it wouldn't be surprising if he fainted, which made Woojin wonder a bit. He asked if it was really as bitter as he said. The guy's face spread into a smug and sneaky smile. He said in that case, Youngjun looked extremely horrible and sickly. He had lost a lot of weight, capillaries had burst on his eyes, and he was all purple. Seeing his appearance, Woojin and Blackstone were very frightened. Woojin worriedly asked what happened to him, and why he looked like a walking corpse. The poor guy mumbled, and tried to explain something to the young master. He had a tray with something hot in his hands. He held it out to the gentleman and said that he had prepared what he asked for. That's when Woojin realized everything. Blackstone asked if it was by chance. Woojin replied contentedly that yes, it was a decoction that was made from ingredients that were donated by the Yan family. It seemed like something came to the main character's mind and he asked, "Does it really work out like that?" Woojin asked if he was making it without a moment's rest, and Yoongjun laughed and said that it was the young master's assignment. And the poor guy was really working hard for days on end. Woojin heard this and told him to go back to his place and sleep immediately. He added that it was an order. At first, Yoongjun wanted to object to something, but then changed his mind and replied that he would get some rest today then. When the guy left, Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief, and Blackstone looked at the food that was brought and said that it turned out to be a decoction of medicine, saying that it wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing. Suddenly, Blackstone noticed the honey and asked why it was here. Woojin reached for it and said he would see for himself now. Woojin did something and then asked how he liked it. He said it was Sedian cooked in honey. Now the Sedian really looked very appetizing. Blackstone asked if the owner had lost his mind, shouting and asking who would even cook the medicine in honey. Woojin turned around and asked what was wrong with it, and said that if he had to eat it, he would like it to be delicious. Blackstone panicked and asked what if you made it more effective, and Woojin had already taken a spoonful into his mouth. The medicine literally shot through his head. Woojin turned blue. He clearly wasn't feeling well. And notifications started appearing that he had absorbed Sedian, that his mana was up, that his mana sensitivity was up, that his resistance to poisons was up. Tears came to Woojin's eyes. He stuck out his tongue and said that even with the honey, it was incredibly bitter. Blackstone finally exhaled and said that luckily everything went without incident. The blue panel on the front said that Woojin had invented a new way of taking Sedian. His sensitivity to mana was increased. His sensitivity to earth attribute was increased. His resistance to earth attribute was increased. Blackstone, seeing the notifications, was shocked. He asked, "What does this all mean? Is this a cooking channel?" Woojin didn't really pay much attention to him. He took another sip from the medicine bowl. Notifications appeared on the panel that he had absorbed the effects of the 9 breaths death-inducing plant, mountain plant, red ginseng, and silver moon without damage, that he had reached the 4th level of Kane's aura method, that a permanent ability to resist 100 poisons had been created, and a short while later, a message came up that Woojin had reached the level of resistance to 1,000 poisons. Blackstone was extremely amazed. Even he stammered and asked if it was really 1,000 poison resistance. The main character's body was on fire. He was looking at himself from all angles, saying that it was amazing. Delighted, said his body was warming up from the energy circulating in it, said he felt like he'd stay fine no matter what poison he took. Blackstone was very angry and annoyed for some reason. He shouted that it wasn't just a feeling, that it would actually be like that, asking how this was even possible, like resistance to 1,000 poisons at once. And Woojin kindly asked if it wasn't mostly due to Blackstone. He explained that if he hadn't told him that Sedian was so bitter, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it, and that he had embarrassed Blackstone by saying that it was all a curse. Woojin stuck his hand into his pocket. There was some sound coming from there. It turned out to be Yunwoo Min, the old man's summoner. Woojin didn't expect him to call, he asked. He recognized something. The guy cheerfully said hello into the phone. The guy immediately talked about how he had already heard about the news about the demon, said that Woojin made a big fuss. The main character replied that this was the case. The old man said to this that he was talking as if nothing special had happened, called Woojin still as shameless. Without waiting for an answer, said that in general, he found a person who knows about the flame dragon that Woojin mentioned earlier. This already made the protagonist more interested. Starkey Yoon said it was a long way to go, and he could go with Jin, and Woojin said to go tomorrow. The old man promised to send the exact location and drop the call. When Woojin finished chatting on the phone, Blackstone said that the old man always acts cool. The protagonist replied that despite his coolness, if he called him on purpose, he was probably looking for information everywhere. Told that he was going to talk to Ju Young on the way and buy alcohol for the old man. Blackstone thought this plan was a good one and asked what he would buy. Woojin assumed it would be honey makgeolli. The spirit interjected and loudly asked him to stop talking about honey. Apparently, he was still reeling from the shock. There were beautiful snow-capped rocky mountains ahead. Woojin, Blackstone, and Old Man Yoon were heading forward. They were now walking through the forest. Old Man Yoon said that they will now meet this dragon expert in this county, so Woojin can rest for now. The protagonist obediently agreed with the old man. Blackstone told the master that the house is in the middle of the forest, and the guild is in the mountains," said the forest and mountains. The connoisseur obviously likes to hide things. Woojin looked around and asked the old man if the guild was definitely located deep in the mountains. He said yes, although it was small. He said that unlike Woojin's character, this rascal doesn't like to be in the center of things. And Woojin asked about this rascal. The old man replied that there she was. A young large woman appeared in front of them. She waved at them and said that they had arrived just in time. The woman had short golden hair and large earrings in the shape of crosses. Woojin was somehow surprised to see this particular woman here, and the old man said that this was the person they were supposed to meet. The woman called the old man a teacher and said that he was just like always. She said that he should not only visit his student to solve such issues, but old man Yoon said that he was no longer her teacher. He reminded her that he had asked her not to call him that anymore. The woman laughed about how he didn't even accept her leaving but still speaks like that. The old man replied that he could see that her habit of ignoring his words hadn't gone anywhere. The woman said they should put it down. She said she heard that he had taken a striking young man as a student. She approached Woojin and said in a friendly manner that it turns out it was him. Woojin replied that yes and introduced himself as Baek Woojin. His last name startled the woman, and she asked him if he knew how surprised she was when her teacher called her and said she couldn't believe that such a famous person was his new student. The old man shouted and asked her what she was talking about, shouting that he didn't consider either of them his student. And the woman completely ignored his words, instead telling Woojin that he looked much better in person, that she seemed to understand why the stubborn old man had decided to take him on as a student. Old man Yoon sighed heavily and gave her the most unhappy look and asked her not to talk about it anymore. Blackstone, who had been silently watching the scene all this time, said that to think that this old man was confused, saying that he must have a good relationship with his students. Even though he denied it, Woojin told him that he doubted that she was the problem. Blackstone thought the same and added that it seemed to be something else. Finally, the woman said that she never introduced herself. She called herself Jang Kyung-ha, telling him that she was a former student of that stubborn grandfather. Old man Yoon slapped his face. He was obviously very nervous, saying that he definitely shouldn't have come here. The girl didn't pay any attention to him. She was telling Woojin that she was also the head of the Unitas Summoner Guild he was looking for. Woojin was very surprised and asked again. Kyung-ha asked if this was the first time he had heard of it. She told him that it was a small guild that didn't have much contact with outsiders. Suddenly, Blackstone turned to Woojin. He told his master that this girl was very strong despite her frivolous behavior. Kyung-ha did give off a strong aura. Woojin said he could feel it too. However, she was not familiar to him in his past life. Blackstone replied that she must have put a lot of effort into not standing out. Woojin agreed with his opinion and said he thought so too. The woman said she shouldn't keep her guests waiting, told the student and teacher to follow her. Hearing the word teacher once again, old man Yoon got even more furious, asking her to finally listen to him. Kyung-ha took him under her arm, laughed and said that their teacher was acting like that again. She said that it was cold, and therefore they should hurry inside. Old man Yoon said that was why he didn't want to come here, and Woojin told his buddy that their personalities were so different. Ahead was a beautiful white manor, but it was guarded, no longer so beautiful, by a large beast with yellow eyes. Seeing him, Baek Woojin tensed up a lot. Kyung-ha came over to him and told him not to be frightened. She wanted to tell him who it was, but he told her that it was a medium-level summoned spirit. The woman was surprised that he understood and asked how he did it. Woojin explained that the Grey Wolf was a rank 5 spirit, saying that even among spirits, they were quite aggressive. He stroked the wolf's head and said that despite all this, he didn't feel a bit of hostility from it. Kyung-ha was even more amazed that he could feel it. The protagonist said that in addition, introducing herself, she said that she was at the head of a guild of not spirit mages, but specifically summoners. He asked if he was right, but without waiting for any answer from her. He explained that he thought that there were also summoners controlling such spirits. The girl was pleased with his guess. She said cheerfully that it was all true. She said that there were both spirit mages and summoners in the guild. She called Woojin a very smart guy. She hugged the wolf and said that by the way this cutie was summoned by her. She told him that his name was Pet. This made Woojin shocked. He asked what then. Old man Yoon told him that he appeared through magic and the art of summoning. Woojin was really surprised. Kyung-ha called herself really cool and asked if he agreed with that. She said that she probably inspires more confidence now. The man in the black robe bowed to someone and told his master that there was a glitch in the plan. His master asked if there was a problem. He was also wearing a black robe, so his face was completely invisible. His servant told him that Yun Woo Ming had come to the guild, the master asked. He didn't really expect an answer. He said that he was apparently talking about the teacher. The man said that this old man was not used to leaving his house, so what could have happened? The servant replied that he heard that he was looking for something, but unfortunately he doesn't know the details. The man's servant thought for a moment. He said that a teacher and a student is interesting. Then the servant said that it wasn't just Yun Woo Min. The swordsman Baek Woojin came with him. The man asked if it was the youngest son of the divine sword family Baek. The master smiled and said that it might be even more interesting than he thought. The servant asked if it would be better to postpone their plan, but the master said no, because if they didn't get to that thing now, they wouldn't get the chance again. He said he would take care of the teacher and his student, and the servant should take care of the rest. The servant was an older man. He had a gray mustache that showed from under his robe. He apologized to his lord that it would be hard for him to do it on his own, that it would be hard for him to deal with Baek Woojin on his own. The master laughed at the honest answer he received. The servant replied that he had warned him about it for the success of the plan. The master activated some magic and said okay, in that case he would give it to him. The man created some kind of field. His magic was green in color. A dark monster began to emerge from the portal. It was a purple frog and yellow eyes. It also had spikes. It appeared and quacked. The servant rejoiced at the contracted spirit, and the master told him that it was Bufo, a medium spirit that had 100 deadly poisons. Said that would be enough to kill every member of the Unitas Guild, and also to get that thing. He asked his servant if he agreed. The servant blurted out a smile and replied that absolutely, and he wouldn't disappoint him. The master said they had 2 uninvited guests, which meant they were the opposite of lucky. His face was now visible. It was a handsome young man. His hair was black, and his eyes were red as if he was a vampire. He said it was an opportunity to eliminate all the annoying disturbances at once. The gentleman said that a pleasant night was approaching. Woojin, Kyung-ha, and Yun Woo Min were in the manor's huge library. Kyung-ha asked, "Is the spirit summoned by herself?" She said that honestly at first, she didn't even understand what the teacher was talking about. She asked if she could look at this spirit, and Woojin said yes. Now, and he threw some 4-packs on the floor. A red dragon appeared out of nowhere. It flew to the sweets Woojin had put for it. At the sight of them, the dragon's eyes lit up. The woman said he was just awfully cute, and Yun Woo Min asked if it was the same dragon as he was back then. The dragon greedily ate the goodies he had prepared. Kyung-ha yelled about how lucky the dragon was that she had some more goodies left. She dumped a whole mountain of sweets in front of the beast. The dragon was clearly happy. Woojin asked if she really called it a little. The girl ignored him. She looked at the dragon mesmerized and told it to eat as much as it wanted. She called it awfully cute. Then one of the men coughed and said it was now time for information. Kyung-ha felt a little embarrassed for being so distracted. The woman walked over to one of the bookshelves and pulled out a book that was quite high up. She said that it was right here. Woojin was surprised by her words about the other world and asked where she had gotten the book. Kyung-ha said that it happens there are intelligent monsters that possess such things. She said that it took some time to interpret, but there is information here. There was no direct mention of the flame dragon here, but there is a bit about spirits whose energy becomes stronger. She revealed that they are called royal vessels. Woojin asked what kind of royal vessels are those. Kyung-ha replied that it said that a royal vessel is a spirit that has the innate qualities to become a spirit queen. But the dragon looked at her questioningly. Apparently he didn't know much about himself. Yun Woo Ming shouted whether she was serious about the Spirit King. The girl replied that according to the interpretation she ordered, it said exactly that. The main character thought it all sounded great, but there was one but. He wondered why this description didn't fit him. He was referring to his dragon cub, eating sweets with an extremely satisfied look. It really didn't look royal. Woojin was deep in thought about something. He asked if he could look at the book. Kyung-ha replied that the translation was right there. However, the guy said he wouldn't need it and wanted to look at the original. The girl asked if he could read the language of another world, and Woojin said that if he saw a familiar sign, he would be able to understand. Blackstone asked the host how he could be so confident. He asked how he would read the book. Woojin replied that he would not read it. He held it out a little towards his friend. Woojin smiled slyly and said that it was clear that Blackstone would be reading it. This surprised the spirit a lot, because he hadn't even thought of such a thing. He got a little angry and asked who he thought he was. If he was a translator, and the protagonist told him that he could read, so they should help each other. Blackstone sighed heavily and said that he was at it again, but he agreed to look at it, and after reading it, he told him what it said, a large-scale and superficial teaching of summoning that even orcs can understand, and Woojin asked what it was. Blackstone said that it was very much like a book that came from another world. Woojin said that it wasn't bad, but the title title wasn't encouraging. Kyung-ha asked if he was able to read it. Woojin said yes, and it was easier than he expected. He read the book and said that the developing spirits are fit to become a royal vessel, and in the future, they are able to challenge the throne through an exam. The girl said that if they can challenge, then the throne is not hereditary. Old Man Yun asked if it said anything about the exam. The protagonist replied no, but it says that if you give a spirit a name, it will start to develop quickly and gain special abilities. The old man asked, is there anything else? The guy replied that apparently only simple and basic details are covered here. Kyung-ha was deeply amazed. She said she couldn't believe he translated so quickly. She told the teacher that it was simply amazing, and he would be able to be of great help in the future. Old Man Yun replied that yes, and he was clearly better than her. The girl was a little offended, and said that she would be offended if he said that. But he said that she was already 40 years old. He wanted to tell her to grow up, but the woman aggressively shut his mouth with her hand, not letting him finish his sentence, and asked why the teacher had brought it up. There was a knock on the door. The door opened and an old man came out. He apologized and Kyung-ha saw him and said to pass. He started to say that the preparations had been completed, and then stopped halfway through. He seemed surprised to see an unexpected guest here. He shook Baek Woojin's hand and said in a friendly manner that he had indeed come. The old man said that his name was Young-han-soo, and he was his fan. Woojin felt a little awkward, but he thanked Young-han-soo. Kyung-ha said that he was the manager of their guild, and was in charge of the internal affairs department instead of her. Han-soo laughed and said that he didn't have many responsibilities. He suggested that they get acquainted later and go downstairs first, saying that he didn't want to be late for the meal. There were a lot of people in the room. They were all very happy to see them here, some shouting to Mr. Swordsman that he was a fan, some just surprised that it was really him, shouting to the older man about how long it had been since they had last seen each other. Woojin quietly asked Kyung-ha who they were, and the woman replied that they were guild members. She said that they were all eating together and showed her hand where to go. Ahead was a thickly set table with many different sweets and wine. Kyung-ha asked for everyone's attention and said that since they had a guest, she had splurged a little. She wished everyone a good meal, inviting them to the table. Sitting at the beautiful table, one guy jokingly asked the others what happened to the cheapskate. The girl who was sitting next to him said that it was really a little unexpected. Kyung-ha was a little angry. She asked the guy if he thought that if she started behaving right, then he wouldn't be so hurt. Blackstone also liked the picture that was unfolding in front of him. He told his master that it looked like all the guild members were pretty close to each other. Woojin replied that it looked like that and said that he was even a little jealous. He looked at the young people having fun together and wondered if he would ever be able to create a place like this. It was night. A beautiful full moon could be seen in the sky. Kyung-ha asked, walking right after eating. She told Teacher Yoon that he didn't change. Yoon Woo-min replied that sitting down food is not good for digestion. The woman said that since they went out, she will tell. She told Old Man Yoon that Woo-jin really got better. She said that she hoped that she too would have a disciple calling the Spirit King. Old Man Yoon told her not to get her hopes up too high, because the kid is aiming to become a strong swordsman. Kyung-ha shouted that he can become both, calling the old man terribly stubborn. She said that he's very talented, reminding her of her first meeting with Jong-hoon. For some reason, after saying that, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Yoon Woo-min remained silent. The girl, in a trembling voice, apologized and said that she was too carried away with thoughts of her disciple. Old Man Yoon said it was nothing, asked if there was any news about him. Kyung-ha said there wasn't any, except that he had joined the criminal guild. The old man sadly replied, I see, then suggested that the woman should go back since they had gone too far, and she agreed. Suddenly, a man in a black robe appeared from behind. He said that since they were here, how about having some fun together? Shocked, Yoon Woo-min and Kyung-ha turned around. The woman asked him who he was, and how did the man in black robe overcome the barrier, asking if she didn't remember him. Taking off his hood said it was a shame. They were a family sharing a meal at the same table. When he took off his hood, the old man and woman were extremely shocked to see him here. Old Man Yun called him a creep and asked why he came here. The black-haired and black-eyed gentleman smiled widely when they called his name, Shin Jang-hoon. Old Man Yun shouted that he's son of a bitch. How dare he show up here? The one said that, how hurt he was. After such a long separation, they see their disciple uncle who is like family to you. He asked how long ago it was, and then he himself remembered that it was about 11 years ago. Shin Chang-hoon smiled widely and added that that was when the old man killed them. Kyung-ha yelled that he was a bastard. Jang-hoon replied that he was honestly a little disappointed, said she was playing princess while walking with her teacher in the forest, asked if she had been playing for all those 11 years, said that now he understands why she is Yoon Woo-min's favorite student. The woman was tormented by his words. She started to move closer to him, saying that he was too talkative. Old man Yoon was also beyond furious. He said that he would take this great opportunity and end him with his own hands, saying that this time would definitely not let him go. The summoned beast spirits, the wolf and rhinoceros appeared in front of them, while the limiting whale and the heat bird appeared behind them. Chang Hong seemed to be genuinely surprised that they had summoned 3 high-level and 1 medium-level, saying that it was so cool. However, didn't they feel drowsy? And this startled the woman and the old man. They were indeed starting to feel it, and very strongly at that. They felt terribly sleepy, but they were still asking themselves, when did he have time to use the poison? Chang-hoon shrugged and said that he knew. He knew that they had a lot of questions for him. He asked if that was true. For example, he said that they were probably wondering when he had managed to poison them. He said that he had not done anything on his own, but there was one thing. He asked if one of the family members held a grudge against you, which struck the woman even harder. She was literally furious, screaming that she would kill that bastard Chang-hoon immediately. But to her dismay, old man Yoon stopped her by stretching out his hand in front of her and telling her to calm down. The old man told her that the more active she showed emotion, the faster the poison would spread, yelling that she needed to slow down the poison energy as much as possible. Chang-hoon said that was what was expected of a teacher. It was an awesome solution, but asked Sis Ha if she was okay, because her family was surely in great danger right now. He asked if there was someone he could confide in. Now Kyung-ha and Yoon Woo-min froze in shock. He said that they were thinking about Baek Woojin like him right now, and once again asked if he was right. And they just briefly asked, what? They were both drenched in cold sweat. Chang-hoon told them that he also knew about their famous friend coming here, and therefore, leaving him buffo. The guy caustically said that he was extremely curious as to how he was now there, whether he died easily or melted down. Yoon Woo-min's eyes burned with anger. He shouted that Chang-hoon was a real devil. The guy said okay, since they were less worried about the family. Time to get down to business. He crossed his arms. Pink magic spheres appeared near his palms. The dishes shattered, falling to the floor. All the guild members were already lying on the table or sniffling in their chairs. The food left almost untouched. One person stood up, leaning on the table. It was old man Jung Han-soo. He was smiling smugly. Now he told Bufo to come out. A summoned magic frog appeared in front of him. It had green smoke coming out of its mouth and its eyes were squinted differently. Old man Han-soo said that it was already time to call it a day, saying that they would give him sleeping poison so that he would die a painless death. He left the banquet room. Now he was walking down a long and luxurious corridor, saying that he would sooner deal with him and join that company. Suddenly, something stopped him. It was a tailwind that blew right into his back. The old man, shocked, turned around and asked where it came from. There was a green monster at the back. It growled at Han-soo. Han-soo called it Jin and asked who summoned it, yelling that everyone should be sleeping right now. Someone said that it turns out he was the one who put the poison. These words struck the old man even more. In front of the huge green spirit stood Baek Woojin, who already had a sword in his hands. The old man asked how, since he was eating with everyone else, saying that the poison should have completely spread inside him by now. Woojin asked about the poison. He remembered the pop-up that said that with the effect of resistance to 1,000 poisons, his strength was ignored. Woojin told Han-soo that the poison had no effect on him. After saying that, Han-soo ordered the bufo frog to melt him. The spirit's cheeks swelled up, and smoke began to come out of its nostrils. The beast's purple mana flew straight into the guy's face. The old man laughed and said that his acid would melt even iron. The acid flowed down Woojin's head in a huge heap. Han-soo started to tell Woojin that he was dead with this, but something stopped him and he froze. Woojin asked him if he hadn't heard him, and it just struck the old man. The acid only melted the main character's shirt, but he was unharmed. He said that he had said earlier that the poison wouldn't work. Woojin told Blackstone that the immunity to poisons was really something, saying that it was unbelievable, who replied that the gentleman was even more unbelievable when he tested it on his own body. Baek Woojin finally said that now it was his turn. The guy flew straight at old man Jung Han-soo. First, he pushed the frog with his knee. The frog quacked in surprise. The impact was so strong that it flew into the window, shattering it and flying out of the manor. Han-soo didn't even have time to react to it. Baek Woojin gripped his sword harder, purple mana flowing through him. He waved it. and the magic flew straight into the frog's spirit. There was an explosion, and the frog let out a little cry of pain. Blackstone said that Bufo was spraying deadly poison even in death, saying that sending it away was a very good decision. Woojin was angry and said that it was bloody trash. His eyes blazed with anger, and he asked Hansu if he was going to kill the guild members who treated him like family with poison. Old Man Jong shouted in a trembling voice for his opponent to shut up. Asking what he could possibly know, he raised one hand and something metallic began to appear in front of him. It was an iron-summoned monster of large size. Hansu called it Diaz and ordered it to crush Woojin. Blackstone said about how stupid it was. He couldn't even believe that he had put up a simple barrier. The huge monster swung at Woojin. He ducked down and prepared his sword. Purple lightning streaked across the sword. In a single strike, Dao Dao was literally destroyed. Old Man Hansu immediately fell to his knees, bleeding cold sweat. He asked how Woojin had defeated Modius so easily. Baek Woojin replied that he had many questions for the old man. However, he would hit him first, and the protagonist swung his heavy fist at the old man. Hansu shouted at him to wait, but it was too late, and his fist hit him in the face, shattering his nose and causing blood to gush out. The old man fell to the floor and cried out loudly from the pain to his nose. Woojin fearfully towered over him and asked if he was in pain. Hansu was already shedding tears, and his previously snow-white mustache was gradually turning red. Woojin grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. He lifted him up and told him to stop pretending, because he hadn't even started beating him yet, saying that now Young Hansu would explain to him himself why he did it, and his black and purple mana swirled around him. He channeled his mana directly into the old man's forehead. The old man screamed even louder. The veins in his neck began to swell actively. His eyes turned white and glowing. The old man was lifted up, his body twisting in every possible way. Hansu kept shouting and shouting. Blackstone watched all of this and told his master that he was forcibly investing his aura into him, which was a very cruel and effective torture. Now he was also quite looking at his opponent from above. The poor old man was screaming on the floor. Blackstone, enjoying this scene, said that in a minute he would start listing the names of his ancestors. See what this type would say. Kyung-ha was breathing heavily. Her eyes were blurry. She could barely stay on her feet. The woman had turned very blue, struggling to sleep. Chung-hoon said she looked quite tired, asking why she shouldn't rest. The woman squeezed out a word out of the last of her strength. "Shut up," Chung-hoon said quite contentedly. "Oh, that's how it is." Asking if she wanted to take him back, he spoke of his wolf, which he had already managed to glamorize. Now the beast's eyes were burning belligerently. He growled at his own loving mistress. The girl cursed through her sleep and asked herself how this could have happened. She wondered if it was a skill that allowed her to steal other people's contracted spirits. Kyung-ha knew that there was no such thing. Her eyes were already nightmarishly slipping shut. Yoon Woo-min didn't feel any better, but told the woman to back off. He told her to go save her guild before it was too late. Chang Hong clapped his hands and said, "Bravo, teacher. Impressive as always in general," saying that without the poison and sis he would have lost. He asked if that was true. This angered the old man again. He said they would see how long his worthless mouth would laugh. At this, Chang Hong smiled again and said he would laugh for the rest of his life after he killed the two of them. He snapped his fingers. Many summoned animals appeared around him, such as a gorilla, a snake, and a bat, all of which were much bigger than the real ones. Kyung-ha was greatly surprised and even shocked that he had summoned 4 of them at once. The old man was just as shocked. He asked how this was even possible. Chang-hoon said that he had taken this kid from the Yong family, and this one was in the Phoenix Guild. He asked if they were interested in where this one came from, and without waiting for an answer, he said that he was from the Hero Guild. His face spread into a terribly smug smile. He asked them what they thought of his precious disciples' matchless collection, saying that he wanted to hear their opinions before they died. Yun Woo-ming was pouring forth sweat. He knew very well that there must be a condition for stealing other people's spirits, and he needs to figure it out. Old man Yun tensed up a lot. Chang Hong spread his hands and said that it seemed like they were on the verge. He smiled caustically and ordered his spirits to tear them apart. The beasts shouted loudly and threw themselves at their opponents with the whole crowd. Old man Yun summoned a barrier. However, he had no strength for it at all. He asked himself, "Is this really the end?" Suddenly, a black and purple magic appeared and flew at the beasts like a meteorite. It flew right into the belly of the gorilla, which was already ready to attack the old man and woman. Everyone was surprised, asking, where did this blow come from? The gorilla started to dissolve. It screamed loudly in pain. Old man Yun, excitedly and shocked, said that this technique and energy. A guy came out to them and apologized for being late. This guy was Baek Woojin. He was emitting a purple aura and said that he would fight him now. Yoon Woo Min immediately ran up to him. Woojin told the old man not to overexert himself, saying that first Jang Kyung-ha and the poison told Shin Chang-hoon that means he was the old man's disciple. And Chang-hoon was extremely surprised that Woojin knows him, and in his honor that he is alive and standing here. Blackstone asked his host how he knew him, and Woojin told him that in a few years, Chang-hoon would become a dangerous criminal, but that he only found out that he was the old man's former apprentice now. Said that because Shin Chang-hun stole other people's contracted spirits, he was nicknamed Robber. Chang-hun looked extremely smug again. He kept his stolen spirits on chains. Blackstone said that he looked like he was also very talented in martial arts. Woojin said that was true. He said that he was very hard to capture because of his good skills, but since his talent had not fully blossomed yet, it was much easier now. Shin Chang-hoon asked Baek Woojin how he came to be here. Woojin smiled and asked, "And this?" He said that his spy had told him kindly that old Han-soo was lying on the grass with a gag in his mouth and his limbs bound. Woojin added that he told him about where he could pick up trash. Jang-hoon was shocked. He asked how he could be okay after the poison. What kind of tricks were these? Woojin asked if he was a fool who would tell him about it so easily. Now Jang-hoon was furious. He called Baek Woojin a son of a bitch, saying that he didn't even have to think about it when he killed him. Chang-hoon rushed straight at his new opponent, shouting that he would also kill those two and it would all be over. But Woojin was already standing by. He swung his sword and said it was all lies. When their attacks met, there was a large multicolored explosion. Woojin was thrown a little farther away, and he drove through the ground, cutting it open. The same thing happened to Chang-hoon as pieces of ground flew around. However, Chang-hoon was not so easy to deal with. He was shocked as he could not believe or expect that Baek Woojin's strength could match his own. He understood that Woojin was from the family of the divine sword Baek, but he wondered how he had managed to reach such a level at his age. Chang-hoon looked directly at the boy and saw his fighting attitude. Before he knew it, Woojin was already flying at him from behind, swinging his sword wide. He shouted at Chang-hoon to get what he deserved. Only then did Shin come to his senses. Baek Woojin swung his sword, and his aura attacked his opponent. It flew lightning fast in his direction. Shin Chang-hoon managed to block it. Now he tried his best to contain it. He shouted loudly and called Woojin a puppy. Woojin, on the other hand, looked at his enemy with determination and scrutiny. When the main character's attack dissipated, it was clear that Shin Chang-hoon was already exhausted, while Woojin was unharmed. Through furious teeth, Chang-hoon once again called Woojin a puppy, a little upset. Woojin told Blackstone that Chang-hoon had withstood it, and Blackstone replied that shield aura was the best defense, but using it wasted a lot of aura. Said that Shin Chan-hong probably didn't even realize how much maneuverability the master had. Woojin replied that this was the first time he was using soul fusion in real combat, saying that it was a very useful skill. Chang-hoon was sweating and kept calling the guy names, this time calling him an asshole. Then he asked his serpent what he was doing, ordered him to go and tie Woojin's legs, and two beasts, the serpent and the wolf, Kyung-ha, swarmed on the protagonist. The snake hissed loudly and opened its mouth wide, showing its sharp fangs. Blackstone told Baek Woojin that it was an attack from below. The master replied that he would use it in that case. He uttered a fusion of dark domination step and unknown footwork. Jin started to exhale a bunch of magic smoke, raised his foot, slammed it hard against the ground, and the serpent was thrown upwards by the shockwave, also striking it with Woojin's aura. It was an imperial sword of domination. The serpent dissolving hissed loudly, making various sounds of pain. When the cold-blooded beast had almost dissolved into space, a wolf threw itself at Woojin. Woojin noticed that it was Kyung-ha's contract spirit, remembering the wolf's satisfied face as he stroked it. The protagonist sincerely apologized to him. After that, he made a couple swings of his sword, cutting the wolf into pieces. Shin Chang-hoon was in sheer terror. He shouted that Jin was a psycho, saying that he had one swipe of his mid-level spirit. That's when he realized that the kid wasn't just equal to him in strength. He far surpassed him. Chang-hoon saw Woojin's burning eyes. They made him stunned, screaming that it was a curse. But since it had come to this, Chang-hong held up the leg of some kind of bird, It turned out to be a red bat. He called him Mephs and ordered him to use his remaining eyes. Mephs glowed red. He had another extra pair of eyes, and exhaled pink smoke from his nostrils. Subsequently, this smoke formed a circle around himself and Shin Chang-hoon. Woojin didn't expect this. He asked Blackstone what it was. He replied that he didn't feel any killing intent, saying that it didn't look like he wanted to attack, but still not to let his guard down. Then Yun-woo Min shouted for Baek Woojin to stop him immediately. Woojin was shocked by this. Old Man Yun revealed that Murph, a contract spirit capable of passing through space, shouted that Shin Chang-hoon was trying to escape. Chang Hong laughed without a smile and shouted that he was a chump and could play with them as long as he wanted. Suddenly, a large green hand appeared from the ground. Behind it, two huge ogres came out, and they stood in front of their master. Woojin said that these were elite orcs. It turns out that Chang-hoon still had contract spirits. He turned to Blackstone, saying that they had no time at all and he would have to use it. And Blackstone replied that it was a great chance to see what kind of progress the master was making in his training. For some reason, Chang-hoon came to dread it again. It was because there was a black aura ahead, filling everything around him, and he didn't even know what kind of energy it was. When things calmed down a bit, Baek Woojin showed up there. Chang-hoon's eyes widened greatly from the fear and terror he suddenly felt. He shouted to Murph that they were leaving now. Woojin activated the fragile night of carnage. His aura began to dissipate through the nearby air, covering the night sky. The ogres almost immediately began to dissolve, the aura absorbing them. Chang Hong was in indescribable terror. There was a massive explosion, and the last thing heard before him was his scream. It was a clear morning. The sun was shining on the manor. Woojin, Yun-woo Min, and Jung Kyung-ha were already in the library. Woojin asked the old man of the woman if everyone was okay. He said they woke up early today. The woman said she was fine. She was fine thanks to her teacher. Woojin asked the old man how he was. He said he was fine too. They were both still very sleepy. The main character guiltily said that he was ashamed that Shin Chang-hoon ended up running away. The woman asked what shame and what he was even talking about, yelling that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even be there anymore. Old man Yoon said she was right and asked if he had left a serious wound on Chang-hun's arm. He said that Jang-hun's life would never be the same again. His arm was left on the battlefield. The old man said that they were the ones who needed to apologize. After all, they were the ones who should have solved this problem. Yun-woo Min was really sad, saying that he took him in as an orphan. He said that Chang-hoon was just incredibly talented and smart. His potential had aroused a lot of interest in him. However, he could not see the evil that lurked within him. Told how in his and Kyung-ha's absence, he had killed his two older brothers, recalled the corpses of his students. His family, lying in the pouring rain that washed away their blood along the way. And also Shin Chang-hoon's satisfied face and his clothes that were all drenched in his brother's blood. Said reason was absolutely ridiculous. He wanted to know if it was possible to steal a person's contracted spirit when killing them. That was when they realized that if they let him live, he would become a huge threat to the world in the future. But they couldn't do it. Old Man Yoon revealed that he only hesitated for a second, and the frightened Shin Chang-hoon managed to run away. He lined up a small red field in front of him, from which a blue bird then appeared and flew away. Yun-woo Min said that Jang-hoon eventually escaped. Woojin told Blackstone that coming out was why the old man stopped accepting students. And Blackstone replied that the hopeful had made him a useless piece of trash. The main character started talking about Young-han Soo, asked what about him. The woman said they'll deal with him soon. Sadly said that sooner or later, but the guild members will punish him. Woojin said that Shin Chang-hoon forced Jung-han Soo to steal something. Kyung-ha asked for it and started opening some box. Said he must have been looking for it. In the box was a blue dagger. The woman told him that it was a divine artifact called a twisted weird dagger, water incarnation, in which all water energy was imprisoned. This stunned Woojin. Blackstone looked at the cold weapon and said that the similarity is not only in the name, he said that its properties are similar to the properties of the incarnation of fire. Baek Woojin held the dagger in his hands. He said that this is what Shin Chang-hoon tried to steal, telling Blackstone that it now made sense why he didn't know about Unitas in his past life. Explained that it was because the guild had suffered greatly at the hands of Shin Chang-hoon and lost the twisted water dagger. Blackstone replied that it was just like Craft Island. He asked the host, "Doesn't that mean the future will change again?" Woojin said to be prepared for that too. Kyung-ha said that they'll beef up the guards, because maybe Shin Chang-hoon has more helpers. Old Man Yoon replied that it's definitely a good idea, saying that even so, he doubts that the devil shared the information with anyone else, adding that caution still wouldn't hurt, and he would help them with it. Woojin smiled widely and said that he would participate as well. However, Old Man Yoon smiled at him and said, It's not worth it. They can handle it from here, and asked if he has anything to do after he returns. Kyung-ha told Woojin that she would give it to him. She held out a blue circle to him and said that since he was good at controlling the attribute of water, it might be of a little help to him in the future. Woojin asked what it was, and Kyung-ha told him that it was a spiritual stone made of pure energy gathered from the twisted water dagger. Baek Woojin bowed to her and thanked her. The woman nodded in response and said that no, compared to his help it was nothing. She said that there was something else. She announced that the Unitas Guild, including herself, would support swordsman Baek Woojin in any endeavor he wished. Kyung-ha swore to that effect, and even in a deadly adventure will be by his side. The last statement surprised the protagonist greatly. She said that all the members of the guild had agreed to take this oath, with all these people standing beside them, and the woman said that all of them without exception. Old man Yun Woo-min said that he was also taking the oath. This shocked Woojin even more. Then the old man smilingly said he was indebted to the guy, telling him to call him again if needed. Woojin smiled gratefully at them all. He bowed and said okay. He too would come to the aid of the two of them in any time of need. The woman nudged the old man with her elbow and asked if he could see what disciple virtue was like. Old man Yun coughed. Blackstone exhaled and told the master that they would spend their whole lives helping each other like this. The long-haired guy and Miss Ara were heading somewhere. The guy said that Woojin called them as soon as he got back. Ara asked if he had something wrong. Guy replied that considering how soon he called them, no doubt it was about an important mission. Miss Ara said she was ready and suggested he come in. They opened the door and called out to the young master. The guy said they arrived as fast as they could. Woojin said that since they were here, let them sit down first, and pointed with his hand to the seats on the couch beside him. He said that this was a very important matter that he would have a hard time handling alone. After sitting down, the guy said that whatever it was, he would do it. The girl raised her hand and shouted that she would too, asking if they should go get ready right now. Baek Woojin felt a little embarrassed. He thanked them for being so eager, but said there was no need to go anywhere. He said that they needed to give it a name. The main character talked about a dragon that ate sweets nearby. This amazed and even a little disappointed the helpers. The guy sarcastically said that's it. This is really important. Miss Ara said she liked it. She smilingly said that without a name, it was like he was missing something, and then asked if that was true. Woojin replied that that was why he was trying to think of a name. He asked in all seriousness how they liked the chalk variant, saying it was because he was always chomping when he ate, which is a guy, that a girl. And most importantly, the dragonkin looked at the young master judgmentally. The red dragon was angry at Woojin, and there was an awkward silence in the room. A surprised Woojin told Blackstone that he had imagined a very different reaction. The latter replied that his master was an idiot and he had told him that it couldn't be a spirit name. Miss Ara gently asked the young master if he was making fun of them like that. The guy wanted to stop her, told Miss Ara to calm down, explained to her that naturally he was joking, saying that the young master definitely came up with a good name. This frightened Baek Woojin, and he asked his friend what he should do now that he had no other options. Blackstone said that it looked like he would have to help. Woojin remembered that Blackstone was good at naming and told him about it, citing the fragile Knight of Carnage, the deadly blade of darkness, asking him to think of something. Blackstone thought of a name for the dragon, told that he had once fought a red dragon, and his name was Igkarte. Not that Woojin liked the name much. It hit him. He yelled out, "That's right." He came up with a new name. Ignis. He asked what they thought about it, if it fit, but Woojin actually looked extremely unsure of himself, sweat dripping down his face. The guy obviously really liked the option. He said it was a Latin name suitable for a fire spirit. Miss R liked it a lot too and sincerely called it cool. The guy told Ara if she could see it and he said it was just a joke. Ara laughed and said she probably just overreacted. Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief and told Blackstone that this time he was lucky after all. Blackstone replied that compared to chalk, any option would seem acceptable. Then Baek Woojin turned to his red dragon and said that his name was now Ignis. The dragonkin didn't rage this time, but his eyes lit up. Fire swirled around him and lifted the beastie aloft. Notifications came in that Woojin had provided a suitable name for the fire vessel, and it was also written that the flame dragon had gained the gastronomic fire property, increased the power of red fire, and stabilized the control of red fire. Blackstone was surprised that the system was reporting this, and asked why it was doing this. Jin said he saw it in the book. He said it said that when you give a name, special abilities appear. Told Blackstone that he thought the dragon was completely his now. The dragonkin himself limbed. Its eyes were closed and its 2 stones. bones on its forehead and chest were glowing. Its head and the hair on it glowed with bright orange fire. The blue-haired guy was shocked, and the girl watched the beast enthusiastically and said that apparently it liked the name too. Woojin told his buddy that he wondered how far this royal vessel would go. The system notified that his attribute susceptibility was increased by 10 points. Attribute resistance was increased by 15 points. Also that Woojin received the title of Vessel Master. Due to the effect of the title, Vessel Master, all characteristics were increased by 1. The effect of the title received would accumulate. Blackstone was shocked. He said to wait for a while and asked, "What is this?" Said that even his characteristics went up. Woojin was very happy about it and said that he managed to hit the jackpot. Blackstone was even more amazed that the number of fire attribute had risen so much, saying that with such a number you could even swim in lava. He asked himself, what the hell is the system trying to create? Everyone was discussing about the fact that Baek's divine sword family has been very active lately. The man at the cafe said that he heard that there was a rivalry for the title of heir, which made everyone get busy. In the office, they were discussing it too. A guy asked if Baek Junghwa is going to step down as the head of the family. Who will be the next head? He said that he has all the children outstanding. Someone was drinking hot drinks and discussing about it. One asked if it's Baek Yeonhui's eldest son, saying he's her hero, coming ahead of everyone. The other said that based on rumors, he doesn't show any interest in competing for the title of heir. The two were walking down the corridor and discussing it, saying that they had heard that Baek Yoon Kyung wasn't interested in it either, asking what they were thinking, because becoming the head of such a huge guild, you can do whatever you want. The guys in the forest around the campfire were also discussing the event, suggesting that Baek Sung-hyun could be the next head of the guild, because he was also strong, saying that unlike his man, he had a reputation for being soft. Another asked what difference it made to them who would become the head of the family, saying that everyone was the same. But recently, Baek Woojin has been taking the most unusual actions. At a cafe, one asked the other if Junior had been on top of his game lately, and he said that he had heard that he had succeeded in killing a mid-level demon alone on Jeju Island. The people in the office were surprised that he must be 17 now. Because of that, they assumed that someone just exaggerated a lot. The other said that he heard the news from an acquaintance who was there, and therefore, it looked like it was true. The men around the campfire also went over the topic. The bald one told the other that he had heard a rumor that an apprentice from the divine sword family Baek had learned the art of summoning. This surprised his buddy. He asked if he was even human, shouting that this kid was already excelling in swordsmanship, but to be able to learn the art of summoning as well. Even on social media, Baek Woojin was being discussed all over the place, some believing in his accomplishments, some not. Jung Yeonhwa was also sitting and reading it all. She was extremely interested in the information. She told herself that she didn't know how much he had grown during this time, but there was no way she would give in to him. Suddenly, a man walked in. He had the same hair and a few big scars on his face. He put his hand on the girl's head and asked what she was doing. Yeonhwa didn't hear him come in, and so she was very scared. She yelled out, "What's the truth?" She told him to knock before coming in. This greatly angered the youngest daughter of the clan. The man then explained that he knocked 10 times, but she didn't come out. Then he focused on the monitor behind the raging girl. He asked if she was reading about Baek Woojin again. This confused Yeonhwa. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl decided it was time to send Appa out. So she pushed the man out of the room, swearing and saying it wasn't what he was thinking, and Appa pretty much said he had already figured it out. He laughed at her, saying that it was the feeling of not being able to say anything because of shame. He jokingly apologized to her for not noticing right away. This all made Jok Young-hoo very angry. She pushed him out of the room with her foot and shouted for him to get out. The man even flew up from the strong push, which he was very surprised by. When he landed on his heel, he laughed and said to himself that seeing this kid, who knew nothing but training, was so interested in this man. He also wondered who this Baek Woojin was and started to get to his feet. Suddenly, something pricked his shoulder. The smile immediately fell off his face. He recalled someone's depressing image, said he hoped he wasn't as flashy as that guy. Woojin practiced in his room, a purple aura pouring out of his body. Soon, he opened his eyes and exhaled some smoke, the same purple color. Blackstone was by his side as usual. He told his master that he hadn't practiced his aura in a long time. Woojin replied that he was very busy, but his concentration had increased. Now they were walking to the kitchen together. Blackstone agreed with him, saying that he really had a lot of things to do. Even he, just being around him, was in complete turmoil. Baek Woojin took the glass in his hands. He thought about the fact that he would have to focus on an important task for a long time, as well as taking care of the guy's training. He began to drink, still thinking about the fact that he still had to think about how and when he would use the skill points he had recently received and the spirit stone he had taken from Unitas. Moonju Young entered the room and greeted Woojin. The protagonist asked the assistant if anything had happened in his absence. The guy replied that nothing in particular, but there was something else. Ju Young said that young lady Seo-hee sent Woojin a message. Woojin was surprised by the message from Beck Seo-hee. Ju Young said that it said that the competition had been postponed. Apparently, the mission given by the elder overlapped with that date. Such news did not please the protagonist at all. He furrowed his eyebrows and said that it was a great excuse on her part. He asked when it would be held in that case. Ju Yeon replied that after the mission is over, on any date desired. The choice is up to the young master. Woojin asked the guy to tell her that he understood, and also to tell her not to cancel without a reason. Ju Young bowed and promised to convey everything. Woojin told Blackstone that this was even better for them. The latter asked what the master was talking about. Woojin then said that he barely won that time with all his efforts. He recalled the day he fought with his sister. He said that now the other party was giving him more time, so he would definitely be able to break her. This thought satisfied the protagonist. Blackstone also smiled and replied that he didn't even know if he was a warrior master or a battle ghost. Then he asked if the thought had occurred to him that during this time, the opponent would also grow in skills. Woojin replied that of course it had. He said that it definitely wouldn't be easy, said that she was an expert in the challenging absolute sword, and therefore he must prepare thoroughly, along with his squad of swordsmen, said that was why they needed to toughen up their training. It was early morning, but Baek Woojin and his students were already standing in the courtyard of the manor with their swords. Woojin stood on a dais and shouted that the sun had not risen yet. But the real fight was much more ruthless, shouted that they needed to concentrate. The fighters got into position and shouted aloud, yes. Woojin was loudly saying that in order to use real swords in real combat, they would need to hold on for at least another 3 hours. This shocked the young men. One interjected, and another said that the mentor wanted to kill them. Sweat was already dripping down the poor guys. Woojin shouted that if they only lasted an hour, it would be hard for them to endure even 10 minutes in a real fight. And if their enemy was a monster, he had nothing to say. He said that he didn't force them to do exercises that wouldn't be of any use in a real fight. Even louder, Jin asked if they understood. All in one voice said yes. Miss R was shouted to the right. They said she broke the stance. Sweat was streaming down the girl, but she didn't give up and followed all the instructions. Blackstone looked at her and told the master that Hong Ara was incredibly persistent. He couldn't believe she was going to learn a real medium-level sword. Woojin replied that it was her choice and he respected it. But he thought she was trying too hard. He asked if she was going to be okay. Blackstone looked at the girl and said that Ara will soon improve her skills and overcome the level of the others, because she is a talent chosen by him personally. He said that she understands that talent is useless if it is not improved. Blackstone smugly said that was why everyone he chose would become very capable in the future. Woojin did not sincerely thank him for that. Not long after, Woojin clapped his hands and told the students that enough was enough. It would be enough for the morning training, announced that they would have to practice on their own after lunch. The poor young Lulis were exhausted from their strength. Many fell to the ground. They whined about surviving. Someone even said he really almost died. Woojin said that he would start practicing then too. Suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. The main character was very surprised that an unknown number was calling him. He realized that not many people knew his phone number. Woojin wondered who it could be. The protagonist pressed the accept call button. He immediately said into the receiver that it was Baek Woojin. From there he was greeted and called the swordsman. The unknown man said that he should have introduced himself first. He apologized for his rudeness. A male voice introduced himself as the head of the arcane guild, Sogongmyeon. The man sat in his clean little office. The name struck Woojin. Seo Gongmyeong said that Woojin was a benefactor, saving his daughter twice. He said he was late in introducing himself due to urgent matters. Woojin pulled himself together and said it was no big deal. He said that Lady Seo In had helped him with a lot of things too. Gongmyeong laughed and said that In-ah had said read the same thing, so he could assume it was true. Woojin said nothing. Then he said more seriously that it seemed like Seo Gong-myung had called him because he had something to do with him. All because he was Lady Seo In-ah's father and the head of the guild at the same time. Seo Gong-myung had red hair and light eyes. He wore glasses. The man replied that he did. Woojin knew that the Arcane Guild was also the best production workshop in Korea. Woojin said into the phone that just as he thought the guy had good intuition, the protagonist himself was well aware that he wouldn't have called him just to thank him. Seo Gun-myung started flipping through the pages of the document that was on the table in front of him and said that it was time for them to end this useless conversation then. He said that he was not speaking on his own behalf, but on behalf of the Arcane Guild. He once again addressed swordsman Baek Woojin of the Beck Divine Sword family, saying that he was asking for his help. This shocked Woojin. It was a clear morning. The sky was blue. There were also some clouds on it. The red-haired man smiled and said that he would introduce himself again. He pointed his hand and said that he was the representative of the Arcane Guild. Seo Gong-myung, a beautiful girl, stood next to his father. The main character was standing opposite him. He too told him that he was Baek Woojin from the family of the Divine Sword Baek. He and the man shook hands. Jin said that it had been a while since he had met Lady Seo In-ah. He looked at the red-haired girl next to him. Seo Gong-myung tensed up and thought that now he understood exactly what In-ah was talking about. He thought she was exaggerating because Woojin had saved her. Right now, he couldn't believe that at such a young age, he had such skill. He saw the guy's powerful aura. Gong-myung stretched his hand towards the table and said that he wouldn't waste their time. He promised to talk about everything in detail after they entered the dungeon. Woojin was really struck by the fact that the problem to be solved was in the dungeon. Gong-myung hesitated a bit. First he said yes, then no. He further said that it was more accurate to say that from the outside. Seo In-ah smiled and told the protagonist that he would probably be surprised when he saw the dungeon. Soon, they were walking down a long path down to the bottom of the dungeon. All around them were stones and torches hanging on the walls. Seo In used the pass to go inside. Woojin noticed that for an old dungeon, the security was high, and she had already opened 3 locks. Seo Gong-myung smiled and said that Woojin seems to be wondering why there are so many locks here. Woojin was greatly surprised by his words. Gong-myung said that he understood him. After all, everyone who is here for the first time says the same thing. Baek Woojin even felt a little embarrassed. He laughed. Myung then said that this place was originally set up as a storage area, so it has complicated security procedures, as he can see. They were in the middle of renovating a showroom of equipment and items, but for some reason they had to use it for other purposes. There were large iron doors in front of the 3 people. Gong-myung continued by saying that these reasons were also related to his request. The iron doors lifted up and they were able to enter. Inside, something surprised Woojin. The reason for the shock was Madame Jock Yeon-hwa. The girl stood proudly in the middle of the room, noticing Woojin. She said that this time he was not wrong. Woojin confidently walked closer. He was now towering over Yeon-hwa and said that during this time he had heard news about her. She was quite active here and there. Yeon-hwa replied that he thought he didn't know. After all, she wasn't as spectacular as some. They looked straight into each other's eyes and smiled. Seo In-ah stood nearby and watched them carefully. Someone put their big hand on Yeon-hwa's head and said that means it's that Baek Woojin who's been on the rise lately. The girl looked unhappily towards the man and tensed up. It was a red-haired man who was smiling and saying that compared to the news and articles, Woojin's life was much better. In fact, the man noticed that this guy was strong. But Young Yeon-hwa was not happy. She wanted the man to finally take his hand off her head. The man finally took his hand off her head and held it out to Baek Woojin. He introduced himself as Jok Kyung-hoon from the violent Jock family. He said it was nice to meet him. Blackstone analyzed Kyung-hoon. He told him that this guy had reached the 6th. No, he had already reached the 7th rank. Said that his abilities are at a level where rank is meaningless. He is a genius without exaggeration. The protagonist happily introduced himself as Baek Woojin from the Beck Divine Sword family and extended his hand, told him that he too had heard about the fame and activities of Dragon Fist. They shook hands. Kyung-hoon smiled sincerely, saying that he didn't even expect this, saying that Woojin was kinder than he thought. He explained that to him. Most of the members of the Divine Sword Baek family were very rude. Kyung-hoon laughed and said that their fathers should be on good terms. Yeon-hwa was angry at him, and Baek Woojin was a little embarrassed. Then he asked if he would do the mission with him, and Kyung-hoon said he was a smart guy. Gong-myung explained that Dragon Dragon Fist had said he wanted to do this mission with him, saying that he was the one who recommended him to him. Kyung-hoon said that he was interested in his skills since he had been on top of his game lately, also influenced by what happened to Yeon-hwa a few days ago. He put his hand now on the girl's shoulder. Beck scratched his head and said that he was praising him too much. He even felt embarrassed. The man replied that they would see if it was empty praise or the truth after all. Kyung-hoon looked at the guy and wondered what other empty praise was. On the contrary, he thought it was far from enough. Hoon decided that Yeon-hwa was right to show enthusiasm. Seeing him in person, Kyung realized that he really is amazing, just as they say about him. Compared to himself when he was his age, Woojin is definitely not far behind. Then he thought about it and was very surprised. He asked himself why the hell everything was like he was on that level, like he was living his second life. Woojin started talking. The main character asked,
"Why Miss Yeon-hwa came here if she wasn't going to take part in the mission?"
This shamed Yeon-hwa. Her cheeks turned very red. Kyung-hoon asked, and she told him not to even tell. This made the girl terribly angry. She was ready to kill her relative, and he kept saying that she found out that he was going on a mission with Woojin. The girl couldn't take it anymore and punched him in the stomach with all her might. Then she explained to the others that Appa didn't seem to be fully awake yet. Talking nonsense. Kyung-hoon was shaking on the floor in pain. Gong-myung coughed and said that it looks like they've all gotten to know each other already. Said that In-ah would now tell them all the details of the mission. The girl asked everyone to come this way. What they saw inside amazed the three. There beyond the portal, they could see big rocky mountains and jungle. Woojin asked, "Is it a rift in the dungeon?" Kyung-hoon said it doesn't look like a normal one. It's the first time he sees the other side so clearly. Said it's more like a portal. Suddenly, Blackstone called out loudly to Baek Woojin. He was either scared or surprised by something. Woojin asked him what it was. Then the spirit explained that it's not an ordinary rift. It was the island of Felon, which was in his world and where he used to go when he was training swordsmen. Woojin was shocked, but Gong-myung smiled and said that it was not an ordinary rift. He said that it's neither a rift nor a dungeon. It looks like a portal that is connected to another world. Blackstone yelled for the host to rather ask how he ended up here. Woojin asked Myung then why the portal opened here. Gong-myung replied that he usually doesn't say that. It was because of him, the swordsman Baek Woojin. This shocked the protagonist a lot, and he started to ask what it meant. The man said that after the attack on the Artisan Island, he and Mr. Woo Kim Jong-hoon met and discussed the security issue, coming to a decision to create a new secret space. Using fire incarnation energy, they spent many attempts to open the space, overflowing with flame energy. He remembered how much fire was in the space when they were trying over it, said that unexpectedly during the test, they established a connection he doesn't know why it established with that particular island. There was a small fiery explosion. Myung said that they assumed that the portal was created by the power of fire incarnation. That's why that volcanic island was summoned. Woojin once again asked about what Seo Gong-myung had said earlier, that it was because of him. The man replied to Mr. Swordsman that he had protected the artisans and the fire incarnation on the Artisan Island, making it possible to conduct this experiment. Blackstone became furious, shouting that it was the result of all of Woojin's actions. Tom became even more embarrassed. He asked how everything led to such a big consequence. Kyung-hoon suggested to let the story go. He asked what they should do. Gong-myung told him that there are dangerous creatures on that island. They are a big threat to the expansion of the facility. Kyung-hoon looked up. The man asked them to deal with this threat. Something started to happen, and Gong-myung said, "They just appeared." Strange flaming monsters started to approach the portal. Gong-myung said it was them. Everyone was amazed at what they saw, even Blackstone. Woojin asked if they were fire golems. The guys started warming up, and Kyung-hoon asked Baek Woojin if he was ready. The protagonist said yes. Then he turned around and said that, by the way, something clearly confused him. He asked when they had the time to switch to you. Kyung-hoon smiled and said that it was such a minor detail that Woojin didn't have to worry about it. He asked if it wasn't easier to work together that way. Baek Woojin obviously didn't think so, but agreed. Blackstone remarked that he's not a bad guy, as long as there's no downside to his character. He said that. Woojin smiled and said that yes, he is, and he's the complete opposite of Baek's family. Kyung-hoon then said that before they went in there. He asked how about a little bet. Woojin was surprised and asked again. Kyung-hoon decided to bet on who would fell those fire golems the most. He pointed his finger at the monsters on the other side of the portal. Woojin folded his arms and replied that of course it would be Jo Kyung-hun who would win, because there was a big difference in skill between them. The man said that he didn't expect this. He said that he somehow thought that Baek Woojin would immediately agree. In that case, he suggested that he should also use only rank 6 strength at first, asked what Woojin thought about this. Woojin was not impressed. He said that he was at most rank 5. Kyung-hoon was amazed. He looked at the guy across from him. Then he said that his real strength was close to the 6th rank. He asked if that was true. Such statements shocked the protagonist. He told Blackstone that Kyung-hoon had already realized the difference. Blackstone replied that in addition to his character, this guy was also very smart. Kyung-hoon smiled and said that if there was nothing at stake, there was no fun. He had to think about it. A couple of seconds later, he shouted that if Beck won, he would praise him in front of Yeonhwa. Hoon seemed to bloom, saying that he even put his hand over his heart. He excitedly asked Woojin how he felt and if he was excited. The main character's feelings were completely opposite. He indifferently replied that he didn't need it. Kyung-hoon laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes, and he grabbed his stomach and twisted around. He yelled about how Woojin had said it decisively, saying that if Yeonhwa heard it, she would be completely disappointed in him. Yeonhwa was sitting nearby in the same room but didn't hear their conversation. The girl was very curious about what they were talking about, but for some reason she had a bad feeling. Kyung-hoon finally managed to pull himself together. He then offered to fulfill one request of his, within limits of course, asked Woojin what he thought. The man himself thought about it. He even got a stomachache from laughing. Woojin rubbed his head, pondered for a moment, and then replied that if he so desired, they could try it. This pleased Kyung-hoon. He warned his interlocutor that it was forbidden to interfere with each other, said they would count the points in the middle, and again when all the golems were killed. Woojin asked how many points a boss was worth. This surprised Hoon, for he didn't know what another boss was. Woojin replied that there was no special reason, but there might be a boss-level monster here. Kyung-hoon said he was right, and thought for a moment. Then he suggested that we keep it simple and follow the rules of the dungeon. He said that whoever kills the boss will win no matter how many points he has. He asked what Baek would say about it. Woojin smiled and said he agreed. Kyung-hoon shouted that he likes that Woojin is so simple, repeated that he likes it. He said if the guy was ready, they could go in. They both moved towards the portal. Soon, they were already fighting the golems. Kyung-hoon maneuvered his fists. He threw a strong punch, and the composing stones of one of the monsters scattered in all directions. The magic stone inside the lava fire golem glowed brightly. Now Kyung-hoon activated his magic. It lasered into the large golem's shoulder and shattered it. Suddenly, one large stone flew straight at the guy from the side. The golem started to move away. Then it did its wound. Something heavy fell to the ground. Hong was bearing down on his opponent with a smile on his face. His fist flew into the center of the monster. The guy exhaled and prepared a second fist. He threw another punch and another golem disintegrated into pieces. Kyung-hoon landed carefully on the ground, while the blocks of rocks were still somewhere high. Soon he stood up and said to himself that he had already dealt with 7 of them. It was even boring somehow. He looked up at the sky and said that it wasn't bad for a warm-up, and Jin must have killed about the same amount too. He thought he might even slow down. The drone was flying overhead. Through it, Seo In-ah, Seo Gong-myung, and Young Yeonhwa were watching the guys. Something surprised them a lot. Seo Gong-myung rubbed his glasses and asked if Baek Woojin was a 5th ranker. The girls next to him couldn't get a word out. Gong-myung explained his surprise by saying that he had already killed 10 golems. The man couldn't believe his eyes, saying that it was like Woojin was playing with them. Yeonhwa looked at the screens carefully and wondered what the hell Woojin was doing all this time. He realized that the fact that his abilities had to have improved was natural, and Appa was certainly giving into it a bit. But she still thought this speed was incredible. Woojin was being carried along with the invisible Blackstone. Blackstone asked him if from the beginning he wanted to agree to the bet. Woojin replied that it turns out Blackstone had noticed after all. Blackstone asked what he meant by noticing. He said he was asking because he deals with golems in one hit, and not just 1 or 2, but all 10. Woojin attacked another monster. His weapon flew straight into the heart of the golem. The golem disintegrated, and Woojin hadn't even landed on his feet yet. He was followed by the next monster. Blackstone said that Baek Woojin could see it. The location of the core. The protagonist smiled and replied that he did. He said that he couldn't have accepted the bet without any preparation, and due to the development of ignomous, he had an increased sensitivity to the fire attribute. Woojin didn't know about the rest, but the location of the core of the fire golems he could indeed sense. Blackstone replied that with that being the case, victory was already in the master's pocket from the start. The protagonist was attacked by another golem, and and he replied to the spirit that he was the first to offer to make a bet anyway. Woojin pushed himself off the ground towards the golem. He also said that when negotiating, one should refuse several times. Meanwhile, he smashed another monster. Blackstone was either judging or proud of his master for being cunning. Woojin flew down and, with a smile on his face, shouted that he hadn't planned to lose from the beginning. The unspecified counting golem, subsequently, was cut into 2 equal parts. The core of the golem was particularly evenly divided. The golem began to disintegrate, and Woojin calmly landed. Stones fell around him, and the protagonist said that whoever his opponent was, he wouldn't lose to him. All of this was also broadcast on the screens at SEO Manor. Seo Gongmyung was so shocked that he was sweating and wondering if it was even possible. The man noticed that Woojin immediately realized where the core of the golem was, and cut it in one blow. This far exceeded Seo Gongmyun's expectations. He believed that Woojin would not have been able to do this using dark energy or tricks. He thought it was obvious that he was helped solely by his skills. A swordsman active for only 1 or 2 years, Gongmyung assumed that the rumors regarding him were made up. After all, he was the direct heir of a huge family. But Baek Woojin might just be a talent worth investing in. As the scoring begins, Jung Kyung-hun has 17 points, but Baek Woojin, he has 25 points. This number surprised Kyung-hun. He didn't expect such a gap. He asked himself if he had been too lenient on him. He knew that his skills were higher than his current rank. But a golem appeared behind Kyung-hun. The guy dashingly cut it with a single blow. He told himself that he needed to get serious now. A powerful red aura began to pour out of him. Hong said that it was because he doesn't plan to grant Woojin victory. The guy flew at 2 golems at once. Blackstone asked the master if he could handle it. Woojin didn't understand what he was talking about at first. Now they were walking through a calm area. Blackstone explained that Jok Kyung-hun might act childish in places, but he was definitely much better than Woojin right now. Kyung-hun was killing monsters with ease. Blackstone said it was worth it for him to show off his true abilities just a little bit. A lot of big clumps were lying around the strong Kyung-hun. Blackstone said that the outcome of the battle would be predetermined. Woojin told him that was the reason he added the last condition. Blackstone asked if he was talking about the dungeon rule. Blackstone realized that then, all this time, the master had been aiming at the boss. Woojin replied that yes. On the other side of the portal, he felt a large amount of fire energy. They walked together with the spirit to a high rocky mountain. Baek Woojin pushed himself off the ground hard and said that now they would go through all those little bipeds and heading directly to the boss. They flew towards the target in lightning speed. A short while later, Woojin was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree. He and Blackstone looked down. The spirit asked if the boss was underground. Woojin said he said he could feel him, even though it was faint. He said that if he put his aura in the ground, he'd jump right out. Blackstone rushed to stop him. Said he hoped the master was going to awaken him, knowing exactly what he was. Asked if that was the case, Woojin cheerfully and enthusiastically replied that it wasn't exactly like that. Said he thought Blackstone would tell him who he was. Blackstone was surprised and told the host to look at himself. He had reached the peak of shamelessness. He apologized to the main character, but said he didn't know what was in there. Asked who would even dig that deep. Woojin told him not to worry. It's not like he's going to awaken him without a plan, Woojin said. Now with his resistance to fire, he raised his leg high. He shouted this should work. Jin kicked the ground with his foot, and the ground started to break, crack and fall apart. A fiery aura began to pour out of the cracks in the ground. Then 2 bright flaming light sources appeared from there. Kyung-hun was astonished. The red aura flew at him in a big wave. He had to hold back with his hands. He was amazed at such a large amount of fire energy. The energy was coming from the mountains. Kyung-hun couldn't believe that he was there. He was talking about the boss whose silhouette was perfectly visible from behind the mountain. His entire enormous body was on fire. The boss was incredibly huge. His insides were on fire. His mouth and other orifices were pouring flames. Woojin was the size of half of the monster's pinky finger. The golem opened its mouth wider. Magic fire swirled there. Blackstone shouted to Baek Woojin that it was a tandalos. Woojin asked what kind of tandalos it was. The protagonist already had to dodge the boss's attacks. He yelled to Blackstone that he seemed to know a lot about it. Asked him to explain. Blackstone yelled that it was a siege magic golem and was very hard to crack. Told him that it has 3 cores. Unless he destroys them all at the same time, it would revive, in the process triggering a huge explosion. The golem, meanwhile, roared loudly and swung at the protagonist. The golem hit the ground, but Woojin managed to jump up and dodge the attack. Blackstone said that he must have been furious that the master had woken him up, shouting that waking him up was a huge mistake, and he should wait for Jok Kyung-hun to defeat the boss together. Woojin then confidently and unequivocally replied that no, the protagonist swung his sword, saying that, since he now knew how to destroy him, he was very close to the golem's face. The golem roared again, fire gathering in its mouth again. Woojin activated the misty slit and flew at the monster, his cold weapon glowing with purple light. The monster roared questioningly at his opponent. Woojin used the triple link skill of falling thunder flash. His dark mana flew bright arrows. It flew into 3 areas on the golem's body: the face, shoulder, and chest. The monster screamed loudly and lost. The golem was torn apart. Woojin flew downwards. He soon landed near Blackstone, the latter looking at him in surprise. The spirit thought as he adjusted the speed of the sword energy to deal damage to 3 points at once. The first core cracked, the second, and of course, the third. Blackstone was actually shocked. He thought about how the speed at which Baek Woojin was advancing was so fast that it didn't even seem real. Soon, Woojin and Kyung-hoon were standing side by side in the stone room. Hoon asked Hoo-ji knew that the boss was actually there. Then he smiled and asked Woojin, or did he know about it from the beginning after all? Woojin smiled and replied that in a bet against a person who was much stronger than him, you can't do without an advantage. Kyung-hoon laughed and said that Jin was too good. He spread his hands and said that he admits that he lost. The guy reminded that he has to fulfill one wish from Jin, asked what he wants. The protagonist seriously thought about it. Then he said that he would hold it until the right time. Kyung-hoon said that if he holds it too long, it might evaporate. The protagonist replied that he would just be thrifty and use it before it evaporates. Kyung-hoon laughed again and told his partner that he liked him a lot. He also wanted to say something about Baek's family, but Seo In-ah interrupted them by calling out Baek's swordsman Woojin. She told him that her father wanted to talk to him. Woojin said he was on his way. He said goodbye to the red-haired guy until the next time they meet. Thoth did the same. Then he turned to Yeonhwa, asking if she wanted to say goodbye to Baek Woojin. He explained that she didn't know when she would see him again. The girl grudgingly turned away from him and asked why she had to say goodbye to him if he left without doing it to her. Kyung-hoon smiled as he looked at her. He saw a blush appear on her cheeks. Finally, he said that he was like her appa, giving his consent. This made Yeonhwa terribly angry. She yelled that he was just pissing her off, that she didn't just ask him not to talk like that. She was mad. She said she was just going to go practice. Kyung-hoon tried to stop her, asked her to wait, and suggested they go together. Then he stopped and told her to just be honest with herself. He turned back to look at Woojin again. Kyung-hoon told Yeonhwa that at this rate she might lose to him. Woojin was walking while having fun chatting with Seo In-ah. He and Seo In-ah finally arrived at her father's office. There, Seo Gong-myung bowed to the protagonist and thanked him, saying that the Arcane Guild was once again indebted to him. Gong-myung remembered how the golems burned innocent guys, said that if they had started building without locating the boss, and if he later awakened enraged, the poor construction workers were burning. Gong-myung remembered it clearly. He said that they would have suffered great losses. Woojin waved his hands and said, it wasn't worth it all. After all, nothing happened. He said that thanks to Seo Gong-myung, he had gained valuable experience. Then he remembered something and started digging in his pocket. He asked the man to take it. Woojin pulled out a red magic stone, held it out to Gong-myung and told him that he found it after defeating the boss. Gong-myung actually seemed surprised, and he knew what it was. He could feel the incredibly dense fire energy coming from the stone. He knew that this item was at least of legendary level. Seo Gong-myung asked the swordsman why he was giving it to him. Woojin explained that the item obtained during the mission given by the customer belonged to him. This shocked Gong-myung. At first, he didn't say anything. Then he said he couldn't accept it. This statement shocked the protagonist. He asked what he meant. Gong-myung explained that all he did was to have Woojin and Kyung-hoon kill the golems, and Woojin got it by killing the boss. So this item is his. Woojin smiled. Then he bowed too and thanked his employer, said that in that case, he was glad that he was giving it to him. Gong-myung was happy and said that he would send Woojin the money for the waste. He wished the protagonist a good journey. Woojin thanked him again and said that if he needed him again, Myung shouldn't hesitate to contact him. Seo Gong-myung looked at Woojin's back as he walked away and thought that it must be easy to be arrogant when you have such skills at such a young age, but he's still an honest man. Gong-myung was happy about this, and he thought that maybe they would meet again soon. When Woojin finally arrived home, he undressed and placed the stone and sword on the bed. Blackstone looked at him and said that his master was something. After Blackstone started to get angry at the protagonist, yelling that he originally didn't even intend to give the item away. Woojin rather replied that of course he knew he would refuse to save face. He recalled how it was and said that still at the end he had no choice but to accept the stone, and therefore it was a win-win for both sides. He said that more importantly, Gong-myung would consider him an honest man.
Which pissed Blackstone off.
saying that people needed to see his true corrupted self. Soon, Blackstone pulled himself together and told his master to eat the stone, because if left like that, the energy of the fire would diminish. Woojin asked if he should just eat it. He would just break his teeth. Blackstone exhaled and asked why he always gets it wrong. Woojin asked. Maybe then he could tell him what to do. Blackstone looked at him judgmentally and thought about it. A notification came in that it was the heart of Tandalos, a crystal that could only be obtained after killing Tandalos. Absorbing an entire crystal with magic rapidly increases resistance and susceptibility to fire. Its rank is legendary. Woojin decided to summon Ignis, his fire dragon. The latter immediately appeared nearby. Woojin petted the beast, and Blackstone asked why he summoned the lizard. The protagonist showed the stone to Ignis. Thoth opened his mouth in surprise. Then Woojin told him that the dragon had a skill that made it stronger when eating. He said that he thought Ignis could eat that crystal. Yes, and this way would be much more effective. Blackstone said it does make some sense. Ignis opened his mouth to devour the stone. Woojik looked at his beast and said he seemed to like it. Blackstone asked if he wanted a piece too. As soon as Ignis absorbed the magical fire energy stone, it blazed brighter and became visibly larger. A notification came that the susceptibility to fire had been increased by 20 points, and the resistance to fire had also been increased by 25 points. Woojin was surprised to see the characteristics increase as well. Blackstone even started to get angry because the crystal was eaten by a dragon, and Baek Woojin was also getting stronger, as reports came in that Ignis had absorbed the dense flame essence and that Ignis's vessel was expanding. Woojin and Blackstone turned around, and the protagonist said that it looked like they were getting somewhere. Then they looked up and Woojin was surprised. He asked if that was it. Blackstone didn't like it. He told the host to be satisfied with what he had already gotten. He started to ask what else he could expect. Suddenly, someone interrupted Blackstone with the words that Woojin was interesting. It struck the protagonist's spirit. Woojin began to twist around and ask what it was. Blackstone was also startled, but replied that it was a voice inside his head. A notification came that the fire spirit king Ifrit had shown interest in him and Ignis. Woojin asked about the Ifrit Spirit King. Blackstone was surprised. He explained that he had never heard of him. He asked if the Spirit King was talking directly to Baek Woojin. He was then informed that the Fire Spirit King Ifrit had personally invited him and Ignis to the spirit world, and a fire portal opened in front of them. Woojin was extremely surprised and asked if it was really the spirit world. Woojin asked about the Spirit King Ifrit. Blackstone was surprised. He explained that he had never heard of him. He asked if the Spirit King was speaking directly to Baek Woojin. He was then informed that the Fire Spirit King Ifrit had personally invited him and Ignis to the spirit world, and a fire portal opened in front of them. Woojin was extremely surprised and asked if it was really the spirit world. Sparks flew around his hair, and a gust of wind from the portal tossed his hair back. Blackstone said that it looked like Ifrit had personally opened the portal. He said he could feel the strong energy of fire. Woojin said that the invitation from the king himself, it's a bit excessive. He asked if that's not true. Blackstone replied that Baek Woojin looks too charged up to say that. The main character then told his dragon cub to come with him. The three of them entered the portal. Inside, in another world, Woojin was surprised. He asked if this was the spirit world. Blackstone replied that it was his first time here too. This place was overflowing with pure energy. Woojin also asked where they were exactly. In front of them were three big stone statues with different flags. Blackstone asked what kind of chairs they were. He talked about these big stones. Woojin said they looked like thrones. Then they heard someone's voice again. This voice told Baek Woojin that he was right, and these were the seats of other spirit kings. This again greatly surprised Jin and Blackstone. Someone that looked like a demon appeared on the fourth throne that had a red flag on it. Woojin stood in a stupor as he looked at the demon and thought about the fact that it looked small but emitted such a huge amount of fiery energy. He realized that it was Ifrit. Woojin hurriedly bowed out and greeted the Fire King. Ifrit told him to stop this circus, as he didn't like it anyway. He said Woojin and the Flame Dragon grew at a great speed. Ignis exhaled some smoke. Blackstone said Ignis doesn't know what humility is. Neither does his master. Woojin answered him that he wouldn't find a person more humble than him here. Ifrit started to say something. He said that Woojin has a very remarkable talent. He saw the main character's aura. Ifrit thought about the fact that for an ordinary person, he is surprisingly compatible with fire energy, and upon closer inspection seems to be talented in all four elements. He knew he had only summoned him because of his interesting progress and for the sake of giving advice, but he might be useful to his plan. Ifrit smiled and turned to Woojin. Ifrit asked how about giving him a contract, said that if he did a good job, he could help his flame dragon become the next Spirit King. Woojin was amazed that Ignis could potentially become the Spirit King. Ifrit said that Jin would only have to help him with one task. He asked what he would say if he was interested. Blackstone asked if this didn't sound more like a request than a contract. Woojin turned to Ifrit. He asked the Spirit King if this task was related to the other spirits' empty thrones. Ifrit smiled and said that Woojin was very clever. He began to list the Spirit Kings. The first was the Water Spirit King Erwin, the second was the Wind Spirit King Shurka, and the third was the Earth Spirit King Grandi. Ifrit told him that right now, they left to clean the damaged world tree, said that originally the Spirit Kings were forbidden to interfere directly. However, the damaged world tree could lead to the birth of a new elf queen, so they had no choice but to intervene even though it was forbidden. Blackstone said that it was much more problematic than they thought, saying that the elf queen usually alone controls all 4 Spirit Kings. Woojin asked him if it was really all of them. Blackstone said that if the queen took control of the Spirit Kings,
Hell would break out in the human world.
Ifrit said that the damaged world tree seems to have moved to the human world. It is called the Dark Tree. Blackstone asked if it was true that the master's older brother had already dealt with it. Woojin told him that it was, even though it was the first time he had heard that it was a damaged world tree. Ifrit told the protagonist that he only needed to help the Spirit Kings in the place where the Dark Tree was. He would let him know when to proceed. Woojin was surprised that it was not needed right now, and he asked about it. Ifrit replied that it takes a long time to prepare a powerful seal spell, and to use this spell you need a strong enough mediator who can handle all 4 elements. Woojin said that was his role. Ifrit said he was right. He said that they were going to do it without an intermediary, but then the probability of success drops many times over. Ifrit asked what he thought he could do. Woojin told Blackstone that he was going to go with his brother anyway, and if he was lucky, he could get more information. Blackstone asked if the Spirit King candidate wasn't enough for him. He said that no one could beat him when it came to greed. Baek Woojin bowed to the Fire King and said that he accepts his offer. Ifrit replied that it was good, and that, in that case, since he said yes, there was a fiery explosion. Fire poured into Ignis. Woojin was scared for him. Then the dragon itself started spewing flames. It touched the Spirit King's hand in the other side. The fire was all around the diameter. The protagonist told Blackstone that Ifrit was about to attack. Ifrit said that if their defense was even a little late, they would burn to the ground. Woojin picked himself up and asked what it was. Ifrit replied that there was no point in making a contract with someone weak. Said that besides, he couldn't make everyone the next Spirit King. Said that Woojin could do whatever he wanted. He gathered the magic in his hands and said that if it ever hit him, he would make their agreement. Blackstone was surprised by the king's behavior. After all, he had just asked for help. Woojin replied that he knew he wouldn't help them so easily. The protagonist called out loudly to Jin. On one side appeared the green wolf, Jin. On the other, an earth turtle. And on top of that, a white bird, Nyx. It landed on the protagonist's hand and sat on his finger. Woojin asked his bird if it was okay. Blackstone laughed. Blackstone said he was just kidding and suggested cheering up, and the bird sang. Blackstone turned into a blade and said that now, time to face the king's test. Woojin stood in the circle of his beast, dragon, and summoned beasts. Everything around was burning. Woojin was already exhausted. His black t-shirt was torn. Only Ifrit was sitting on the throne and smiling. In the smoke, it was hard for the protagonist to breathe. Woojin turned around and called out to Ignis. Ifrit said that Woojin was holding up better than he thought. If someone clumsy had been in his place, there would have been only ashes left of him by now. The protagonist gripped his blade tighter. He quickly spread his arms. Magical attacks flew at the Spirit King. Ifrit realized 3 small fireballs above him. He sent them towards the guy's attacks. Their magic met. The fireballs fell to the ground and the ground burned even thicker. Woojin placed a protective barrier over himself and his animals. Fire flew over it. Soon the barrier split. Attacks flew at the animals. Woojin extended his blade in front. The summoned animals screamed and roared because of the flaming attacks. It wasn't easy for Woojin either. Everything around him was in chaos. The main character's arms were badly burned. The skin had peeled off. Now only meat was visible. Woojin was actually in pain, but he stood steady. Even Ifrit was amazed by this. He said that it was amazing that he could not believe that a man could withstand a flame of this magnitude. He told Woojin that he was not bad at communicating with his spirits, but it was not enough for him. He looked at Woojin, who was on fire, and said that since he had gotten this far, he would give him some advice. Ifrit advised the protagonist to think about when the fire is at its most fierce. Blackstone told the host that he gave him a huge clue by telling him that there are other ways to fight against it. Woojin added that he says he's good at communicating with spirits, saying that he was overwhelmed with the thought of fighting against the Spirit King and forgot about his abilities. Blackstone replied that in that case, he thinks he'd better do what he's best at. Woojin then straightened his back and was inspired by the thought of being a swordsman who burns brighter just by picking up a sword. This pleased the guy. A dragon came up to him. Woojin was surprised and turned to Ignis. Then he realized and smiled. He stroked the dragonkin's flaming mane. Fire erupted behind them. Woojin told Blackstone that he could feel Ignis's will, said he wanted to figure it out together. The fire started to burn closer to Ifrit. The protagonist ran his fingers through his mane once more. Woojin said that he would burn everything with his sword at the expense of his and Ignis's will. 2 fireballs were already flying at him. Woojin closed his eyes and thought of his anger, Ignis's spirit, and then he opened his eyes. The protagonist was using the pass method of changing fire forms, and the fire that was flying at him swept around the guy in a wave, and then swirled on the tip of his sword. 2 more large fireballs could be seen in the sky. They were already close, and Woojin used the Fire Lotus transformation. The fire met the fire. Woojin in turn pushed himself off the ground. He pushed the flames apart on the way, then he flew high in the circle of fire. This is the compatibility of the fire's gate. Ifrit was much more interested this time. He watched his chosen one closely and said that he was indeed beyond his expectations. He said that he hadn't been this excited in a long time. The demon finally stood up from his high place and pushed off. Now he was flying with fire directly at Woojin's head. The Spirit King's body was smoking. Soon he stepped on the ground. The ground began to crack and small pebbles were flying from the shockwave. The Spirit King raised his fist and swung it at Woojin. He told the guy to try and stop it. Ifrit's fist was already very close and carried with great speed, but more importantly, strength. Woojin smiled and tensed up hard. He ran upwards on Ifrit's arm, then high up, so high that even the huge Ifrit had to raise his head. The protagonist shouted and swung his mighty and sharp sword at the Spirit King. Ifrit smiled and said it was good. Woojin flew at his opponent while smiling. Ifrit was ready to catch him, shouting to the guy to show him everything he could do. When they met, there was a large and loud explosion. It's a single fire. Woojin flew out of there. He wasn't so pleased now. Instead, he was tensely watching something. There, Ifrit stood on all 4s and let out a large fireball from his mouth. He blew at it, and it lightning fast rushed towards Baek Woojin. It even scared the protagonist. There was another explosion, but this time it was not red, but light blue, almost white. The element of water flew around Woojin. It came from his heart. The water enveloped him completely. It filled all the space around him with parts of itself. Woojin was fluttering high above the ground. He looked down. From there, the Spirit King's fiery attack flew into him. Woojin clenched his teeth. There was an explosion again. Woojin was still enveloped in water. Then he called out to Nyx, his summoned bird. Now it wasn't such a small chick. Now it was a large and massive feathered bird. Woojin himself was surprised that Nyx had changed. Blackstone said that he had heard that some spirits could completely change appearance at will. Woojin asked if Nyx was like that. Blackstone didn't even let him finish his sentence. He said yes. He said that seeing him in a predicament, Nyx's will and the Master's Spirit Stone united and became one. The bird now had strong legs and long black claws, mighty wings full of strong feathers. Blackstone said that he was now a glacier, a top-level spirit. It was because of him that Woojin had not been roasted. Ifrit also looked at the summoned spirit and asked if he had awakened. He said it was quite unexpected. Now Woojin was standing on top of the bird and looking at the Spirit King. Ifrit said that Nyx had become stronger in the middle of a crisis. As always, his judgment is correct, but there is one but. He held his hands up, raising another pair of fireballs with them. Said test wasn't over yet. The king directed the attacks towards Baek Woojin and shouted for him to show him his true strength. Woojin shouted encouragement to Glacia. The protagonist stood firmly and confidently on the bird. Glacia deftly dodged all of Ifrit's fireballs, and now the bird was very close to the Spirit King. Woojin prepared his sword. Then he pushed himself away from the bird's body. His sword blazing, Woojin used the fire, shape-shifting again. In the end, the protagonist managed to slash the Spirit King Ifrit. This was aided by the single fire skill. A little while later, Ifrit took his normal form. He was once again small and unintimidating. He told the protagonist that he had succeeded. There was a large and seemingly deep scratch on Ifrit's chest, but it didn't bleed, so Ifrit didn't pay much attention to it. The Spirit King said that he thought that at best, Baek Woojin would only be able to inflict a scratch, but he didn't expect him to take the blow. Woojin only laughed in response, with his fire dragon Ignis sitting beside him. Then Ifrit told Ignis to hold out his paw, for a promise remains a promise. The Dragonkin and the Spirit King touched each other, and fire poured out of their hands. Soon it surrounded them both, flames blazing all all around. Ifrit closed his eyes and began to say that on behalf of himself, the Flame Spirit King Ifrit declares him, Ignis, to be the vessel of the next Spirit King. Ignis too closed his eyes and took the oath. Then the flame flickered and Ifrit said it was ready. He smiled and asked Ignis to do his best in the future. He further said that since they were done, he and Woojin could go back. He opened the portal behind him again. Ifrit held out his hand and promised that they would see each other again very soon. Woojin told Blackstone that it was time to go. However, he was deep in thought about something. The main character noticed this and asked what was the matter and what happened. Blackstone told him that he felt like something was missing. It felt so nasty. Ifrit asked Baek Woojin why he was talking to the air. Is there something there? Woojin was startled and hurriedly replied that there isn't. He suggested that Blackstone think about it after he returned. Blackstone closed his eyes and replied that he thought it was something very important. He did move forward. They all entered the portal. Ifrit watched them silently. Then he spoke to himself, saying that the man who had received the blessing of the spirits. He decided that Baek Woojin would definitely be liked by all the other kings. The main character was heading somewhere. Then he stopped and turned to Blackstone and asked what was wrong. Blackstone replied that it was always at this time that something appeared that had not been there before. Suddenly, Blackstone realized what was bothering him so much. That sound. Poor spirit turned blue all over. In front of them were notifications that a method to pass the change of fire forms had been created. Ignis met the criteria to become the next Spirit King vessel. The low-level water spirit Nyx had awakened after reaching the highest level and became Glacia. Also, that his training in the spirit world had greatly increased the energy of his 4 attributes. Woojin was a little surprised, and Blackstone was raging and shouting about the system window. Next was the notification that he would be granted new attributes due to the level increase. About his awakening as an immortal sword body, he was granted the immortal sword body's attribute of development. Blackstone said that it was no wonder he was so nervous. He shouted that the system window appeared as soon as it could. Woojin was silent. In front of them was a description of the immortal sword body. The development. It said that he had obtained spirituality that allows him to draw strength from his target, gain the talent of a heavenly being with a single sword, and the ability to use his sword to reveal the sword cloud that opens the heavens. It also has special abilities such as the sword cloud and spirituality, and something else unknown. Blackstone slapped his face as he realized that it was just as he expected. Woojin was still silent, which surprised Blackstone, and he asked why he was not responding. The protagonist still didn't respond. Poor Blackstone got angry and said that it was nothing to him now. Asking if that was the case, Woojin finally turned to the assistant. He said he thought he now understood what he was talking about. Blackstone asked what he meant, said that as always it only offered him usefulness. Woojin said no, that's not what he meant. Blackstone said he had experienced a nasty feeling. Blackstone replied that yes. Woojin asked him why he felt like something was wrong. Blackstone replied that he didn't know how to say, but it was right before the system window appeared. Said he felt like it notified him a little later. Woojin said that's exactly what it felt like. Told that he was thinking the same thing now. He said that the window usually appears the moment he gets those powers, but now it didn't appear until they came back. It was also supposed to notify him about Glacian and Ignis. The protagonist said he doesn't know much about his rebirth, his past, and this system, but maybe this system. Much more complicated than they thought. He stared at the notifications. Woojin added that even though it was just a guess, Blackstone was very annoyed with the host. He asked why. Then he acted like he knew everything. The main character smiled widely and thanked Blackstone for everything. Blackstone was startled by this. He asked why he was suddenly talking so strangely. Woojin explained that he just had a feeling that he was getting attractive rewards every time he mentioned the system. This made Blackstone even angrier. He shouted that the master was angering him the most. The dragonkin made some sound and opened his mouth wide. Woojin paid attention to him and asked if he was hungry. He offered Ignis a snack and said he could eat as much as he wanted, which pleased the dragon. Blackstone watched them from behind. In the room they entered, Moonju Young was sitting. The boy was happy to see the young master. The fact that Moonju Young was here surprised the protagonist. He asked when he came. Ju Young said not too long ago. But it seems that the gentleman had been practicing so hard that he hadn't left the room for 3 days. So he was waiting for him. This surprised Woojin. He asked if it was really 3 days. Then he asked Blackstone if it had been that long. Blackstone told him that the spirit world was a different world. Of course time flows differently there. Ju Young hesitantly asked if there was a problem. Woojin replied that there wasn't, he was just thinking about it. He revealed that Ignis was now 1 step closer to becoming a spirit king. This amazed Moonju Young. He hurriedly bowed out and congratulated him on his huge advancement. Woojin felt embarrassed and said that huge was too loud a word. Blackstone said that he felt like he had seen it more than once. Then Woojin still asked Ju Young why he was waiting for him. Ju Young told him that he had a visitor every day for the past few days. The fact that he had someone visiting him daily amazed Woojin. He asked who it was. A red-haired girl was standing on a dais,
and a group of people were standing below,
breathing heavily. "It's Miss Seo-in-ah." Ju Young said that she was looking for him. After all, she has something to discuss with him about the Arcane Guild.
Woojin walked out in her and said that he heard that she came to see him.
The girl turned around smiling. She cheerfully said that she was happy to see him again so soon. Woojin said that he was too, because he thought they would both be very busy. Seo-in-ah said that she heard that he had formed a new sword squad. Woojin replied that he had, and it was called the Righteous Squad. The girl said that she brought a gift in honor of this event. This surprised Woojin. She asked him if he remembered how his work had gotten them possession of the volcanic island. Using materials from the recovered volcano, she said that they had created these swords as an experiment. Seo-in-ah said she would like to present them to the members of the Righteous Sword Squad. A box of swords was lying beside her. Woojin asked if she would mind if he took a look. In-ah said that of course he could take a look. She held out one sword to him. Woojin carefully took out the cold weapon from the sheath. He told Blackstone that the sword was quite sharp, saying that it might not be of a unique rank, but it was certainly not bad. He examined the sword carefully. Then he told Seo-in-ah that they were good swords, but he had already received compensation. Taking something again is not much. The girl didn't let him speak. She deliberately interrupted him, saying that it was her father who gave them to him, not her. This surprised Woojin. He asked if she was talking about Mr. Seo Gong-myung. Seo-in-ah told him that she would be in a difficult position if he didn't accept them. She said that her father said to give these dreams to him no matter what. Woojin listened to her and thought that with the way he was showing his kindness, it could be assumed that he liked him. That thought made the protagonist happy. He thought that it looked like he was able to leave a good impression of himself last time. Seo-in-ah said that Baek Woojin knows how stubborn her father can be, but Woojin just laughed. Then he said that in that case, he would accept her gift with gratitude. A little while later, the students greeted young master Baek Woojin. Woojin shouted that the Arcane Guild had given them all excellent weapons. He held one of the swords in his hands. He pulled it out of its sheath. The thin blade of the sword glistened in the sun in front of the young men. Everyone stared at the cold weapon with open mouths. Woojin told them that this sword was called Oath, which means will. He said that he would give it to each of them, so they should step forward. The boys were excited about their new swords. The weapons seemed to glisten in their hands. Someone stepped forward and called out to Mr. Swordsman. It was Seo-in-ah. She asked him if she could speak to him privately. Soon she said that she would like to entrust him with a job. Woojin asked what the job was. The girl said that it was a personal assignment that had nothing to do with the guild. Woojin asked again to elaborate. In-ah said she created one thing during their first meeting, asked if he remembered it. Woojin asked if she was talking about the black moss. The fact that he remembered everything made the girl very happy. She shouted that she did. She said that she finally had a chance to get the last ingredient. She said her grandfather had told her that manticore skin was the key ingredient for black fur. Manticore is a fearsome lion that has wings and lives in fire. The manticore surprised Woojin. Seo-in-ah continued talking. She said that a week ago the monster in the 3rd Legion area turned into Raikon. Woojin asked if it was really true about Raikon. He explained that he was asking because it was a dungeon boss. In-ah replied that yes, it would definitely become a manticore. Woojin thought about the fact that the most important ingredient for black fur is manticore skin. He said that it must be a manticore then. For some reason his guess made Seo-in-ah very happy. She shouted that it was and offered to catch it together. Now Woojin was thinking about catching the manticore together. He asked if she said they were together. What surprised him was that apparently Madame Seo-in-ah was going to go with him. He asked her about it. The girl replied that that was it. She said that catching manticore was not everything. She said that when she dies, the toughest part of her skin must be perfectly removed to be used as an ingredient in the future. In-ah shouted that she had practiced countless times for this day. Woojin thought. Blackstone told him that it would be fine, saying that he could overpower the manticore now and alone. He also said that more importantly, he was interested in the black fur after all. Woojin closed his eyes and replied to the spirit that he was right, and it would be good to test his strength now. Blackstone promised that he would be by his side. Prompting the regeneration time, Woojin smiled and said in that case, he agreed to accept Lady Seo-in-ah's errands. The girl bowed to him and thanked him. Then the guest decided to tell him about his reward. Woojin was surprised and then said that of course it was important too. The girl interrupted him and said that his reward would be someone was watching them from above. Seo and Ah told Woojin about his reward and it shocked him a lot. It was all because she was going to give him black fur. He asked if she was joking. The girl waved her hands and said, of course not. Woojin said that she told him that black fur was her dream. Seo and Ah exhaled and said that to be more specific. Making it was her dream and using it was a whole other conversation. The protagonist wanted to object that by selling it, she could. The girl once again didn't let him finish. She coughed loudly. She said that he already knows her family well. Money is not a problem for them. Woojin felt embarrassed. He thought that he had made an idiot of himself by talking about money with the daughter of the head of the arcane guild. Seo and Ah said that her grandfather often said that a craftsman's work was finished after he gave the item to the right person. She remembered her grandfather's kind face, his long white hair and beard, and how tired he was but how satisfied he was at the end. Ah said she was of the same opinion and thought the black fur suited Baek Woojin perfectly. Woojin rubbed the back of his head and said he couldn't accept it anyway. Then Seo and Ah asked him to wait. She said that he had just accepted her assignment, asked if that was true. Woojin confirmed her words. Seo and Ah said that if that was the case, then he should know that the client determines the reward for the work. Woojin felt even more awkward and wanted to say something. The girl didn't want to hear anything. She turned away and shouted that she had already made up her mind anyway. She reiterated that the reward for his task would be a black fur. Emphasized that there could be no objections. Blackstone laughed out loud, saying that she was so sure of her position, saying that he definitely liked it. Then he told the already humble Woojin to try his best. The protagonist really asked him to shut up. Woojin did agree with Seo and Ah, but asked if she had gotten permission from the artisan to go there. Seo and Ah confidently and cheerfully shouted that no, putting her thumb up in front, said that and now it's time to go and get it. Blackstone gloated at the host, telling him not to worry. Ah yelled that if she said Baek Woojin would accompany her, he would authorize it that second. Blackstone broke out into loud laughter again. He shouted that her position was just perfect. Woojin felt even more awkward. A week later, at the entrance of the 3rd Legion area, there was thick forest and fog all around. Woojin, along with Ju Young, were heading somewhere. Soon ahead, they saw Seo in Ah and a mage girl. Seo and Ah waved to Mr. Swordsman and shouted for them to come this way. Woojin smiled and said that he didn't expect that he would actually give permission. Seo in Ah said that she had told him that he would agree in an instant. The girl was clearly extremely pleased with herself. She said that she had been actively preparing for this day, even taking all of her top-ranked equipment. The protagonist thought it was a bit unnecessary, but only laughed in response. Then Ah talked about the second girl, the mage. The girl was red-haired and beautiful. She held a magic staff in her hand. Seo in Ah said that her father had sent her a guide. The stranger introduced herself. She called herself Park Ju-hee and said she was looking forward to working with Baek Woojin. Blackstone told the master that she was very strong, at least at the beginning of the 6th rank, said that it was even too much for a guide. Woojin replied to him that considering what happened to Cha Jin-woo, it was a delicate matter. Woojin shook Ju-hee's hand and said that he too was looking forward to working with her. The girl shook his hand in return and said that she would follow his instructions. The protagonist thanked her for her cooperation. Suddenly, Ju Yeon's husband was very surprised by something. In fact, he was just terribly happy that even other people now trusted his young master. He even had tears popping out. Blackstone noticed this and asked if something was wrong. Woojin said he didn't know. Seo and Ah said she thought they had everything. She offered to leave without delay. A portal immediately opened behind her back. A blonde-haired man in a black robe knelt down and asked his master if he had called for him. The windows of the office were covered with roller shutters. Behind a large black chair sat a man. He was turned to the window and so his face could not be seen. He replied that he had entered the Legion area. He said that he was also with the heiress of the Arcane Guild. The blonde-haired man was wearing a cat mask and was listening to the Lord attentively. The Lord extended his finger and said he had a question. He asked what he thought he had called him for. The boy said he probably called him to kill Baek Woojin. The mister wagged his finger and said no way, but the reason was similar to that. He said they couldn't let him die so easily. He said that in addition, he would not die such an easy death. He has an incredible resistance against poisons and attributes. To be more specific about the target, on the table in front of the gentleman were documents and a picture of Seo Ina. The gentleman said he was curious how strong he really was, was, so he would go and find out. The masked man asked if he should just watch. The gentleman said of course not. He asked how he was going to find out his real strength. He said that he had to personally evaluate Baek Woojin's strength. He said that his progress had exceeded his expectations. Such news didn't make the guy very happy. The master said that however he would not reveal his true identity, so it would be better to give him a good reason to do so. He ordered a servant to kill the daughter of the head of the arcane guild. This shocked the blonde-haired boy. Master said that Baek Woojin would either become desperate or reveal his true self. The masked guy smiled widely and gleamed his white teeth. He said he would do as his master wished. Woojin exhaled and said that they would move to the second floor without any problems. In front of him lay a large and terrifying ogre, but it was no longer conscious. Behind it stood the summoned beast. Juhi was astonished. She said that she had heard that he could control spirits, but who knew that they were of medium rank? Yeon coughed and asked her if the young master was unusually talented. This confused the girl and she looked at him questioningly. Seo In-ah replied to Ju Yeon that she agreed with him, saying that she had a good eye for good people. Ju-hee gave her a questioning look. Ju Young and In-ah laughed, and Ju-hee was even more shocked. Then Blackstone told Baek Woojin that he was already here. The main character called everyone and asked them all to guard Madam Seo In-ah. Everyone immediately stood in front of Madam. 2 black spots swept across the sky. Then an unknown beast landed heavily and loudly. It was so heavy that the ground cracked. It was 2 huge, unusual lions. They had bright yellow eyes and human bodies. They were incredibly large. Woojin said that the Raycons were already here, and he thought it was time to start. The Raycons looked truly formidable and dangerous. They roared loudly at the humans who had come. He activated magic and told them that their energy was on a whole other level. She said she would create a protective barrier. Seo In-ah and Moon Ju Young hid behind the girl's back. Woojin looked at the monsters and told Blackstone that they didn't look too special. Blackstone asked why he wasn't nervous at all. Woojin smiled and told him that the Spirit King almost burned him to the ground, asked if he thought some Raikons could make him nervous. The Raikons also had large and heavy cold weapons. One of them swung at the protagonist. He got into a fighting stance. The sword in Baek Woojin's hands glowed with purple mana. Woojin swung his sword with lightning fast, gigantic force. A lot of blood splattered. And the protagonist was clearly pleased with himself. He said that it was much easier than he thought. Suddenly, Blackstone drew the host's attention to something, pointing his finger and telling him to look. Woojin turned around. There was a yellow time board in front of them. He asked something like this. Could it be the Golden System window? He told Blackstone that he didn't think he had ever seen it in that color. Blackstone replied that it was also the first time he saw a Golden System window. Said he thought the boss should show up now. The thought frightened him a little. However, he said that he doubted that a regular manticore would come out. Now Woojin was a little scared too. He asked the assistant what he meant. Blackstone thought for a moment and replied that what he said that it would at least be an unusual manticore, or perhaps something completely different would appear. Woojin turned back around and motioned for him to deal with it. He turned to the 2 of them, asked them to be very careful when setting up the barrier, told them that they didn't know when the boss would appear, and they could also be attacked by someone else. Ju Young and Ju-hee agreed with him. Girl asked the protagonist to leave it on them. Then Woojin turned to the smiling Seo In-ah. He asked her to trust his guides. He said he would also try his best to protect her. Seo In-ah smiled widely and agreed. Woojin told Blackstone that there shouldn't be any problems now, and they had 2 days left. He looked at the timer in front. It showed 45 hours. Blackstone asked if he was planning to just rest the whole time. Woojin smiled and replied that of course not. He suggested he enjoy a good hunt to the fullest. Woojin killed the Raikons one by one, their corpses lying on the ground and bleeding. Someone was watching the protagonist from above and scolding, saying what he heard, that he was rank 6. It was a guy wearing a mask. He said that this guy, Baek Woojin, was a real monster beyond his expectations. He was thinking of approaching him while he was hunting that Raikon. He was talking about the Raikon that attacked Woojin recently. The Raikon hit the ground hard, right where Baek Woojin had just been standing. But Woojin was able to jump back in time. Woojin looked at the masked man. The smile on the guy's face fell off, and he said to himself that there was a possibility that he had already been discovered. He said that it was just a terrible feeling, the first time his judgment was false. He bit down on his finger, and in such a way that blood spurted from it. The guy smiled again and said he didn't mean to use that insurance. He swiped his blood across the ground, drawing a circle. He said that it would be possible to get rid of Seo In-ah at any time, so he would assess Baek Woojin's abilities first. The guy drew a circle with some kind of image inside, and he said that he should try to get in his way when he fights monsters. He He decided to see how long he would last. Red mana was pouring out of the circle drawn in blood. Blackstone asked his master if he had gotten the hang of it. Woojin thought for a moment, then said that he liked that he was training him with his sword. But this Reikin was particularly difficult. Blackstone said that of course Fragile Knight was strong, but her technique absorbed just as much of his aura. He smugly raised his nose and told his master to be grateful for those lessons. Woojin sarcastically replied that he was right. Then he remembered something and wanted to tell Blackstone. He asked if he felt like they were being watched. Blackstone said he felt it too, but only for a moment. Woojin said that it annoyed him, asked if the Watcher was planning to get involved during his battle with the boss. Blackstone asked why they shouldn't find him and kill him. The protagonist replied that he was pretty good at stealth, probably an assassin or spy. He looked ahead into the dense forest, said that finding him was just a waste of time. He said that if he was his target, he would show up sooner or later. The other guys were sitting quietly on the log, thinking about something. Woojin looked at the timer. There were 3 seconds left. Blackstone said it was almost time. The protagonist agreed and said to be ready. One of the guys called out for Mr. Swordsman. It was Miss Seo In-ah. Woojin turned around and looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. She looked sad, raising her eyes. In-ah asked the swordsman to apologize, explained that she thought they would meet the boss right away. Seo In-ah said didn't think to rush here? I guess she's just wasting his time. The girl stood up. Woojin said that it's not like that at all and he's having a good time here. Said that, by the way. He turned around and looked at the timer, asked who knows if he might show up soon. There were about 10 milliseconds left on the timer. Seo In-ah asked what he meant. 4 milliseconds left. And then time ran out. Something happened. Woojin told Blackstone that he was here. The black silhouette of a beast with bright yellow eyes appeared in the purple sky. The beast was even heavier than the previous Reikins. When it landed, the ground shook and cracked even more. It was also an unusual lion, and it roared loudly. Its mouth, as well as the size of its body, was of incredible size. Its roar was so loud that poor Seo In-ah had to cover her ears. Ju Young and Ju Hee were surprised by something. Woojin assumed it was a manticore, but he saw that something was wrong. He said it was an unusual manticore. Blackstone told Master that it was a mid-7th ranked Rex manticore. An ordinary one wouldn't even compare to this one. He said that it was better not to fight it personally, but to use Ignis to do so. Woojin replied that he couldn't do that, saying that a strong opponent had just appeared. Manticore growled, and Woojin said he had to use everything he had learned right now. Ju Yun and Ju Hee were seriously scared. The guy called out to the young master, his voice trembling. He asked if he was going to fight the monster alone. Woojin calmly told him that it was even more dangerous to run away because he could fly. He told Blackstone that the man was still watching him, and he could clearly feel his aura. Woojin reassured the other guys, saying that he had to kill the manticore if he liked. He smiled and asked Miss Seo In-ah to be calm and wait for a while. The girl was greatly embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Woojin instantly jumped back from there and rushed towards the beast. No one expected such a sudden movement. Seo In-ah calmly asked the guys to trust him, which surprised the couple even more. Togja Seo In-ah explained that since it was swordsman Baek Woojin, there was no problem. She smiled widely. Woojin flew to meet the battle. Soon, he came to a stop. He was standing right in front of the nose of an unusual manticore. He said that everything was fine and he was her opponent. The manticore squinted its eyes. Woojin flashed sideways somewhere. Then again, he also deftly dodged her attacks, asked if that was all she was capable of. This made the manticore terribly angry. Then Woojin told Blackstone that he was really tough, and he was going to kill him with one punch. Blackstone got angry at his master, yelling that. And he did say that this monster was stronger than a normal manticore. The protagonist replied that he knew that very well, saying that was why he would deal with it properly. A large and strong pillar of purple mana rose up. Manticore glared at her opponent. Then she spread her mighty wings. A lot of pink smoke flowed from her mouth. Blackstone said that the monster also perceived Baek Woojin as its enemy. He said that one of the 2 common attacks of a manticore was to disorient its opponent with a sound wave. Manticores could easily kill ordinary warriors with such an attack. Blackstone said that by concentrating their aura, they reduced the sensitivity of the enemy's hearing. The entire monster was burning red. Only the eyes remained yellow. It kept letting smoke in and out of its mouth. It was already very close to Woojin's pillar. Soon, it filled the entire surroundings. Then, purple arrows began to appear in the air. They slashed at the monster's wings. Soon, the wings were clipped. The manticore screamed loudly in pain. Woojin asked if the second technique was the poison cloud. He said that if it was someone else in his place, maybe it would work on him, but that wasn't all. He received a system notification that he was ignoring the low-level poison damage due to the effect of resistance to 1,000 poisons. Woojin was clearly happy about this. He said that it was unlucky for the Manticore to have him as its opponent. The Manticore seemed shocked. Woojin asked her what was wrong. Didn't she have anything else to show for it? The smoke cleared, and Woojin got into a fighting stance and said that in that case, he would now demonstrate his skills. He sent a dark purple-colored magic ball at the monster. It flew straight into the beast and crushed it into the ground. Even the main character himself was thrown back by the shockwave. He smiled and said, that's how it should be. Said it should have been done from the beginning. Then he felt a murderous energy. It startled the protagonist. It was coming from somewhere in the Manticore, or behind it. Then Blackstone told the host that the one watching them had made his move. Woojin replied that he knew it was his target, said he was biding his time, waiting out his battle with the boss, called it a cunning plan. Blackstone replied that he got used to his position so quickly, can see that he is a true master at stealth. Woojin said that's not all. The protagonist said that he purposely took a position behind the Manticore to take advantage. The Manticore swung its paw at the protagonist, and the protagonist had already put his sharp sword under it. This time, it wasn't easy for him at all. Killing energy poured down on Woojin in a wave right from behind the monster. Woojin was actually having a hard time. Blackstone was terribly annoyed with him. He yelled that he was terribly annoying and asked to send Ignis to tear him apart. Woojin smiled and said that if he did that, the enemy would escape again. And he wants to know how strong he is. Blackstone looked at his master and asked if he wants to use it here. Woojin said yes. He said he would kill them both at the same time. He pulled out the blade, and Blackstone started to get sucked inside. The masked guy was getting annoyed too. He wondered what kind of monster he was. He didn't understand how Woojin had managed to dodge all of its attacks while fighting the boss. He realized that the 6th rank was a complete lie. He thought that all the information regarding the swordsman and his strength was false. He decided to try to evaluate his strength later, but in the meantime, he had to kill Seo In-ah as he had originally intended. Suddenly, he noticed something. He turned around and asked in horror what it was. He saw Baek Woojin and a magic pillar of incredible power. The guy fell to the ground and asked if it was sword energy, shouting that it was just crazy. He was colossally wrong about its power. Woojin shouted loudly that this was the end. The system notification of Blackstone's 3rd sword, Blackstone's dominant black murder activation, came. The blonde-haired masked guy started to get extremely nervous. He didn't know what it was and was extremely surprised by such a terrifying power. His power split the ground practically under the masked guy's feet. The masked guy realized that Baek Woojin definitely didn't have a rank 6. Yes, he was just a monster. Then he realized that the head could have deliberately concealed this information. Such a guess frightened the masked man. He was cursing everything around him as he realized that the main problem was not killing Seo In-ah, but now he had to eliminate him. The swordsman. He was sitting on the ground when someone approached him. It was Baek Woojin. He was towering over us, and in the darkness of the night, only his silhouette could be seen. He asked the guy where he was going. Then he asked who sent him and warned him that the best choice was to answer. Woojin put his blade right to the masked guy's throat and said that of course he would find out about everything, even if he didn't tell him. The blonde-haired guy was terrified. He was silent. And then a sharp and long needle appeared in the main character's hand. He said that judging from the thing he threw, he was originally trying to kill him, said he wanted to hear the rest from him directly. The masked guy jerked sharply. He stuck his hand inside his cloak. He probably wanted to pull out something to attack Baek Woojin, but Baek Woojin prevented him from doing so by cutting his hand off. The masked guy didn't expect this. He screamed terribly loudly at the horrible pain of losing his limb. He cursed at Woojin, saying he was a son of a bitch. Woojin told him not to even think about doing something useless. He asked if he wasn't planning anything else. He said he could beat a confession out of him with just words. The masked guy was proud and still remained silent. Then Woojin asked Blackstone what the Watcher was trying to do. Blackstone was surprised that the host chopped off the stranger's hand without knowing why. Then Blackstone went to the severed hand. There was a scroll in it. He told the master that it was a scroll of return. It was also of the highest grade. If he used it, Baek Woojin would miss him without a chance. Blackstone added that the scroll is also quite expensive. Woojin realized that this guy definitely didn't buy it with his own money. Woojin again told the stranger to talk about who he was working for and what his purpose was. The masked guy blurted out a smile and swore. He had a lot of blood around his mouth. He said he never thought he would use it. This amazed and scared the protagonist a little. Suddenly, the masked guy stabbed himself. Blood spurted from all parts of his body. He cried out in pain. A considerable amount of the stranger's blood landed on Woojin. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He expected everything, but not this. He looked at the corpse of the guy he was holding by the neck with his hand and said that it was instant death. Blackstone said that it was like a kind of tracking technique from the assassin, but instead of using it to kill the victim, he used it for himself. Blackstone said that he was able to target Woojin because of it. Spirit thought it was very strange. Woojin told him that maybe he wasn't the target. Now there was no way to reveal the customer. Then he said that it seemed like there was a very unpleasant person behind him. The three boys called out to Mr. Swordsman as he peeked out from behind the thick trees. They were glad to see him back. They noticed the blood on his face and were frightened. They asked if he was all right. Then Woojin told them not to worry because the blood wasn't his. This shocked the magician and Ju Young. Woojin said that the punishment had caught up with the person who was following them. He had committed suicide. Ju Young said that he was terribly ashamed and that they were the ones who should have dealt with him. Woojin replied that that wasn't true, and even he had a hard time keeping up with this master at stealth. Then he turned to Miss Ina. He told her that it was time to go get the ingredients. The girl stared at the swordsman in astonishment. It seemed that only after his words, she remembered why she had come. In front of them lay the huge corpse of an unusual manticore. Its head was separated from its neck. Seo In-ah said that he had cut it up very carefully. Woojin replied that he wanted to make things a little cleaner. Ju Young knew that manticore skin was not easy to cut. Because of its special properties, it was treated as top-level armor. Moreover, this particular manticore was stronger than a normal manticore. The expert recognizes that the work is absolutely exquisite. He once again fell into the maelstrom of his master's admiration. In his thoughts, he was telling his master that he was exceeding his expectations. He once again looked questioningly at the guy. Soon Seo In-ah was in her mask and apron. Said she now proceeded with the cutting. The girl carefully dealt with the skin. She cut it off with a sharpened knife. Woojin watched her closely and told Blackstone that her hands moved so precisely, handling the material smoothly. Blackstone replied that he found it hard to believe that a young mistress from a wealthy family had such skill. She was a master of a high level. In-ah exhaled and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She said that she thought she was done. On the plates in front of her were pretty parts of a manticore, a small piece of its skin, a bone. The girl was also holding a cold weapon. Woojin looked at it and asked if it was a knife. Seo In-ah said it was called a netix. She said that it can't inflict a scratch on living people, but it cuts dead monsters perfectly, no matter what their texture is. She pointed her hand at the bone. Blackstone marveled and said that it was simply unimaginable. Said Baek Woojin, it was clear at a glance that it was a legendary item. One whispered to him that the living need money and therefore he should try his best. Woojin looked at the knife with envy and said to Blackstone that even they don't have such a thing at home. Then Seo In-ah told Mr. Swordsman that he had one last thing to do. She asked him to place his aura into this pelt. The girl handed him a red-colored pelt. The fact that one should place their aura into this thing dumbfounded Woojin, and he asked if it was definitely worth doing. Seo In-ah replied that yes, it would enhance the owner's ability. She explained that when he placed his aura inside the skin, the effect would become even stronger. Woojin replied that in that case, perhaps other energies besides his aura can be placed. It was more of a question that surprised Seo In-ah greatly. She soon came to her senses and smiled widely. There were many summoned animal spirits behind Woojin. He smiled and told Madam that it was a secret, at least for now. Woojin said that he didn't want to publicize that he was controlling the 4 spirits. Then the protagonist asked if the skin would be harmed if they put the energy of all 4 into it. Seo In-ah hurriedly replied that no, it would become very strong. Woojin exhaled smoke. Smoke also poured out from all the summoned spirits. They were all different colors. Next, Woojin raised his blade and told Blackstone that now. He smiled widely, and Blackstone was clearly very scared. Then the protagonist shouted to the spirit that he would put that energy in as well. Blackstone was in a panic. Purple energy poured into the hide. Something was starting to happen to it. Everyone was terribly interested. The manticore pelt was lying in Woojin's arms. He was staring at the piece in amazement. Woojin told Blackstone that all the forces had merged into one. Blackstone was also looking at the hide interestedly. A system notification came in about the lion skin of the manticore rex. It said that it was the skin of the manticore rex. It was so strong that even a 6th rank aura could not cut it, and magic below 6th rank could not be applied to it. 6 types of mana were harmoniously blended to create a new energy. Using this skin to create an item, new abilities will be available to you. Rank, legendary, conditions for wearing, not currently wearable. Blackstone asked in a trembling voice if this was legendary rank material as well. With anger, Blackstone's mouth felt like foam was flowing out of his mouth. He was cursing this damn system. Woojin was still staring at the notice in astonishment and holding the hide in his hands. Seo Ina was also staring at the hide. She asked in the same trembling voice what happened. Woojin replied that he didn't know, but as he sees it, it's a big success. He stood in front of the girl and smiled widely. She too held the hide in her hands and felt that pure and saturated power. Then she raised her head to Baek Woojin and shouted with a wide smile on her face that this is beyond her expectations, saying that now she will be able to create something incredible. Woojin also smiled, closed his eyes and said he was looking forward to it, promised to trust her. The girl replied that it would be like that. She said she would definitely do it. Someone read the breaking news on the phone about Baek Woojin single-handedly hunting down Manticore Rex, thwarting an assassination attempt in the dungeon. Also something about the owner of spoiled cats better start getting nervous. The man reading all this said that was true too. He smiled and said it easily exceeded his expectations. On his screen was a picture of Baek Woojin. He said that yes, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. When the time comes, his broken expression would attract even more attention. Ju, Young and Woojin were already in the manor. Ju. Young wished his young master a good rest. The protagonist waved his hand and wished him the same, told Ju Young to go and rest. The door to the room opened. Woojin, along with Blackstone, walked inside. Woojin immediately fell on the large and soft bed, exhaled and said he almost passed out, asked why he was so damn tired. If only to walk around the dungeon, Blackstone explained. Then during the fight, Woojin activated the black kill and put all the remaining energy into the hide. Saying that it was admirable that he was already able to give an interview, Woojin raised his hand and replied that he wouldn't faint in public again. Blackstone said it was a bluff, and Baek Woojin put his hands on his head and said he was about to die, said he almost fell asleep in the shower. He said he couldn't remember the last time he lay down. Woojin didn't have time to finish. Falling asleep, Blackstone was stunned, his eyes widening greatly. He asked, did he fall asleep so soon? He said he was surprised that it was after pretending to be very strong. Something happened, and Blackstone started to get very sleepy too. He said he couldn't and didn't understand what was happening. He wondered why he was falling asleep. He too, like his master, had no time to speak. His pupils seemed to roll up behind his eyelids. Woojin was standing in an incomprehensible space. In his pajamas, he didn't know where he was. Then he saw Blackstone in front of him. Only he was an adult. The protagonist guessed that he was inside Blackstone's memories. Soon, the black space turned to some terrain. The sky was clear, with few white clouds. Woojin told himself that this was the first time he was seeing them so clearly. Blackstone stood in front of the knight. Jin asked if it was a castle, and there were two knights. One of them smiled broadly at Blackstone. The face of the knight could not be seen. Blackstone nodded to him. He walked forward and drew his sword. The knights turned to follow him. Suddenly, Blackstone made a powerful swing with his cold weapon. Many stones and concrete flew. Woojin looked at him with his mouth open. So amazed was he. He asked what Blackstone was doing, and the large concrete doors crumbled after Blackstone's blow, and he was able to get inside. He proudly walked forward. Then he swung at the other knights with lightning speed. He cut off the heads of two of them at once with just one blow. A lot of blood flew. The other knights were stunned and frightened. Blackstone was wiping people off the face of the earth one by one. Woojin didn't understand what it was or why it was like that. Cold sweat of horror ran down his face. The protagonist was so badly shocked because he knew that it wasn't Blackstone's style at all. Blackstone stood inside a cloud of raised dust. People were pointing fingers at him. The main character's eyes started to close again. Someone apologized. It was very hard to understand any words that about ever and monster. Blackstone was leaving the scene. Suddenly, Woojin's eyes widened shockingly. He woke up in a cold sweat and jumped up on the bed. Now he was sitting up and breathing heavily, jerkily asking what that just was. The shocked Blackstone stood silent and thought. He did not look in the direction of his awake master. In fact, he was both shocked and horrified. Asking if he had done such a thing, Woojin quietly called out to Blackstone. The protagonist said, there must be a reason. He said Blackstone wouldn't go that far just like that. Blackstone was silent. Then Woojin smiled and said that Blackstone is sometimes noisy and grumbles more than necessary, but he's a good guy. After saying that, he looked at Blackstone sympathetically. He exploded. He shouted that no, this is ridiculous, said that the master should either support him or mock him. In short, to choose one or the other. He pulled himself together and thanked Baek Woojin anyway. The main character said it was just a piece of his memories. Said he was sure that if Blackstone found out a little more, a system notification appeared behind them. This infuriated Blackstone even more. He cursed the damn system, asked it if it could read the atmosphere. When he turned his attention to what the notification was about, he fell silent and furrowed his brow. The notification was about a better duel. It was said that he who had passed the path of the sword had a chance for greater enlightenment. They invite him to develop his abilities through dueling. After accepting, he would be immediately transferred to the dueling ground. Conditions: get the recognition of his opponent. The benefit of accepting the task: as he completed the task, he would earn many points to increase his characteristics. The reward was 3,000 points and a special title. Blackstone asked what it was and why it was so sudden. Woojin was greatly surprised. He asked about the duel, who he was dueling with. Woojin got up from the blood and said there was no special difference. Blackstone smiled. Woojin was highly motivated by the 3,000 points and the special title. Said there was no way to miss such a thing. He pressed the accept button. The main character immediately moved to the battlefield. Many swords were stuck into the floor. Woojin looked around and asked where he was. He asked if this was where the duel would be, then said he hoped it would be held here. He turned around and asked Blackstone who he thought their opponent would be. Woojin didn't find Blackstone behind him and called out to him again. He started twisting around, asking himself where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, Blackstone himself said he was here. Woojin was surprised. He had to look up, and what he saw struck him even more. Now there was an adult Blackstone standing in front of him. He was a head and a half taller than Baek Woojin, said his master. This was the second time he saw him in this form after all. Woojin was shocked and asked if he had materialized. Blackstone examined himself and replied that it looked like it, saying that it had been a long time since he had been in this body. A little while later, Woojin realized, said he meant it that way. He asked if it was his opponent. At those words, his eyes widened more and more. Blackstone blurted out a smile and said, "Master is right. It seems like he is his opponent." Woojin wondered if he should fight Blackstone and get his recognition. Now Blackstone was looking at him seriously. Woojin was scared that he would have to fight his main authority and mentor. Blackstone trembled and thanked the system. Woojin didn't realize what was happening. Blackstone's body was shaking all over, and he was saying that the day had come when he was grateful to her. Woojin sweated and called out to Blackstone. Blackstone's face looked crazy. He said that he finally got the chance to beat up Baek Woojin as hard as he wanted. The protagonist was scared. He suggested that they first settle the matter like civilized people and decide on the rules before the duel. Blackstone smiled and crunched his fingers, saying that he was sorry, but this body was inhabited by an ignorant barbarian. He said the last words curtly, with clear pauses. Then, not wasting any time, he swung at his master, which he was pleased about, shouting that they would start with a single blow. His blow flew to nowhere, not a destination, but it left a wave. The protagonist now looked more seriously at his opponent, since Blackstone was absolutely sure of the success of this strike. He was greatly surprised and even angry. He was in pain and rubbed his arm to get rid of the pain. He asked what else was that wall. He started banging on the transparent wall and asking for it to be opened. A system notification came up that it was worth deciding if they were going to continue or not before starting the task. Both guys were surprised at the choice given. The notice also stated that there was a significant difference in strength between him and his opponent that they were unable to compensate for. If they continued the duel, they would not be held responsible for any injuries caused. He could refuse the duel as well as the reward. In that case, he would be immediately carried back. It asked if Baek Woojin would agree to continue the duel. Blackstone and the main character stared at the window in amazement. Then, Woojin made a smug and sly face, which scared Blackstone a lot. Woojin, smiling, slowly turned to his future opponent and asked what he should choose. Blackstone asked Baek Woojin very much. He stuck to the transparent wall between them and said that it was 3,000 points. He said that Master was not the kind of person who would refuse such a large and generous reward. Woojin replied that he wasn't sure, saying that he could probably get it another way anyway. Droplets of sweat appeared on Blackstone's face. He promised to be careful, said he could simplify the requirements by which he recognizes him, asked what Baek Woojin thought. Woojin laughed and asked if it was true and if he could hear them. Blackstone agreed. He said it would be something simple, like cutting off one of his hands. The protagonist immediately rejected a proposal of that nature. Blackstone lowered the demands to a bruise. He said it would be enough Woojin's bruise was also rejected. Blackstone became furious, put his hands up and shouted that he was taking back the gratitude he had just expressed, shouted that the system was evil and nefarious. Then Blackstone pointed to the sleeve and suggested the edges of the garment, said he just couldn't simplify it any further, said that if he cut off the selvage of the garment even a little, he would recognize him. This made Baek Woojin hesitate. Blackstone noticed this and asked if it would be enough. Woojin smiled broadly. He said he could try something light like the edge of his clothes. He agreed to try it after all. Woojin pressed the big accept button. Blackstone was very happy about it. Finally, the wall between them disintegrated. Blackstone lowered his head, laughed, and called his master an idiot for accepting the challenge. Woojin didn't understand. Blackstone's face stopped being benevolent again. He looked Baek Woojin and turned to him, asking him to point out his mistake that even a trickster like him couldn't think of. He smiled sneakily. Woojin asked what it was. Blackstone reminded him that he hadn't said he would control his power. He clenched his fist and said he could easily control it. Woojin didn't let him finish, saying he knew it himself. Blackstone continued to say that he could do it in one punch, and then stopped. He was surprised by his opponent's words. Woojin turned away and said that if he was going to fight, he should do it properly. He walked over to one of the swords and pulled it out. He said it was a chance to learn from the strongest swordsman. He asked when else he might get it. The protagonist turned back around and said it was time to start. Blackstone was flabbergasted. Then he smiled and said that he just couldn't hate the master. This trait in Baek Woojin he recognized. Blackstone began to gather mana in his hand, saying that however the condition was different. A mighty blade appeared in his hand and he warned Woojin that he would be sorry. The dark mana was going to Blackstone. Woojin could perfectly feel this pressure that not even his father could match. Blackstone smiled and said that Woojin was worthy of praise, so he would control his strength this time. Suddenly, he dissolved into a black blur and said that he would do it so much that a year of training would be enough for him. Blackstone immediately appeared behind the protagonist's back and added that so much so that he could barely crawl to it.